How we doing? Yeah. Okay, we are back. Looks like we've gotten a little bit further into our game now with Maxime having a voice of victory now, versus Dom's empty board on turn two of game two. Land for Maxime, and then going into an Ajani, going potentially unanswered by Dom here. Just a nice little thing, creating a token each turn, eventually accumulating that value, going pretty wide compared to Dom's mostly tall creatures. Looks like that's an opt here on turn three for Dom. Nice little cantrip. Dom is definitely an agency pilled gamer. I believe that's a Cavern of Souls going into a Seer to kill that Ajani, only having left behind one token on the battlefield. Voice of Victory is going to get in for 3, and then that token as well for 4 total damage, bringing Dominic down to 13 life. Then looks like it's going to be a Warped Quantum Riddler for Maxime. Not super playing the prison game here, just kind of getting in on cards and getting in on damage versus Dom.
Hello, hello. Yeah, it looks like we are in the thick of it. Voice of victory for Maxime. Now this is much nicer than uh the high noon we were seeing last game. Oh, and Dom agrees, taking care of it immediately.
Yeah, I do really like that the Azorius, Tempo Prison Flyers deck has a bunch of different axes that it can play on, not just with the prison plan, but also being able to just provide a pretty decent and respectable aggressive plan as well with turn two Voice of Victory into turn three Ajani, just pressure and threats and creatures on the battlefield. Albeit, little weenies, but we respect our weenies nonetheless.
Yeah, and we're getting that Quantum Riddler off the warp quite nice here from Maxime, who still has a ton of cards in hand and looks like is going to be spell piercing this answer from Dom, taking Dom down to 8 life already. I mean, this is just such a different game from the first one.
Absolutely. You got to wonder if maybe, Maxime was intentionally trying to pivot into this plan. Uh, Yeah, just going with the aggressive, trying to get Dom's life total down as soon as possible. And looks
Yeah, it
like
looks
Dom's
like
scooping it up.
yeah, that's gonna be our game 2. So we're gonna go to a game 3 here. Very well played by Maxime Grin, taking down a game from Dom Harvey. I mean, that is no easy feat, but there's a reason both these players are here 2-0 in round 3.
Definitely. And I think as we get into boarding for game three now, there's, like you said earlier, there's kind of some mind games going on here. Do you think that, Maxime is going to stay on this kind of aggressive plan or try to play a more prisony game? Do you pack in more interaction for creatures or do you pack in more interaction for like those high noons, for instance, if you're Dom? Kind of bunch of different ways that this boarding could go, a bunch of different game plans that are all pretty reasonable from these players.
Yeah, this is really where sort of the uh, deck mastery and player skill come into play because both of these decks have a handful of ways that they can sort of present themselves and play out. And, both of these players going into game 3 have to make a runtime decision on how they think their opponent is going to approach, what they need to be ready for, and what they need to guard against. We're going to take a quick look at the backup match here. Got Oliver Chan on Izzet Prowess versus David Rude on 4-color control. Both these players, of course, 4 or 2-0. And it looks like our prowess player Oliver here, um, getting to do all the prowess stuff that you really want to be doing. Seeing a lot of game actions being taken, seeing a lot of prowess triggers. It's really, it's really sort of the ideal here.
Definitely. And both of these players are, of course, Toronto natives. Shout out the greater Toronto area. Love seeing these two players around, both being extremely strong players and also just like really delightful people to be around. It's like messed up when people are both like awesome people and also really good at Magic. David Rude is, of course, a phenomenal player, recently coming off of a Pro Tour run, member of just a phenomenal player and a Canadian legend.
Yeah, and unsure sort of where we are in this match, if this is game one or game two, or even possibly a game three, maybe. But we are seeing, while David seems to have mostly answers ready for this. Oh, looks like this is game two. Oliver up a game. It just seems like Oliver is just a little bit ahead, at every turn, and looks like we are seeing a RAL come down for Oliver, which can really sort of. I mean, it's just it's so impressive to me how this deck is able to fight on so many fronts. If we look at Oliver's board, there is a enchantment David needs to deal with. There's two creatures David needs to deal with, and there's a planeswalker now that needs to be dealt with. And it's really hard to find clean answers for all of those at once. So kind of no matter what you do, you're leaving Oliver with pieces to play with.
Definitely. Just, really speaks to the strength of this prowess deck being so resilient and able to fight you on so many axes, right? Like if you remove the creatures, then like, great, I still have planeswalkers. I play everything out and you remove it. Okay, that's fine. I have a bunch of really great card selection and card draw spells in my deck, right? So it just is able to win and beat you and gain an advantage on so many levels here. Is there anything that can deal with like planeswalkers and enchantments and creatures? I don't think so. The closest thing is farewell, which isn't in standard and doesn't deal with planeswalkers.
Yeah,
We're getting a
that's
correction here that David actually did win game one. So
oh,
David
okay.
is up a game against Oliver.
Yeah, very nicely done for David here. And is dealing with the biggest threats first. So we're getting rid of the RAL, but as you were saying, we still have creatures on board to deal with, and we still have, I mean, the Storm Chaser's talent on its own can do so much, right? It's only at level one right now. So we can still level it up and get some action out of our graveyard. We can level it up again, and now it becomes sort of its own RAL style win condition. And it's just there's so many pieces for David to have to handle. And I would say right now Oliver heavily favored for this game.
Definitely, Niall. And I think we owe an apology to Erode. I think we called it Path to Exile at Home earlier. It's not even strictly worse than Path to Exile, being able to hit planeswalkers as well. They're targeting that RAL. So just definitely, I would say a side grade. Planeswalkers is huge, just being one of the most powerful card types in Magic and being able to deal with it cleanly, this 4 mana card for just 1 mana is fantastic on David's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nicely done there. And you know, very excited to see sort of who takes this one down as our main feature match players are still getting ready into their game.
Looks
It
like we
looks like
are
we
about to
are, yeah, just about to get back to our main feature match as we're watching David, helix some of these creatures, take some damage, and here we are back to our main feature. Dominic Harvey on Izzet Mentals to the right, Maxim Gren on uh not a Zorius. No, yeah, Zorius Tempo um on the left here into a game three, and it looks like that Ghost Vacuum was brought in from the sideboard. We've got Ghost Vacuum Voice of Victory. This is a pretty great start for Maxime here, as we're going to try to get rid of it. That's going to get countered, and then Dom's going to have a spell snare to deal with that.
It looks like that was a spell snare, and I think, I think a turn 1 or 2 Ghost Vacuum has gotta feel pretty good for Maxime there, at the very least being able to still keep Dominic's, graveyard down to a manageable number.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we are going to play a sleight of hand here for Dom. Looks like really laboring over the decision here. I think that's 3 steps ahead. I can't tell what the other card is, but it looks like we're not taking the 3 steps ahead. Oh, and hey, there's that Hydro Man that you were talking about earlier as well.
Hey, yeah. Just a
And you
very
can't
neat
be
inclusion.
blamed for reading Hydro Man.
Yeah, just so many words on this card, but I do believe that Dom is a fan of this Hydra Man. I think that it being difficult to interact with on your opponent's turn is just kind of such a boon. Looks like Maxime needs to read it too.
Well, Dominic Harvey, the, you know, sort of granddaddy of Amulet Titan, no surprise to me that he loves the creature that becomes land.
Yeah, all roads lead back to Amulet Titan, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I really love this card. I really love it in decks like Dom's. The ability to have this sort of persistent pull there is, Hydro Man is this really, really interesting card, and like Maxime needing to read it really goes to show that this card is just so strange to deal with and right up Dom's alley, which really leads me to believe that he's going to be excellent in utilizing it to its maximum potential. And let's not forget one of the most important parts of this creature. Uh, it is also an elemental.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. I didn't even notice. You love to see it. I love it when you just go down the rabbit hole of Scryfall searches and find the perfect card for your deck, right? Just chef's kiss, cherry on top. That Hydra Man is also an elemental in this elemental deck. Looks like we've got our feedback jumping a little bit into the future.
Yeah, looks like Hydro Man still up. We've got the Hydra Man. We've got this traumatic critique in hand for Dom. That it looks like we are maybe playing for X's 4.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that's just going to Maxime's space, bringing him down to 14. Very nice little mana sink as well if you don't have anything better to deal with on the board, which is a good sign for Dom.
Yeah, and I mean, cards like this are really great for Dom right now for dealing with this ghost vacuum of putting multiple cards into the graveyard at once.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mana, it's a card neutral, replacing itself and also allowing you to select for your cards. Just perfect little toolbox card for the Elementals deck. And then getting in with Hydroman. A nice little thing about Hydroman as well is that he doesn't only trigger off of instants and sorceries like most prowess cards do, but it triggers off of every single blue spell. So it also counts like your Sunderflocks, for instance, or your Eddie Merc Crabs towards that temporary power toughness buff.
Yeah, yeah, really, really nice. And it looks like we're just going to get in for a little bit of Hydra Man damage, bringing Maxim down to 12, and then pass the turn. But it looks like Maxime just passing right back over to Dom. That might be a get lost in hand.
Yeah, Dom is really looking like the beatdown deck, kind of reversing the roles from the last game that we've seen out of this match.
Yeah, Maxime just sort of out of gas as well. I mean, we've got a get lost in hand and it seems like one other card, but other than that, it's just not a whole lot here.
For sure. With only these cards in hand for Maxime, he's now casting a Floodpits Drowner.
Yeah, Floodpits Drowner really interesting here. Um, puts the stun counter onto Hydro Man. Hydro Man does untap at the beginning of your end steps. That'll get rid of the stun counter, but won't untap the Hydro Man. So if Dom was counting on having that mana, he's not going to have access to it any longer. And it
Yeah.
looks like we're going to Ghost Vacuum the Voice of Victory at the end of Maxim's turn. So they might be preparing for a moment to, activate the Ghost Vacuum and get those creatures back. But it looks like Dom is going to deal with the Ghost Vacuum on.
Yeah, it looks like that was a Prismari charm bouncing the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, looks like it.
I'm a big fan here for Dom of how poorly that Flood Pit Drowner lines up with the Hydra Man because it still gets to attack the next turn because of the stun counter being removed at the end of Dom's turn. What an interesting little niche interaction here, and just another points for how neat this Hydra Man card is.
Yeah, well, even if we didn't get the untap, the fact that Hydra Man stops being a creature would also stop Flood Pit's Drowner from being able to shuffle. So it really is just like such an awkward lineup. Like you said, is we're gonna play that Ghost Vacuum back out. We're gonna get in for a little bit of vigilant damage. But pretty difficult for, despite the fact that this is a vigilant creature, hard for Maxim to block this Hydra Man when it's so easy for Dom to pump it.
Definitely. Any blue spell for Dom makes it a bad block where the Flood Pit's Drowner does not trade against this Hydra Man. And we see for sure that Dom has a couple of spells in his hand. I think that if you're Dom, this is the position that you want to be in, right? You've kind of gotten past the early game. You've got plenty of mana available to you, plenty of cards in hand. So you're probably feeling pretty confident as the Spelementals deck.
Yeah, as we're gonna go ahead and attack with this Hydra Man, playing the Prismari Charm.
Yeah, it
Not
looks like
sure what
he's
mode we're choosing.
Yeah, maybe he's chosen to deal 1 damage to 2 targets, or oh no, he is surveilling 2 and then drawing a card here.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe putting both of them, or no, putting one of them down and then drawing another one. We've got another Prismari Charm as well.
Maxim does have
Oh, and there's an
Intermission here.
Aang.
Yeah, very nice. Being able to airbend up to 1 creature or spell, perhaps hitting the Hydra Man here?
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of awkward, right? Because it can simply be cast again.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
wonder if there's a world where you airbend your own Flood Pit's Drowner, like you block and airbend it. It's a really interesting sort of the number of different ways you can play this. Although it
Definitely.
looks like Dom might be deciding to cast a Get Out on the Aang.
Oof, that's not feeling very good for Maxime there, I think. I think that if you're Maxime, your way out of this game looks like finding your Aven Interrupters, looks like finding your Aang Swift Saviors, and then probably establishing that prison over Dom at this point in the game. But having the Aang Swift Savior as well as your Flood Pit's Drowner being dealt with is just not a feels good for Maxime.
Yeah, and it looks like we did block with the Flood Pit's Drowner, so we also lost our creature there, and it looks like we just have to pass back to Dom's turn, reactivate our Hydro Man, and it looks like the window is starting to close for Maxime, but he's definitely got draws that get him out of this.
Yeah, really feels like death by a thousand cuts for Maxime here. Dom starting things off with a cantrip, growing the Hydra Man 1 by 1, and then now tapping for 3.
Ooh, is that the horse?
That is a horse, Color Storm Stallion. Dom is a proud pink pony club enjoyer with his 3/3 hasty Ward 1 coming down. Just a fantastic, phenomenal threat that threatens to copy itself with any 5 mana spell for Dom.
Yeah, really, really powerful. And Maxime had been doing such a good job of sort of staying on top of Dom's graveyard, but this is sort of the limitation of a card like Ghost Vacuum is as we get into these later turns and Dom has all this mana and he's able to flow through his cards. And now there's just like, what is that, six different instants and sorceries in the graveyard for him?
Yeah, just real bunch of issues for Maxime to deal with. Dom is just such an expert at putting on the pressure here and navigating his game plan exactly the way that he wants to.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna get lost the horse, pay a ward cost. Now, this would be a beautiful time for Dom to cast a 5 mana spell. It's not going to be the case, but we get a couple maps for our efforts. We're still getting in for 4, taking Maxime down to 8. So it's 8 to 18, favoring Dom Harvey. And then we're going to map onto Hydra Man. Looks like a sleight of hand on top of the deck. Looks like we're leaving it there.
Yeah, nice little 1/1 counter. I think that Get Lost definitely feels pretty bad when your opponent still has other creatures on board, right? The ideal play pattern of Get Lost is to play it on your opponent's only creature, and then they have nothing to use the map tokens on to explore.
Absolutely. As looks like we are going to flash in the Sky Coach Conductor at the end of Dom's turn. And that's, of
Yeah.
course, going to untap the Hydra Man, so Dom has access to 2 mana again. And it looks like we're eating Aang with the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, nice little proactive play from Maxime being able to eventually crack that ghost vacuum to get a 1/1 egg onto the battlefield. So still getting that nice enter the battlefield effect, still getting a 1/1 weenie onto your board at some point if he so wants.
Mhm. Yeah, and going over to Maxime's turn here. Got the Sky Coach. We don't have anything for it to flicker just yet. Looks like we're just passing back over to Dom.
Yeah, the 1/1 counter on the Hydra Man is pretty nice, making it so that it can attack profitably into this Sky Coach. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice indeed. So we're going to go ahead and play that sleight of hand. Take a look here. And man, this Hydra Man just doing so much work for Dom Harvey, becoming such
Absolutely.
a menace for Maxime to deal with.
Maybe the new hot standard card, Nile? I know I'm
Ooh,
picking up
could
more
be.
copies after this.
Bye, bye, bye. Okay, so we're swinging in, and then we're gonna flash in a Aang Swift Savior to deal with this Hydra Man. Now let's see if Dom has a way to deal with it. And keep in mind, we also still have the all aboard prepared instant from Sky Coach Conductor, which can flicker this Aang Swift Savior.
Yeah, definitely. Just a bunch of recursion here, right? Like,
Hmm.
the Sky Coach has the ability to flicker the Aang, which can flicker the Sky Coach, and so on and so forth. Just really nice
Hmm.
little value and a lot of fun little high skill ceiling tricks that Maxime can pull.
All right, so Aang's on the stack, and Dom is choosing to outburst the conductor. So doesn't want to leave open sort of that, flicker party that you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like Hydra Man has gotten himself airbent though, so bye bye Hydra Man, bye bye counter for now. But Dom does have the ability to replay that for 2 men on his turn, albeit he'll have to wait a turn before it can attack again.
Yeah, kind of a tough position for Dom to be in. The you want the Hydro Man back out. It's obviously doing so much work for you, but then it sets you down to 1 blue mana as all that you have access to on Maxim's turn here. Uh, and this could easily start to be a turn where Maxim goes off, and we're gonna vacuum up that Sky Coach. So now we have a Sky Coach and an Angswift Savior in the vacuum.
Definitely. Worth noting from Ghost Vacuum is that although the creatures it puts onto the battlefield are 1/1s, they are not token copies of it. It's just the actual card. So, for example, if he puts down like an Aang Swift Savior and airbends the Sky Coach, it will be the actual copy of the card in Exile, which you'll be then able to recast as the straight stats, like a 2/3, for instance, for Aang Swift Savior. So fun little
Wow.
interaction to recur these creatures. Looks like they're gone from the exile, but they're actually closer to being back onto the battlefield than ever.
Yeah, and we're seeing a uh, traumatic critique from Dom Harvey in hand here, which you gotta wonder how close is he to just being able to use that to, fireball his opponent and win the game. As we're gonna go ahead and attack in with his Hydra Man, who's currently attacking for 3, and Dom can certainly grow that. Cast a Crab, which is gonna make it attacking for 4, and also is going to tap Aang down.
Yeah, it looks like in response, Maxime has activated Aang's waterbend ability. Since it's getting tapped anyways, he's just going to waterbend and turn it into a 5/5 before it gets tapped and he loses the ability to activate its ability.
But I think there's a Vibrant Outburst in hand for Dom. No, it must not be.
Not sure. There's a lot of
'Cause
red and blue cards in standard nowadays, so could be
oh,
any
I think it's
number
a
of them.
Prismari Charm. Yeah,
Okay.
if it was an outburst, he just would have won the game, right? 3 damage to your face, pump Hydro Man a little further. But Prismari Charm also nice to have, and Dom has really sort of cleared the way.
Yeah, I think an interesting decision for Dom is whether or not he, right now, while Maxime's shields are down and he's tapped out, chooses to bounce the Aang with Prismari Charm, which looks like that's the action he's going to take.
Yeah, yeah, really interesting play there. Really wanting to get rid of this reach trample creature. Um, I like it. I like sort of clearing the way early. He's still got access to 2 mana thanks to Hydra Man. Still has the crab online.
Ooh,
Really putting
Maxime
Maxime in
just
a
pondering.
difficult position.
Yeah, what a tough spot for him here with 6 mana and a couple of cards in hand, one of which is known as the Aang Swift Savior.
Looks like Voice of Victory is going to be the play here, and then pass over to Dom. And remember, Dom still has this traumatic critique. So Dom has a lot of different ways to threaten Maxim's life in a lethal fashion, starting with just attacking with these 2 creatures.
Yeah, this play forces a block on the Voice of Victory against the crab. And then we'll see if anything happens here. Looks like that's a seer against the Voice of Victory.
Yeah, and if we go ahead and looks like a spell snare on the seer,
Very nice. And now Maxime
and
is going to
then
make
the
the last
Ang.
play available, which is the Aang.
So I think that, yeah, there's gonna be the dramatic critique,
Nice.
and yeah,
Dom
that's
picking up his third win of the day here, 2-1 over Maxime.
congratulations to Dom Harvey, really expertly navigating that, putting himself in the position there in that last turn to force Maxime's hand and open the way for this dramatic critique to just win the game. And huge congrats to Dom Harvey for being 3-0 here at our regional championship.
What a phenomenal
Looks
player.
like we
Just
got
seeing some
a
great magic on
update.
both ends.
Yeah, it looks like we got an update from production that David Rude won our backup match. So congratulations to him as well, going on to 3-0. Might see Dom Harvey.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the next round here. But just some great matches of Magic going on today, don't you think, Niall?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I love watching Magic of this level from these players. You know, Standard is just in such an exciting spot right now. And we're going to have a lot more Magic coming up. That is all of the features that we have for right now, but not too much time left in the round. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be back with more Magic before you know it.
Hi, my name is Joshua Saruga, and I qualified for PT Strixhaven by finishing 10th place with Mono Red Aggro. Mono Red Aggro is an archetype that uses aggressive creatures backed up by burn spells to close a game quickly. This version of Mono Red is built around the core of the Red Ogre to put out massive damage to close the game. I saw Mono Green being less represented in the meta, and as a longtime Red player and aggro aficionado, it was my time to shine. As someone that was an actor in high school and did voice acting as a hobby, Prismari is the choice for me.
What the moonlight gives, no one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your wings.
Welcome back to coverage of the Canadian Regional Championships taking place here in Ottawa, Canada. We are here with round 4. It's been a phenomenal day of Magic so far. What do you think of the game so far, Niall?
Yeah, I mean, we have watched some really incredible players piloting some extremely powerful decks uh, so well. It's been so exciting. Last round we got to see Dominic Harvey in action, which is always awesome. And this round we're going to get to see a similar deck to what we saw in round 1, but piloted by a different pilot, where we're going to get to see this Mardu discard deck that we saw in the first round, but instead of going against the Excruciator like we saw it the first time around, we're going to see it up against Izzet Lessons. Now, I personally really love this Mardu aggro discard deck. But Carolyn, what do you think about its mashup into Lessons? I know you're a big Lessons girly.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am super excited for this matchup as well. I think that the Mardu plan has a super great aggressive plan, just so many threats to present to the Lessons player, really putting some pressure on their ability to dig for removal and deal with all of these threats that the deck puts out. So just a really consistent, proactive game plan. I'm not really sure if I would necessarily call it favored for one side or the other. I think I would like to see more of these decks in action, but I think that I would feel pretty good going into it off of if I was the Mardu player, right? Just being able to curve out 1 to 2 to 3 with great statted creatures as well as good card advantage, recursion, just a lot of options here for the aggro player, piloted here by a Pro Tour mainstay, Edgar Magalesh.
Yeah, really excited to see how he pilots this deck. And, you know, as you said, being able to sort of curve out against the Lessons opponent. You've talked already today about how the Lessons deck can sometimes feel sort of choked for mana. And I think Edgar will be able to really apply pressure in that area. So we're getting right into our match here. Omar not having a turn 1 play, but it looks like Edgar going to go ahead and play a Moon Shadow that looks like it is going to get destroyed in the end step there, not last very long. And that's going to be an Artist Talent down for Omar on turn 2. Now, that is a great turn 2 play for him. Oh, but Edgar, a enchantment of his own with Cool but Rude. Both these players kind of setting up their engines, getting ready to go off here.
Yeah, love to see these two players playing decisively and quickly, both setting up their turn to enchantments, both taking a turn off, deciding I'm going to get some value here. I am going to set up my board. I'm going to eventually get a ton of value out of this.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how these turn 2 red enchantments are very similar to each other in enacting these game plans, where with Omar's, it's rummage when you cast spells. With Edgar's, it's rummage when you attack. Omar gets the spell discount. Edgar gets the discard damage. Just really, really interesting seeing these two enchantments at play at the same time.
Yeah, if you think about it, Cool but Rude is kind of like the evil, more proactive twin of Artist Talent, right? They both kind of accomplish the same thing in roundabout ways, right? Both allowing you to rummage, but allowing for different kinds of advantages as you level up the enchantments.
Yeah, really interested to see how these players play with them, what they prioritize here. We're going to see a Terza Light Shatter come down for Edgar, and going to be discarding away a couple of lands to draw some more cards. Really powerful effect here, but it doesn't look like Terza is going to last long enough to get an attack in, as it is going to get combustion technique down. Going to trigger the artist talent, so Omar's gonna get his rummage there. And
Yeah, very nicely,
still
Omar
for
already had a
Edgar,
lesson. Sorry.
yeah, totally. Still for Edgar getting to cycle through some of those cards, just really, really nice for him.
Yeah, very nice to still land the enters the battlefield ability of that Teysa, although she did not get to attack. Or Tersa, rather. That's a different magic character.
Yeah, as we are going back over to Omar, got a couple of options here. Looks like it's going to be a Boomerang Basics on the Cool But Rude, which is, of course, going to trigger our artist talent here.
I quite like this play
Or
from
to,
Omar. I think it's a really nice tempo play, setting Edgar back on this 2 mana that he's invested and gotten 0 mana or 0 value out of so far in that Cool But Rude. So just nice little setback, preventing him from also being able to level it up the next turn. I guess if he has a land, he could recast it and then level it up to level 2 immediately, but that's his whole turn that he's taking up for nothing else that's affecting the board currently.
yeah, really, really nice play from Omar. It looks like we might be following it up with an Abandoned Attachments. Really considering his options. That is going to be the play here. So again, a trigger on the artist talent. And then we'll have the Abandoned Attachments, discard a card, draw 2 cards.
Oh, yeah, discard.
Or discarding another Abandoned Attachments, and saw a Monument in hand there for Omar. It looks like we picked up a couple of lands off of that. So we've got Monument, land in hand for Omar. We're going to go ahead and play. Looks to be a tapped Steam Vents. We're going to pass back over to Edgar here. Now, after that sort of Boomerang Basics tempo play, what do you think Edgar needs to sort of get back on track in this match?
For sure. Omar is tapped out this turn, so Edgar knows for sure that there won't be a counterspell for whatever he chooses to play, and it looks like he's going to go for a hardened academic here. Immediately
Yeah, and looks like
discarding a card, Bloodcast, and returning it to the battlefield with a land trigger.
yeah, really nice sequence there, and getting to play out that Cool But Rude once again. And it's going to be a nice clean attack here. Gain some life, trigger the Cool But Rude.
18, right?
We're going to get one of those lands,
Yeah, so
you
you're
know,
at,
into the
18.
graveyard, rummaged away.
Go ahead.
Very nice play from Edgar there, going from 0 non-land permanents on the board to 3 in one fell swoop through one turn. I think that this board is going to be one that is really annoying at the very least for Omar to deal with. The Bloodghast will always return if Edgar plays a land due to its landfall trigger, unless it gets exiled via a combustion technique. But if you're the Lessons player, you don't really want to spend your premium removal spell on this base 2/1 here.
Yeah, it's really, really a tricky spot for Omar as he plays out this monument, and looks like that is going to be it. Passing back over to Edgar. Now, I noticed Omar there, I think, had a land that he could have played, but chose not to. Now, is that just some Izzet Lessons tech to keep some discard fuel in hand, or what do you think is the thought there?
I think so. I think that in this deck that is so, rummage heavy, you're really going to be looking to hold extra cards that you probably won't need in your hand. Like if you think that your average draw is going to be better than the land that you have in hand, it's definitely valuable to keep it in hand to rummage to an artist talent. And I think on this last turn, you really kind of feel the weaknesses of Izzet Lessons as a deck, right? Omar had to take basically his whole turn off to develop this monument to endure endurance. Whereas Edgar now kind of gets to go a little bit wild for a turn and deal a bunch of damage while Omar's shields were down. But now Omar is getting to untap.
Yeah, Omar's untapping, and it looks like we've got a second artist talent, accumulate wisdom, and a land in hand. So no shortage of options, but as you have talked about before, the Izzet Lessons deck really wants one of these discounts online. And we can really see that in this game right now, where it feels like Omar has, some really great options in hand, choosing to discard the artist talent there. But despite the good options, just feels a little choked on mana.
For sure. Omar is going to choose to potentially draw an extra card off of that monument trigger here. So potentially drawing 4 cards off of that one non-creature spell cast, which is, of course, a phenomenal rate. But Omar is still staring down the barrel of these 3 creatures here on Edgar's side.
Yeah, as we're gonna go ahead and draw. I mean, hand fully refilled for Omar. And there's that island that he chose to keep in hand over the second artist talent just a bit ago, really prioritizing wanting to make sure he can cast his spells. And looks like there's going to be a grand played out. So now the discount is online. We've got a couple accumulate wisdoms in hand, so can really generate a lot of card draw and mana and triggers off of this monument.
Yeah, Omar now has a ton of options here on his side, choosing to cast this second accumulate wisdom and then drawing another 3 cards. Just fantastic, right? And for just 1 mana. When people are going crazy over Emeritus of Ideation, Lessons players scoffed and said, I've been casting Ancestral Recall for months. What are you talking about? This is not new to standard.
Absolutely. As Omar is just threatening to refill his hand once again. It looks like Edgar is maybe considering interacting at this point, maybe choosing not to as we are resolving this artist talent trigger.
Yeah, it looks
And we've
like Omar
got
has at least one removal
accumulate
spell in hand.
wisdom. Yeah, it looks like we've got the removal spell, we've got accumulate wisdom and another monument in hand. So kind of actually difficult to discard. Choosing to discard the monument seems like a really disciplined play to me.
Definitely. I think so too. I think if you're Edgar, you've got to be a little bit nervous about that choice, right? If the other 2 cards in your hand were worse than Monument to Endurance, that was the best card to discard for Omar. Means that Omar's hand is probably pretty good right now.
Oh yeah, if I see my opponent discard the card that kills me, I'm terrified. I am just horrified at what could possibly be going on in his hand, what plans he's got right now. And looks like we drew into a combustion technique. So no shortage of answers to these creatures, but also these creatures are kind of awkward to answer.
Definitely, yeah. So it looks like Omar has a combustion technique and a firebending lesson in hand, being able to deal with 2 of Edgar's creatures potentially. But still, he is only at 11 life, so needs to find a way to stem the bleeding before he is able to claw back into the game and eventually close it out with these monuments. Still got a ways to go because the monument's clock isn't the tightest.
Yeah, this is where high skilled piloting of the lessons deck really comes into play because Omar has about a million different possible routes that he can take from here, and precious few of them get him to where he needs to go. And so knowing the right decisions to make, what cards to discard when to cast your spells, what creatures to target, when to target them. These are all decisions and micro decisions that Omar has to make, and if he doesn't make them exactly right, he will lose this game. So this is where him being an excellent pilot of this deck is really going to come into play.
Absolutely. Looks like Omar's starting off with a firebending lesson there. I think, not that the Mardu deck is any lower in skill ceiling or skillful or anything like that, but just these blue decks offer you so many options just in order to play the game, right? So many decisions that need to be made. And I think that it really goes to show why the trend is that as someone gets better at Magic, they tend to gravitate more towards these control, these card draw, these more blue based decks as they develop as players, right? As you get more comfortable making decisions, just um, you know, the way that one grows and flourishes as a wizard.
Yeah, totally. And it looks like we are seeing a practiced offense come down or maybe be discarded. Very interesting. Yeah, I think those were discards. I think Edgar discarded a bunch of cards in response to the hardened academic being targeted, which, thanks to the cool but rude, dealt a bunch of damage to Omar. So now Omar is down to 7
Yeah, the clock
with
is
1
certainly
mana up.
ticking. Two creatures on board as well. Edgar has probably got to be feeling so close to a game win that he can taste it with these two blood gas on board and just a couple of discards away from having lethal against Omar with that level 2 cool but rude.
Yeah, but I mean, the 1 mana is, 1 mana, 1 creature to block, and a combustion technique in hand really makes it seem like Omar kind of has the answers that he needs for what Edgar is presenting right here. And it looks like we have a Burst Lightning in hand. Not sure what this second card is. It looks like he's about to cast. Is that just a land? Oh, just leveling up the cool but rude to gamble.
I love to see a gamble Nile.
Yeah, 1 and 3. So we've got Burst Lightning and a land in hand right now. Now, do you think this is going to be like what we saw in the first round, where you gamble for Carnage and kind of get it no matter what?
Yeah, that's a great question, Niall. I think that if I were the Mardu discard player, I'd probably be looking to tutor for the Carnage if I had like 0 or 1 cards in hand, probably. I don't really know. I feel like there's a couple of different routes that Edgar could take here that would all be pretty reasonable plays, right? Like tutoring for a discard outlet to discard cards and deal extra damage to Omar could be a respectable play. Tutoring for another hardened academic could be perfectly good as well to get in 2 more hasty damage, right? I believe that would be pretty close to lethal on board. Even though I think we, as the audience, knows that Omar has another removal spell in hand.
Yeah, well, it looks like Carnage was the pickup, and we got 2 damage off the gamble. Attacking cool but rude triggers, we discard Carnage, 2 damage off of discarding Carnage, and now we're coming in with these blood ghasts, and we're gonna see the block from Omar as well as the combustion technique. But down to 3 burst lightning in hand for Edgar. This is so close.
Yeah, great point. Honestly, completely forgot that Cool But Rude also allowed Edgar to discard the Carnage to cast for a reduced cost later this turn. But Omar doing a good job of stopping these 2 attackers now on the combat step.
Yeah, I mean, really, really nicely played here.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the discard cards, right?
And we are, I think we're scooping up because I think what he's threatening is to cast the Carnage, get back maybe the hardened academic,
Yeah, I think so. And
discard a
then
card, cool but rude.
yeah, and then just discarding a card and dealing damage. I don't know if that was strictly lethal. I'm not sure how many cards Edgar had left in his hand there, but a phenomenal game 1 between these 2 great players.
Oh, it may have been getting back a Tersa. And
Oh,
Terza would be
yeah.
strictly lethal.
Yeah, 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 discarding 2 and then drawing 2. Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, very very nicely played there. Very good win from Edgar. Now, as we are going into our game two, let's take a look at these sideboards. And what do you think Edgar is looking at to bring in to this Izzet Lessons matchup? What would you, as a Lessons player, be most afraid to see?
For sure. I think Leyline of the Void, messes up my whole day for the most part. Just, pre-game actions, can't deal with that, man. Yeah, just absolutely ixnaying your graveyard for basically the rest of the game. The lessons deck doesn't have too many ways to deal with that besides bouncing. I believe there are no ways to like destroy an enchantment on board, so definitely something that Edgar is going to be hoping to see in his opening hand. I think Sheltered by Ghosts as well could be an option. Like I said, during the early game, the Lessons deck often kind of feels choked on mana. Often you're keeping like 1 or 2 land hands sometimes, just because the deck has so many ways of finding more of them. So giving your creature ward just makes it that much tougher for your opponent to remove that creature and also makes it harder for them to remove, more importantly, multiple creatures in one turn cycle. Seamrip as well deals with artist talents extremely cleanly and is an enchantment, which is quite difficult for the Lessons deck to interact with as well.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Case of the Crimson Pulse, this is a card that we saw brought in against the Excruciator deck. If there's any world where Edgar wants to bring that in against Lessons, just as a way to, refill and sort of try to compete on the uh, card flow, card advantage front.
Definitely. I also think Voice of Victory is probably a card I would be very interested in as the Mardu player, just making it difficult for your opponent to cast instants on your turn, kind of demanding an answer, standing there and saying, you can't get through me. Also kind of being awkward where your opponent, if they're holding a removal spell in their hand, can't remove the Voice of Victory the turn that you play it.
Yeah, that's a great pickup for Edgar. I mean, we know that these Izzet Lessons decks love to, get a bunch of monuments out, cast a spell on their turn, shock you 3 times, cast a spell on your turn, shock you 3 more times, or bolt you 3 more times. And cutting off their ability to get that second round of bolts can sometimes do the difference between them winning or losing that game. But let's take a quick look at the Lessons deck and see how Omar might be preparing for this matchup, as we're seeing a bunch of one-ofs in the sideboard for Omar here, including a Mondo Gecko.
Yeah, a little bit of a spicy pick there. That's a card from the recent Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sets. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control with an activated ability to discard a card and also have it become the color of your choice and gaining hexproof from that color until end of turn. So nice little spicy meatball there for the Lessons player. A potential add in here to both act as a discard outlet maybe and draw cards. But I think if I was a Lessons player, I would be super, super interested in having Slag Storm available to me, just being able to sweep up a bunch of things on the opposing creature deck's board.
Yeah, there's something interesting about Mondo Gecko in the face of the Voice of Victories we were just talking about. Voice of Victory cutting off your ability to get those monument triggers by casting spells, but Mondo Gecko sort of getting around that, um, with its activated ability. But yeah, Slagstorm seems like a great pickup as well for Omar. Really excited to see how these players end up boarding against each other. I mean, a lot of different ways that they could take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta wonder if you consider boarding in something like a null to go to deal with the opponent's cool but rude. Like even though it is the only enchantment that Edgar is playing in this Mardu deck in the main deck, there are more enchantments in the sideboard that he would consider bringing in.
Mm,
And Cool But Rude is also a pretty important card to the game plan of the Mardu deck. Not necessary to the deck
yeah.
strictly, but still a really key and important piece to the deck overall.
Yeah, well, you've also got cards like Soul God Lantern, right, which can be pretty effective against Edgar's, blood ghasts or, mayhem pieces or, all of these different things. And as our players are sideboarding, we're going to take a quick peek over at our backup feature match, where I think we're in game 2 right now with Pascal on Izzet Elementals up a game at the moment. And we're in this Izzet Elementals Izzet Prowess matchup, and this looks impossible to determine who's kind of dominating this match right now. Like both these players seem to kind of be doing exactly what they want to be doing.
Yeah, certainly. And both of these players are extremely storied as well. Noe recently coming off of a pretty great result at the recent Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Fantastic player hailing from Quebec. And I believe Pascal is also Quebecois here, a storied Pro Tour player who has been on the circuit for quite a while. And now I believe a local game store owner. So fantastic to see the circle of life going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, we're seeing Pascal with a few pretty big elementals on board. So that's certainly a major threat, but doesn't look like we are too scared of those at the moment. So lots of ways to deal with that. But we're going to cut back to our main feature match. And what is that on Edgar's board?
It looks like maybe a bloodghast? Question mark?
Maybe a bloodghast. A little hard to tell. Is that the ley line of the void?
Oh,
That's
that's the
a
ley line of
one
the
of
void.
the one of sideboard ley line of the void. Must have been pre-gamed into the game. That is incredible. But we're seeing a turn 4 Ral from Omar out of the sideboard. Wow, both of these players just kind of getting exactly what they're looking for from their decks right now.
Yeah, it looks like Edgar has attempted to cast 2 Iron Shield Elves that have both gotten quenched, but now a hardened academic going down.
Yeah, that's going to deal 3 damage to the Ral here, and then a Burst Lightning to take out the Ral. Huge card to deal with so swiftly for Edgar. Very nicely done.
Yeah, fantastic little sequence there from Edgar, discarding the Bloodghast, and I believe returning it to the battlefield, putting a counter on the Hardened Academic from it leaving the graveyard, I believe.
Yeah, really, really nicely sequenced. And I think that Edgar chose to miss a land drop to guarantee that play was possible. Like
Very,
I
very
think he
nice.
slow rolled his own land drops because I see another land in hand as that hardened academic is going to get swiftly dealt with by a combustion technique.
Yeah. Very unfortunately, the combustion technique is really losing a lot of its equity here against this Ley Line of the Void, being relegated to just 2 mana to deal 2 damage to a creature. A 2 mana shock has never been what you're looking to do as a control player.
Yeah, and Edgar happy to just chip in his damage as best as he can. Now, one thing I will say about this match right now is, Edgar does appear to be fairly out of gas at the moment. I mean, don't get me wrong, he is extremely well set up, but it's not like Omar doesn't have sort of ways to deal with this, right? Like we can boomerang the ley line, we can counter it when it goes to get replayed. Uh, there's all sorts of things we can do. But Edgar left with just the Bloodghast on board, the Ley Line of the Void, and a land in hand. And that's going to be Gran onto the field for Omar here.
Yeah, Edgar looking like he is attacking into this Gran, offering this trade, which Omar is pretty gladly looks like snapped off that not block. But now he is casting a Moonshadow.
Yeah, Moonshadow, really nice pickup here. The Menace is really good. Sometimes we'll see Omar use a Gran as a chump blocker to buy a turn. Much harder to do against this Menace threat. And I see another Gran in hand for Omar. That might be maybe a couple Grands in hand for Omar, but discarding one away to the Grand attack, we are picking up a Monument for Endurance. And this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like Omar picking up all of this gas and all of this card flow, and Edgar's just starting to feel a little bit on the back foot, even though he started with such a great setup here. It's going to be an accumulate wisdom for Omar.
Yeah, I think if you're Edgar, you've got to be a little bit nervous here, kind of completely out of gas. And I think he knows that Omar's window is slowly opening. He's at the point in the game where even though he has this lane line, and even though that accumulate wisdom is only drawing one card from the top three for Omar, Omar just has the better card advantage engine here, and is pretty likely to find answers to whatever Edgar is presenting these few turns.
Yeah, as we're going back over Edgar here.
That's 3, right? Yep. I'm at 15. Oh, no, 13. 13, 12.
Edgar swinging in for 3, it looks like, taking Omar down to 16. And then Omar is choosing to respond. It looks like he's got a combustion technique here, targeting that blood gas, exiling that permanently. Looks like 2-mana shock with additional exile upside wasn't the worst thing in the world. But this currently 1/1 moon shadow isn't looking like the worst thing in the world. Still getting in with menace. Although Omar is resolving this monument to endurance here. Very nice. Discarding a Grand and then getting a monument trigger here online.
Yeah, I mean, that menace playing such a big role, as we were just talking about, and Omar having a Ral picked up, it looks like, is just looking like he might be able to turn the corner and just dominate this game just off of his card flow and the amount of gas in the tank he's able to maintain. I think this is an Iron Shield Elf pickup for Edgar this turn.
Yeah, I think one nice thing about the Leyline of the Void as well, like that it has over something like a Rest in Peace, is that the Leyline of the Void's effect is one-sided for you, which is super great for Edgar, right? Only exiling Omar's cards as they hit the graveyard as a replacement effect, meaning that when Edgar's permanent cards go to the graveyard, they will still grow that Moon Shadow. Nice little tech there when you're deciding whether to put this graveyard hate piece or rest in peace in your deck in the standard format.
Yeah, and it looks like this Ral is going to be immediately -3'd to draw 3 this card too. It's a nice way to, get some cards back, trigger the monument, again, just sort of start to claw back into this game some.
Yeah, Omar is going to be staring down 2 monument triggers here as well, 2 choices of what to do. I quite like the Ral here out of the sideboard for Omar. When you are the control deck and you're looking to remove your opponent's creatures, suddenly Planeswalkers look pretty decent. Being able to provide that incremental value, being able to provide at least 1 chump blocker per turn in the form of an otter if you like, and also benefiting off of each of your non-creature spells cast every single turn.
Attack with the Grand.
Yeah, as we're going to attack in a Grand.
Start this. You take 3. You're at 8.
Omar discarding an artist talent here off of the Grand trigger, and Edgar is opting to block here with the Iron Shield Elf. We'll see if he is looking to discard, what I believe is the last card in his hand to give it indestructible potentially to survive the block. Yeah, it looks like he's going to opt to do that. Grow the Moon Shadow, and Omar, in response, is going to Firebending Blessing it. Very nice. So the Grand survives this trade. Edgar does receive 2 counters removed, 2 -1/-1 counters removed from his Moon Shadow there as well. So, although Omar did pretty decently in that exchange, Edgar now does have an even larger attacker here. So maybe putting Omar off of his balance here. Though just 1 card in hand looks like for Edgar, passing it back to Omar. Omar's got a couple of options now. I think I spied an artist talent in his hand there. Yeah, artist talent coming out. Now the A plus B of the monument plus talent has been assembled, allowing Omar to just get infinite value, infinite storm count, so many game actions taken off of any non-creature spells in hands. Starting off strong with an accumulate wisdom, discarding and what was it? Yeah,
Let's go draw
discarding
here.
and drawing over there.
And then wisdom.
Looking at the top three. Couple of cards here as options. However, unfortunately, no discount just yet. Would have to level up the artist talent in this game with the ley line to be able to get that senior discount online.
Yeah, now Carolyn, tell me what you think as a lessons player about sort of how advantaged Omar's position is right now.
Yeah. I think that Omar has got to be feeling pretty good about himself. I think that isn't Omar isn't a pompous person. I don't think he thinks that he has the game locked down by any means at all here. But I think he's probably able to do the math and guess that he has, at least one more untapped step this turn. So I think if I'm Omar, I'm definitely digging and trying to find my cards and trying to just make this engine pretty inevitable, right? Edgar is only at 8 life, and I believe he has not used his 3 damage trigger off of that monument yet, right? So if he has an instant and is able to cast one on Edgar's turn and then untap and cast another non-creature spell, that would be lethal. So if I'm Omar, I've got to be pretty cautiously optimistic about my position here.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of the things that Edgar can do to sort of get back into this. I mean, he's got so few options. Like, obviously, a cool but rude would help, but Omar is just so far ahead, it feels like, that there's so much damage Edgar needs to get done in a single turn, and I just don't know. I just don't know how he can string it together.
Definitely. I believe this Moon Shadow is a 3/3 right now, meaning it survives any single removal spell on Omar's side. So I think that if I'm Edgar, one card that I would be really looking forward to see would be maybe a practiced offense, right? If I cast it on my Moon Shadow and then maybe give it and I maybe flash it back on the same turn cycle, I can give it double strike and lifelink until end of turn, really increasing my life total buffer and increasing the number of turns that Omar needs to, get his monument triggers online to kill me with, right? While also dealing damage to Omar in the meantime. But yeah,
Yeah.
I think that it's really tough for him to be able to deal with these onboard artifacts and enchantments.
Absolutely. And it looks like Carnage was the pickup for Edgar this turn. They're going to be able to play that out after getting Omar down to 9 life, it looks like. So getting back the Iron Shield Elf from the graveyard. So now we have a discard engine. It looks like we're going to go ahead and Combustion Technique down the elf.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever a turn to try to get Edgar back into the swing of things, it would be that nice turn over here with the Carnage getting back the Iron Shield Elf. But Omar just still has got gas left in the tank, taking Edgar down to just 4 life, really at the brink of it here.
So all I have to do is
Looks like Omar has the land in hand and has drawn his card for turn.
Yeah, and it looks like they're scooping that up. I think this is going to be a win for Omar. I think we're going to a game number 3, Carolyn.
Great play here from Omar, just demonstrating his mastery of the Lessons Shell. Fantastic gameplay there, right? Like, despite facing down the creatures from Edgar, he managed to assemble that monuments and the talent, being kind of difficult to interact with the cards that Edgar drew in that game, and able to just, nug Edgar turn after turn while keeping his board down and preventing him from dealing all of that early damage to win and get underneath him, as Edgar would like to do in this matchup.
Yeah, really well played by Omar there, playing through the pre-game Leyline of the Void, probably the nightmare card to see. If you're the Lessons player, you never want to hear your opponent say, I have pre-game actions at the start of your game. But played through it no problem. Made it seem like it wasn't even there. Little update on our backup feature match. It seems like Pascal won with Izzet Spelementals over Noah Offerman on Izzet Prowess. So huge congrats to Pascal there. And we're about to get into our game 3 here. Now, play draw dynamic. We've got Edgar going in on the play for this final game of the match. Obviously, that's pretty important. I mean, we've talked a lot about how both these decks are trying to curve out, 1, 2, 3, all of these things. How big of a deal do you think in game 3 it is for Edgar to have the play over Omar?
Yeah, I think certainly a pretty big deal, Niall. I think that, when you're the creature deck, I think that you care much more about curving out than when you're kind of like the pondery, not that ponder is standard legal, har har, but when you're like the pondery control-y deck, you are less likely to take advantage of like the turn one, set something up outside of like Grand, right? I believe, Edgar just has far more one drops to present onto the battlefield as threats, right? So Edgar, I think, probably really going to be looking for a nice, clean curve out. Sometimes when you play against the aggressive creature deck, you just lose. There's almost sometimes no iteration of cards that you can draw that just beats some of the curve outs that these decks can present, you can have as much one-for-one removal as you want in the world, and you just get got sometimes, which I think is what Edgar is going to be hoping happens in this third game.
Absolutely. There is a certain amount of comfort in playing a deck where some percentage of games you're just basically guaranteed to win. There are formats and moments in time where this is more exaggerated, and I wouldn't say that any of Mardu aggro's draws are sort of as deterministically I win the game as, let's say, like Mardu Rakdos Scam used to be, right? Where you can just start the game with your opponent down like 3 cards. But you're definitely right that there are some lines of cards, and starting with this Dark Knight here as your turn 1 play for Edgar, that's a pretty nice way to start it. I mean, a 2/3 with Death Touch on turn 1, Grand does not block that very nicely.
No, Grand does not. Yeah, Cecil Dark Knight, nice little card from the Final Fantasy set, and has found its home in quite a few black decks as a 1 mana 2/3. That hurts yourself, but theoretically eventually flips and starts regaining you life with the lifelink backside of it.
Yeah, and the hurt yourself side isn't even that big of a deal for a deck like Edgar's when you've got 4 Bloodghasts that care about how low your opponent's life is. So like just having these creatures that chunk down your opponent's life, you could sort of care less where your life total's at.
Absolutely. Edgar following up with an Iron Shield Elf on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we've been talking about, right? The 1, 2, 3 sort of curve out. And Omar, also got his turn 1. I mean, Grand, even though it doesn't block Diesel very well, is pretty much his exact card that he wants for turn 1. But can he follow it up with his turn 2, his turn 3, and what does Edgar have in store?
For sure. It looks like Omar does have some removal spells in hand as well. I think one interesting thing that I sometimes consider here if I'm Omar is like, do I attack into the Iron Shield Elf? Edgar's got a full grip, so I imagine in the early juncture of the game, if Omar does attack, Edgar just happily takes that block, discards the card to eat up Grand. But we're just going to see Omar passing it back to Edgar without attacking with Grand. Obviously, keep your senior citizens safe.
Yeah, I like that a lot. As we are going back over to Edgar, who's Got a lot to consider. I mean, Omar is sitting there with 2 mana up. There's so many cards that he could play that really make life pretty awkward for you. Trying to get a look at Edgar's hand here. Seeing a few lands. Having a hard time making out much of anything else. I think that's a hardened academic.
Yeah, looks like that. I think one interesting thing about the current standard format is that really the mana is kind of the best that it's ever been. So I think one thing to be noting as a spectator is like, I think for the first time in quite a while, we're seeing like a lot of decks with a lot of colors, right? Four color control is a pretty popular newer choice that's been springing onto the scene. And with these like Mardu decks, like we're seeing a good number of 3 color decks as well. And even the 2 color decks have so many dual lands that can potentially enter untapped, even if you're just playing a dual color deck. So one nice thing about the standard format, all the shocks as well as verges, fast lands and a couple of the slow lands as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great point that Edgar is playing this Mardu deck in standard, and we have not really seen him stumble on colors of mana at all, right? Like he's had the lands that he needed at basically every turn throughout all of these games.
Definitely. Yeah. Sometimes, you're still going to run into mana issues. I have found like even in lessons, just a 2 color deck, sometimes sometimes you still do run into like pip issues, for instance. Like the verges are actually really awkward to draw on early turn sometimes. There's certain lands where if a verge is a steam vents, like you would give your whole soul for that. But looks like Edgar there attacked with the hardened academic and his other 2 creatures, but the academic got firebending lessened.
Yeah, and looks like after that we're going to go to 14 life for Edgar, 13 for Omar. So pretty close to this Cecil flipping. But is a thing that Omar has to be cognizant of.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and shocking in a
Blood
Blood Crypt to
Crypt?
play this Marauding Mako. Really like this from Edgar. Puts him to a very nice 12 life, which means the next time the Cecil deals damage, he's going to be flipping because he'll be at 10 life. So he's really positioned himself quite nicely using these shock lands.
Yeah, I think so too. And one nice little thing about Cecil as well is that when he flips, he also untaps himself to be able to provide a lifelinking blocker for the next turn. So definitely a threat for Omar to consider here, as he does attack into this Marauding Mako, despite the fact that Edgar has a card in hand to discard and potentially eat up this Grand. Though, if Omar does have a removal spell in hand, he would be able to kill that Mako in response. Yeah, Edgar putting the Mako in front of the Grand.
Yeah, I mean, Edgar looks like has just a couple lands in hand. I think is okay sort of taking the gambit with Omar to say, hey, yeah, I'll bite. I'll discard a card. If you want to go ahead and cast a removal spell onto my creature, that's fine. I will take that trade.
Yeah, Omar is casting this combustion technique now. Very nice, exiling the Marauding Mako.
Yes, we're going over to Omar's second main phase. Still a land we can play. I don't believe the grandma discount is online yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that's
One lesson
2
off.
lessons in the
Yeah.
graveyard.
And here comes the attack. This is going to be 5 damage, but sort of more importantly, taking Edgar down to 10, and we're going to be flipping that Cecil into its flip form. So now we have a 4/4 lifelink that when it attacks, give your other attacking creatures indestructible.
Yeah, super love to see it. I think if you're Edgar, you've got to be really happy to see this flipped Cecil now being out of range of anything but a questionable technique, which it looks like Omar might actually have in his hand right now, providing a potential clean answer to Cecil.
Yeah, that is a nice answer to Cecil, but the awkward thing here is that the combustion techniques are kind of also your clean answer to the Iron Shield Elf, which is a pretty tricky card to deal with otherwise. And we've had to use 2 combustion techniques on not the Iron Shield Elf. So this is still a 3 damage attacker that Edgar has that is so hard to remove.
Definitely, yeah. I think like the dynamic here is really interesting, right? Like Edgar can typically, as this deck, pitch cards to help make his creatures, survive, right? Like we saw him pitch cards to grow that marauding Mako. You can see him potentially now pitch cards to give that Iron Shield Elf indestructible until end of turn. So like Omar has gotta hope that Edgar runs himself out of cards one way or another, right? Whether it's by continually trying to attack his creatures with removal spells and hoping he gets himself hellbent there, or if he just casts his spells, or if he discards it to other effects potentially. But these like really sticky, Iron Shield elves have got to be really annoying for Omar.
Yeah, and this is looking really bad for Edgar, who seems to have nothing but lands in hand, as Omar has so many choices. We're getting a discounted artist talent. We've got a boomerang basics, so we can at least slow down the Iron Shield Elf. We've got the engine basically online for Omar, and Edgar just top decking and praying.
Yeah, I guess Boomerang Basics is a really nice answer to the Iron Shield Elf, right? Indestructible does not give you protection from bouncing. The life totals here are still looking pretty low for both players, Edgar at 8 and Omar at 5. So potentially not too far away from lethal here. I wonder if Omar is able to read that Edgar doesn't have much gas in the tank right now, right? Like, is he afraid? Like, I think that it's very possible that a player could play afraid of something like a hardened academic coming down with haste, right? There's always the top deck potential there if you're Omar, but he's got a little bit of room to breathe now that there are no attackers on Edgar's board, and recasting that Iron Shield Elf again would mean that it needs to get through a turn of Summoning Sickness again. So he's got a little bit of time to develop and play out his artist talent.
Yeah, looks like another boomerang basic in hand for Omar. So we've got, like you said, some room to breathe. And I think Edgar might still just be stuck with nothing but lands. And I personally never want to be in a top deck war against Izzet Lessons.
I think so too. Yeah, Omar has just got so many options. It looks like he's got an Agnicella in hand as well, so a potential other way to help filter, right? Like, I think that Agnicella is just such a fantastic utility land in this Lessons shell. Even if you are stuck on lands, your lands still help you draw cards, which is phenomenal and not something that the discard deck has access to.
Yeah, absolutely. And another artist talent coming down for Omar. Just trying to think about the options that Edgar has to claw back from this. Like, what would the best draws of his deck even look like? Oh, I think that's another land.
Oof, pretty bad beats for Edgar here, but he's recasting the Iron Shield Elf. Yeah, if I'm Edgar, I'm definitely hoping for something like a Hardened Academic or something like a Carnage, right? Like off the top. Or a Tersa as well would be pretty sweet here, instantly getting to turn those dead lands in his hand into fresh new cards. Those would be, I think, the ways that Edgar would be looking to pull himself back up into this game.
Oh my god, another boomerang basics in hand for Omar. And I think he just pulled a combustion technique, which, if that resolves against this Iron Shield Elf, could just be game over. But it's going to discard it to the artist talent. Doesn't even need it. Isn't part of the plan anymore with this boomerang basics in hand, as we are
Yeah,
going to draw a couple cards.
Boomerang Basics really living up to its namesake here of always coming back to. And then another Boomerang Basics.
Yeah, we've got a Ral Crackling Wit as well in hand as we're doing our rummaging off the artist talents, doing our looting off of Grand. There's another Grand in hand. And there's the Ral at a discounted price thanks to the Grand. And man, this discount has just, it's bought Omar, I don't know, maybe 20 mana over the course of this game, maybe more.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. You know, Grand like didn't have to say all non-creature spells, right? It was plenty good enough if it only said instants and sorceries got the discount, but it just had to discount all non-creatures, right? Making your planeswalkers as well as your artifacts and enchantments, you know, your talents and your monuments discounted as well.
Yeah, as we are in turns now, and now it is 2 Iron Shield Elves played for Edgar, but against this Ral, this Grand, the 2 talents, we've got, I don't know, surely another Boomerang Basics. We're able to minus the Ral here. Here's another Grand. There's another Combustion Technique.
Yeah, Omar has a puzzle to play here where he needs to try to find lethal within the turns that he has left.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Especially with
I think
the
starting off
amount
there with a
of,
Seer.
yeah, the amount of mana that he has to deal with. You know, there's Burst Lightning, which very awkwardly is 1 damage away from being a top deck kill spell onto Omar. There's, you know, top decking, let's say one of the haste creatures, right? A hardened academic doesn't quite get you there. You don't really have ways to get cards out of your graveyard to grow it. And it looks like we're discarding Leyline of the Void to keep our Iron Shield Elf indestructible for this turn. We
Yeah,
could
I
also pick
believe
up a
that's how
Cool
that
But
interaction
Rude
works.
and
Mhm.
play it all the way, right? Like we could play it and level it up twice. You know, that deals damage, and then if we can get in for 3. But no, that's going to be game. That's it. With the Monument coming down, Omar is going to defeat Edgar in a very, very tight game 3 and is going to continue to be undefeated going into round 5. Congratulations, Omar. Very nicely
Yeah,
played.
so what I thought you had, the only spell I thought
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
have
Just some
was
amazing magic being
burst.
played
So
here.
I was like,
Omar continuing
all your
his
rounds are back.
amazing run today
So
at
I was
4
like,
and 0
well,
in the
you might not have
Swiss.
if you wanted to draw like another burn spell.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Incredible magic. We're going to have some more incredible magic coming up here in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. This round will be over before you know it. And we'll be back with our round 5 of this regional championship.
You guys are out? Yep, sounds good. No problem. Thank you. Yeah, you should have time. No problem.
Hey, I'm Nam Dang, or some of you may know me better as my online name, Namasquats, and I finished 9th place at Regional Championship Vancouver playing Izzet Lessons. Izzet Lessons is a tempo control deck built around the Lessons package from Avatar. The deck leverages cheap interaction and card draw to pull you ahead on resources. Some of your best opening sequences include either Grand Grand or Artist Talent. This allows you to start filtering your hand and quickly hit the Lessons Talent in the graveyard for either Grand Grand or Accumulate Wisdom. These are also your enablers for Monument to Endurance, which is how you often close out games. The deck also uses Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang basics, which may be the most powerful combination in Standard at the moment. This allows the deck to have some explosive stars while controlling the board. I chose Lessons mainly out of comfort. The deck is pretty consistent and I would say it has no awful matchups. With a lot of card selection, you can build a deck in a way to be favored in the expected meta. I had played the deck a ton before the tournament, even though I was trying out different decks leading up to it. I knew Lessons would be my fallback option, so I was still involved in my friend's testing process with the deck. In the end, I didn't like any of the other decks, so I went with the deck I knew the best. I would choose Prismari mainly because blue and red cards have been pretty broken over the past few years. I think I registered Spire Bluff Canal in almost every big Standard tournament last year and this year.
We are out of the shadows. Coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out. makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm always ready for the fight, and even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the two different lights. Can't hold me down, though I'm in it longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Welcome back to coverage. Now starting round 5 of the Canadian Regional Championship taking place this weekend in Ottawa, Canada. I'm Carolyn Wang here on the desk with Niall Joan Rivers. We've got some really exciting matches in store today. Can you tell us more about them, Niall?
Yeah, looks like we're going to be actually starting with our backup feature match, which is going to have David Rude on 4-color control against Kaya Gregg on Demir Excruciator. Now, these are two very powerful decks. Obviously, we've seen David already today, and he's done quite well. I mean, to get to this point, both of these players have done quite well. And the Excruciator deck, we did see someone else piloting in one of our first rounds, but we have not yet seen Kaya playing it, and haven't gotten that much of it, but a very powerful deck. I mean, it's won a Pro Tour. It's really just done a lot. Really excellent deck. Really excited to see it here. And looks like she is playing the Emeritus of Ideation in it, which is a nice little addition to get Ancestral Recall without having to play Izzet Lessons to do so. What do you think about the matchup?
Definitely. I'm going to be pretty excited to see these two, super kind of big-brained, control-y decks facing it off against each other. We all know David Rude from his appearances at the Pro Tour, just kind of one of the goats, but Kaya Gregg is a player that I've been lucky enough to encounter in my local sometimes. I've cubed with her every once in a while, and she is an incredibly passionate player. She loves the grind, she loves to know her decks in and out. So I'll be really excited to see this Excruciator deck in her hands. To my knowledge, she seems like quite a Demir enjoyer, so seems like she'll probably be in her comfort zone piloting this Excruciator pile here.
Could not agree more. And if I've learned anything from this day sharing the booth with you, it's that you stay so low to the ground. It's so incredible. I feel like every player that we bring on, you're like, oh yeah, I know this person. I see them at my weeklies. I see them at my LGS. You are in those streets. You are at your LGS. You are playing Magic, and you are engaging this community. And I think that is so cool and awesome, and such a nice uh, strength for you to bring into the booth.
Niall, you're far too kind, making me blush over here. Yeah, I mean, it's not called Magic the Gathering for nothing, right? I think that's as much as playing the game and being good at the game and getting your reps in on like Arena or MTGO are important. I think that knowing your community is really, really important as well, right? Like, I know a ton of players have testing houses and love to jam decks and love to, kind of brew up some kind of piles with their friends, right? So knowing your players, knowing your competition, and playing against other high level players in your locals is, in my opinion, so important for becoming a high level player at this level.
Yeah, and it looks like we have David Root on the play here. Turn 3, dropping a Tablet of Discovery, and Kaya responding on turn 3 with a Deceit, which appears to be on discard mode, as she is taking note of all the different cards in hand here, and letting us also take a little note of them.
Yeah, definitely worth
So we're
noting
getting
that
rid of a
at
stock
competitive
up.
rules enforcement level, you are allowed to take notes of, for example, whatever is in your opponent's hand. So just to help keep track with those memory issues.
Yeah, now we're there were two cards there that had the Tarkir Dragonstorm special treatment. Were those Jeskai revs?
I think it might be, Niall.
I think you might be right. So pretty scary to see your 4-color control opponent with a couple of those in hand, especially with the tablet on board. We've got
Definitely.
the Winter Night stories here for Kaya. And it's just going to be land go, but we're going to get back to our main feature match here, which is going to have 4-color elementals, a sort of different 4-color, versus Azorius control. Now, the thing I really like about this 4-color elemental list is, we've seen a lot of Izzet spell elementals, and we see a lot less of this sort of build that has the roaming throne. But also in this one, Yigra, Eater of all the way from Bloomborough. Really excited to see how that card performs today.
Yeah, what a fascinating inclusion here on the four color elementals deck. I believe there is one other player in the playing field today playing this version of the elementals build with Igra. But Igra is just, such a spicy little one of, right? Growing bigger incrementally and requiring ward, sacrificing a food, which in this case translates to a creature because Igra makes all other creatures into foods.
Yeah, really powerful. Now we are seeing the Flame Braider on the field here for David. Really, really nice card for elementals, getting to tap for 2 mana of any color for elementals specifically.
Yeah, 2 mana to cast Alien Elemental is just such a powerful addition. Just I Alarm and Eclipse really made this Elementals deck together, right? A mana dork that taps for 2 mana for only a 2 mana investment in and of itself is just so great.
Yeah, and it looks like that might have been a Vibrance going down for David. But it looks like it was all Day of Judgmented on Justin's turn. Ooh, and this is going to be a Roaming Throne coming down. Now, Carolyn, I'll give you 100 guesses as to what creature type you think David has chosen
Oh
for
god.
his
Oh
Roaming
god, I'm on the
Throne.
spot. I didn't study for this part. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say spy.
Yes, exactly. You got it right.
Oh wow,
No,
thank you
of
so
course, this is
much.
going to be an Elemental Roaming Throne, which is such a powerful creature for this deck, getting to double all of the triggers for all of the elementals in a deck that is full of elementals who have triggered abilities.
Yeah, I think previous to the addition of Lorwyn Eclipsed to the set of to the number of sets that are in standard, Roaming Throne was previously relegated to just being a commander card, but seeing new life breathed into it now as a card for this elementals deck, doubling all of your triggers and also having Ward 2, making it very difficult to interact with, especially when you also have a Cavern of Souls, making it uncounterable.
And this is an Ashling rekindled, and we're going to Wan Shi Tong in response, and then we're going to erode the Roaming Throne. Pay the ward cost. Now we're all tapped out.
Is
And
it an unsummon from David?
yeah, I think so. Or possibly a bounce off. Yeah, I think it's an unsummon. Yeah, returning the Roaming Throne to his hand. Really nice to get Justin to, pay all of that investment and then just bounce your creature back.
For sure. In this standard environment, where the spells are just so efficient, forcing your opponent to pay an extra 2 mana and preventing them from casting an extra spell this turn cycle with a ward creature just makes ward such a valuable keyword to have. I think that that was kind of a stroke of genius by the Magic design team, right? This keyword that just not quite hexproof, but sometimes hexproof for your creatures.
Yeah, totally. And we are getting to go back over to David's turn now, who can pay 1 to flip this Ashling. So now we get to make 2 mana for spells that cost 4 or more, which David's deck is full of, and we know we have the Roaming Throne at the very least. We know we're getting basically a mana for free this turn.
Absolutely.
And it looks
David's
like
got a
a
full grip.
yeah, big elemental on its way down. Looks like wistfulness.
Yeah, it does. Nice little uncounterable wistfulness for its full price cost for David.
Yeah, that's gonna take care of the Ether Siphon on Justin's side of the board, as well as give David a draw 2, discard 1.
Really seeing the explosive power of this four-color elemental deck here, right? Just really accelerating David up and just allowing him to hold up extra mana for, perhaps a 1 or 2 mana interaction spell in his hand. Just so valuable. Getting the full value out of all of your creatures, as well as fixing for this like pretty greedy, some might say, deck with a bunch of colors in it, right? Just so valuable to have this Ashling on board.
Yeah, I mean, such a nice card for the Elementals deck, and a card that if you're Justin, you really want to deal with, but is just kind of annoying to have to deal with, as we are going to be casting the Emeritus of Ideation. And it looks like casting it in such a way that we can't actually play the Ancestral Recall, leaving up a Plains. It looks like we may have had no choice but to do that. I think we only have 2 blue sources right now.
Ah, yes, great catch there. I mean, some might think that he could be representing in a road, perhaps, but maybe David can smell out the number of blue sources and recognize that the spell could have been cast out of necessity rather than desire.
And we are flipping the Ashling back over, uh, which gets the rummage for David. We have a little judge question here about something in David's hand. I think if I'm Justin, I am just praying that my Emeritus of Ideation lives the turn and I get to cast Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, I think so too. Emeritus of Ideation, another card that has Ward 2, making it slightly more difficult, more taxing to interact with for David.
Ooh, but that is going to be an ill-timed explosion, which this is not going to care about Ward whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. If for those who don't know what ill-timed explosion does, I believe it says draw two, then you may discard two cards, and when you do, it deals X damage to each creature, where X is, I think, the greatest mana value of a card discarded this way. So a nice little sweeper here, and of course, David's deck is full of high mana value cards to potentially sweep up this entire board, including the Emeritus of Ideation, if he chooses to.
Yeah, but it looks like maybe just using it to draw two cards and recasting this Roaming Throne. I don't think we decided to discard anything.
Yeah, very nice. David does, after all, still have a pretty big creature here in the Wistfulness.
Yeah, just really scary to leave open this, Ancestral Recall, and Justin wasting no time. The first priority window where he can casts Ancestral Recall off of that creature, refills his hand, a lot of shiny new options.
Yeah, I would venture a guess and say that casting Ancestral Recall probably the best thing that Justin could have done to start his turn off, regardless of what else he had in hands, right? I think like for David, the choice the previous turn as to whether or not to discard and potentially sweep up the whole board definitely could have gone either way, right? I think both of those were super defensible, either denying your opponent the chance to untap and Ancestral Recall, or to just, develop your own board and present that Roaming Throne, both super valid paths for David to take. And it's up to him, right, to try to figure out the best path to victory.
Yeah, and speaking of not caring about Ward, that's a day of judgment for Justin. He's going to clean up the board after swinging in with the Emeritus of Ideation, getting a lot of value off of that creature. 5 damage, Ancestral Recall. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely. Life totals are a bit more even now, with 16 life on David's side to 10 life on Justin's side.
We're seeing another Roaming Throne followed by another Ashling. And since this one's resolving, we're going to get double the ETB trigger for Ashling here.
Yeah, it looks like Justin is allowing this to resolve. So David has done a great job of keeping his hands full, despite playing kind of the more creature-oriented deck. There is just a ton of like passive card draw and card advantage in the Elementals deck as well, with cards like the Winternight Stories or with like Wistfulness, allowing you to continue to do things. And then with the Roaming Throne triggers being copied as well, you just have so much selection.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, really nice deck. And obviously, David knows how to pilot it. There's a reason that both of these players are here at 4-0 in round 5.
Justin has still got a couple of cards in his hand staring down these two threatening creatures.
Yeah, I mean, just having to repeatedly deal with these pretty obnoxious problems. And I think that's a seam rip coming down to deal with the Ashling. You know, Justin's deck is very good at answering things like this, but David is playing it exactly right to force him to keep having and using these answers until eventually you can get to the point where Justin is just out of gas. And I think that's another wistfulness in hand for David. So, if he wants, he can get a lot going with this.
Yeah, a pretty fantastic draw off the top there for David, being able to both exile that seam rip on Justin's side and return the Ashling to the battlefield, doubling its triggers from the Roaming Throne, as well as being able to draw to discard a card twice. So super fantastic, as long as David is able to resolve this with his Roaming Throne untouched.
Yes, and we do know that there is a 3 steps ahead in hand. However, David is also full of Cavern of Souls, so those are not that effective in stopping him. I think this is a Pyrrhic strike coming down onto the roaming throne, paying the ward, letting it resolve. And looks like we are playing out that wistfulness.
Snapped
Um,
off that 3 steps ahead?
was that wistfulness counterable?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was. Maybe David forgot that there was a roaming throne there, perhaps? Or, sorry, a Cavern of Souls there, maybe. Oh, the cavern is on
Oh, the cavern is on
construct.
construct. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's a really that's a oh, it's probably on golem, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
For the roaming throne. But yeah, that's the, sort of the awkward thing about roaming throne. Of course, once roaming throne enters, it is an elemental, but until it does, it's just a golem. So, David having multiple roaming thrones makes a lot of sense to put your cavern on golem, but puts you in an awkward spot in turns like that where your wistfulness can get countered away. But we got the Flame Braider back online. Mana is not David's problem, I'll tell you that much.
No, it is not. Yeah, Roaming Throne definitely seems like one of those cards that is a changeling. And, it's sort of a pseudo changeling in that it gives itself the creature type that you care about, but it does make for kind of awkward interactions like these, where you're not able to protect your subsequent elementals after you've resolved the Roaming Throne.
Wow, and speaking of roaming throne, here's another one. And we're going to go ahead and cast a Winter Night Stories off of it. And it looks like maybe another Ashling in hand. So David with some of the most redundant draws I've ever seen in the booth. And Justin going to make a robot at the end of David's turn using the Secluded Starforge. Really nice card. These control decks love to have these, mana sink type of lands. And so having the ability to make a 2/2, having the ability to pump it, really, really nice little inclusion.
Yeah, great catch there, Niall. I didn't notice it on Justin's board at all. I think it's just such a nice little tool for R&D's toolbox to have these utility lands that can produce creatures on them.
Yeah, and oh, here comes the Deceit. And once again, we're being punished for this cavern not having been on elementals, as there is another 3 steps ahead from Justin. And this might be all modes.
Yeah, that was a 3 steps ahead cast for 8 mana, choosing
Yeah.
to counter target spell, draw to discard 1, I believe, and then make a copy of a creature that Justin controls. So that's like a 3 for 1, right? Like, you gotta be
Yeah, that's
happy about
great.
getting all that value if you're Justin.
Here's another ill-timed explosion. I wonder if you're David, if there's ever a world where you are nuking the battlefield for 2. It doesn't look like it. And yeah, we're playing this Restless Reef as our land for turn, and kind of getting to the part of the game where the abilities of these lands are one of the most important things on the battlefield. So Justin just confirming how big the Restless Reef is, how much it costs to activate, really does not want to leave anything sort of on the table there.
Definitely, yeah. Justin passing it back to David pretty immediately after drawing has gotta be a pretty decent sign or a signal of something, right? Justin could be bluffing, but David's got his chance to take some game actions here.
Yeah, I mean, he sure does hope that he can just get something to stick, something to resolve. Looking like a Deceit in hand, maybe a Sunderflock as well. And if you're David right now, you really have to think about the order of your spell sequencing, what you want to play when, and maybe try to bait out any interaction from Justin, as we're gonna see the deceit come down. Oh, and
Yeah,
this is
full
resolving.
value
This is gonna be
trigger
2
deceit.
bounce triggers, 2 discard triggers.
Wow.
Devastating.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play from David here, getting absolute full value from the deceit. Gotta be a crushing blow to Justin, but we'll see. It looks like Justin might be considering whether or not he has a response. The players are talking through it here.
Yeah. We're gonna take a look back at our backup feature match for a second here. Not sure if this is still game 1, uh, but we are, looks like, doing a Superior Spider-Man deceit maneuver, choosing what to get rid of out of here. I also think there might be an Emeritus and a Vacuum over there. This game is crazy.
Yeah, what a board state for sure. We're getting word from production that it sounds like with our first match there was a judge call going on, so that's why we've got this feature match here for the time being.
Yeah, and we are in a familiar position from what little we have seen of this match, which is Kaya casting a deceit against David Rude here, writing down some cards, figuring out what to discard. 2 more Superior Spider-Mans in hand. Really, really nice here.
I think we're swapping back to our first match here, back to David and Justin.
Yeah, back to David and Justin. It looks like a Wan Shi Tong was maybe cast in, maybe in response to this deceit.
Yeah, I think that was a bounce off targeting Wanshitong with 9 counters on it. And now it looks like more deceit triggers coming down.
Yeah, I think now we're finally resolving the deceit. I think we used all of our mana, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, to cast a, I don't know, X
Wanshitong X
equals
equals 9.
9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Draw, what, 4 cards, and then,
Yeah.
you know, then we make the decision of what to get rid of out of Justin's hand. And I think Justin only had 2 cards in hand when the deceit came down, so was kind of forced to make that play, or otherwise, have the Wanshidong get discarded.
Yeah, a real tangled stack battle there with Justin facing down the tip of a barrel here at only 4 life compared to Justin's 3 creatures, 2 of which are 4 power or greater. But he has just drawn a bunch of cards. So if there is a time for him to answer them and try to regain dominance over this game, it's here right now. It looks like he might have a Get Lost in his hand to deal with one of them. And of course, as we know, there is a Washatong as well. Is that a Get Lost?
I think that might have been an Erode,
A road, okay. Yeah, just a 1-for-1 removal spell.
but I'm not seeing. I mean, I guess we can make a robot, so we're not dead.
Yes.
It would have been a great turn for a Day of Judgment, but there's only 2 in the deck. We've seen at least one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
And we
Sorry.
Oh, there's a Get Lost in Hand.
I'm not sure if Justin has a counterspell in hand, but a Vibrance right now would probably do it, doubling that trigger to deal 3 damage twice. But
Mm.
unsure of what tools Justin has at his disposal, and David is aware of this as well.
It looks like a Wistfulness. We're gonna get to draw 2, discard 1 twice. And we do have the Get Lost. We have a No More Lies. Justin being very disciplined and waiting until exactly the right moment to cast his spells.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a skill that takes Magic players many years to learn. The correct timing of when to interact, right?
Mhm.
The heuristic for Magic players is to wait as long as possible before casting your instance. Let your opponent make as many decisions as they like without the additional information of what you have, right? So, waiting until potentially after this has resolved to cast creatures or make creatures with the robots or to play a removal spell, right?
Yeah, but we really have to be sort of this disciplined right now because the other sort of onboard threat is, yeah, this restless reef that David has just activated. So now we have two lethal attackers coming in. And so, deciding what to get lost, what to chomp with a robot, these are big decisions. So we make the robot and we get lost the creature. This is great. It doesn't have the ward 2, so it's a bit easier to deal with.
Yeah, nice little play there from Justin. Taking care of the land as well. So I guess also denying David that one extra mana on future turns and being the easier to interact with creature over the roaming throne. Holding up 2 mana, he could still have like a counter spell there, right? For instance, if David had tried to protect a creature with a bounce spell or something like that.
Yeah, that's the beautiful part of that play is Justin has the No More Lies in hand. So it's just like an extra piece of insurance where if David goes for anything extra there, Justin's got it covered. I mean, now we are we're in a pretty difficult turn for Justin to deal with. It's hard to see exactly what his lands are. I don't know if he has other ways to make creatures other than the 2/2 robot right now. It looks like in hand is just land, land, no more lies. So I think, yeah, we're scooping it up. That is going to be David winning our first game of this match here. One step closer to being 5-0 going in round 6.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a lengthy one there. The players are probably going to be a little bit aware of the clock, knowing that they only have 24 minutes left. So definitely don't want to turn this into a long, drawn out game. Let's take a look at these deck lists here as we go into sideboarding. Um,
Yeah, taking a look at David's deck, we've got a lot of options in the sideboard here. We've got Beza, Erdu, a couple Pyroclasms, Disdainful Stroke, Heritage Reclamation, Paw Patch Formation, Seers, Spell Pierce, Untimely Malfunction, a Vacuum, and a Lantern. How much of this do you think is relevant against Azorius Control?
That's a great question, Niall. I think one card that I personally love to see in any deck list, regardless of whether or not it's good in a matchup, is Untimely Malfunction. Having a bunch of modes on it, I believe one of them is to destroy an artifact, but one of the modes that I personally love is being able to redirect the target of a spell with a target, right? So being able
Mm.
to kind of be a counter spell in the correct situation, right? Redirect your opponent's No More Lies to the untimely malfunction and allowing your
Mm-hmm.
spell to resolve is just a really nice piece of tech that feels good, or being able to redirect your opponent's removal spell to one of their own creatures on board, right? I think that's a fantastic thing that you look to get pretty often, can be a 2-for-1 for the elementals deck. Not really too sure about other cards in this matchup. I imagine maybe some, spell pierces, maybe, or like disdainful strokes to help deal with board wipes and protect the
Mm-hmm.
elementals board. Could be good choices as well in this situation.
Absolutely. And then if we take a look over at Justin's Azorius Control list, we've got the Lyra Dawnbringer, we've got an Unagi, we've got more Day of Judgments, on a road, Flash Freezes, Get Lost, Glenalindras, Negates, the Riverturn Monuments. I love Riverturn Monument. And then Rest in Peace. Um, which of these cards do you think are relevant to the matchup?
Yeah, I think that this elementals deck is probably one that relies on the graveyard more than it kind of appears at first glance, right? There are things that care about the graveyard, like Winter Night Stories. It is a pretty key
Mm,
piece of card advantage, so I might consider slotting one in if I'm Justin here. I think Flash Freezes hit a ton of the deck. One interesting card that I see in the sideboard of Justin as well is two of Glenn Alendra's answer, potentially being able to put an end to stack battles, being able to exile, I believe, triggers as well from the stack and benefiting by getting a 1/1 flying fairy for everything that was countered from the stack. So, a really little neat thing that potentially has utilities against doubled triggers from a roaming throne.
Yeah, really interesting to be able to say, "Oh, you're trying to double deceive me. How about instead I get 4 fairies?" Right? Or, you know, how about instead of this, spell pierce, untimely malfunction, battle, I get like 6 fairies. It's a really interesting card, and I hope we do get to see it, but who knows whether or not Justin values it coming in on this matchup.
I think we're going to be throwing us back to the backup match here in just a short second. Back to David Rude versus Kaya Gregg.
And it looks like this is game 3, and that might have been an Excruciator that was just played. I'm not exactly sure. There was 6 mana spent. I guess we'll see what happens after. A little hard to tell. Well, players aren't picking up their decks, so I'm gonna assume that's not an Excruciator. It looks like a Deceit. We're bouncing the artifact, and now, every time we come back here, it's the same old story, the same old song and dance. It's always Kaya playing a Deceit, Kaya looking at David's hand. You love to see it. You love to see it if you're a Kaya Gregg fan.
Yeah,
And looks like
absolutely
we are
love
going
to
to
see
be
girl boss
getting
casting
rid
deceit.
yeah, we're gonna be getting rid of this Tablet of Discovery. And, that's a nice thing about Deceit is being able to deal with basically any permanent type, right? Bounce it to the hand, discard it. It's just a nice 1-2 punch.
Absolutely, yeah, just kind of destroying it, or like putting it to the graveyard before it has a chance to be recast, right? Such a really clean, elegantly designed spell. I think I spied an emeritus of ideation there in Kaya's hand as well. She has crossed the 6 mana threshold to be able to resolve it and then immediately cast it to redraw 3.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, David Rude, Day of Judgmented away the couple of creatures that were sitting there. Looks like we're just going to be casting out our Warped Riddler to get some card advantage, but it is going to be countered by David Rude, so no such luck.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Really, just such a fantastic value play. I think one of the best card advantage cards, just does everything that you want it to do in the current standard format. I think we're going to be throwing it back to our main feature match, though. Welcome back, David and Justin. We have missed you dearly.
Yeah, and it looks like we might be evoking out an elemental here. Kind of hard to tell as our feed is freezing just a bit, but I think we were evoking out a vibrance there.
Yeah, looks like it, Niall.
Yeah, maybe go grab a land. Cavern Elemental. We did it. We
Cavern on
did it. Cavern
Elementals.
Elemental. It can be done. Here's an uncounterable deceit.
Love to see it. I just love all
Oh,
of the deceits that we've been seeing here today. Just what a great card.
do you see what I see in Justin's hand?
Is that a Glen Elendra's answer?
That's a Glenalindra's answer.
Whoa,
Now,
she
there's
she does it
also a
again.
Day of Judgment and an Ultima. Um, this is a rather disgusting hand, I might say. Now, one thing I'm not seeing in Justin's hand, any lands.
I see. Yeah, that's true. He does have spells, but not enough mana to cast them. Looks like David is choosing that Glen Elendra's answer to discard. I think a really nice play, right? Just very powerful card in this situation.
Yeah, and I really like this consult the star charts from Justin. Obviously not being able to kick it, you're not getting as much value off of it as you could, but really just prioritizing finding that fourth land. I really, really like and really respect the play. And it's not like there's not another one in hand. So we got that. And it looks like a demolition field is going to be the land that we find, which is pretty ideal, right? Like we get to take care of this Cavern of Souls and also go and get a land. So a really nice sequence of plays from Justin here, who went from no lands and seemingly very few plays to hitting his fourth land and denying this Cavern on Elementals.
Yeah, nice surgical answer here in the demolition field. I think one nice thing about being just a two-color control deck over a four-color control deck, like we're seeing people like David Rude play, is that it allows you to play kind of more utility lands like this. Demolition field does not tap for mana. So because Justin's only playing two colors in his deck, it makes it, much easier to stomach the thought of playing three copies of demolition field in your main deck against something like Cavern of Souls, which is just I think quite a really powerful land to have in this current standard format.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Winter Night Stories come down for David. Really nice, gets us our next land drop, refills the hand a bit. Um, Justin just playing a land and passing. We have the mana to play a kick to consult the star charts. I don't think we have a counter spell in hand, but we've got like 3 board wipes, so kind of no big deal. And this is going to be a wistfulness for David. It's just
Yeah,
some
full
more
cost
card
wistfulness out
flow.
here.
Oh, there's another Glinalindra's answer.
Look at
Oh,
the
and a
top
get
five right now
lost.
for Justin. Yeah.
I think we are picking up the Glinalindra's answer.
As an aside, I think Justin was looking at his cards upside down just now.
He
So good
was.
on him, just knowing his cards and still being able to read them and recognize them upside down.
Yeah, and I think that's a Wanchitong and a Glinalindra's is what we picked up. And we've got like 15 minutes left in round, but it does seem like there is a time extension from the earlier judge call, so maybe closer to about 20 minutes left for these players, but certainly, as you said earlier, they are aware of the clock during this match right now.
I spied an Unagi of Kyoshi Isle in Justin's hand, a card that I personally absolutely love. I play it as a sideboard card sometimes in lessons, just being a flashy 5/5 that presents a really nice body and with Ward Waterbend 4, which is effectively Ward 4 as long as you don't have any
Mhm.
artifacts or creatures to spare on the battlefield. So, pretty hefty ward cost, but looks like it's getting immediately countered by David.
Yeah, really nice seeing all these sideboard pieces coming into play for both of these players. I wonder if Justin is at the point, yeah, where he wants to start board wipes to get rid of single creatures, and it looks like the answer is yes.
Yeah, personally, I really love seeing the dynamic of games shift once you get into post sideboard matches, right? When you sideboard, you always kind of make your main game plan worse by removing cards that you considered core to your game plan for other cards that deal with your opponent's things. But it really just changes the texture of what you're playing, right? These cards in your sideboard have to be good enough to make up for for the loss of consistency in your own game plan to be worth it. And so you see the players kind of play around that, and there's a little song and game mini game here as we see a deceit from David come out.
Yeah, the Deceit going to take down the Wanshitong Librarian, leaving in hand Ultima, Day of Judgment, and a Glinalindra's. And looks like a Get Lost coming down to take care of the Deceit. Justin doing a really good job of preserving his life total. David doing a really good job of giving Justin as few options as possible, turn after turn. And we got another Deceit coming down. And again, we have Cavern on Elementals. This is uncounterable.
Looks like we've got a quick little judge call here, maybe pondering whether or not deceit has to target something for its first mode if blue blue was meant.
It certainly does not, because it says return up to one
Yes.
other target non-land permanent.
Shout out judges. They do so much work and are so valuable to make these tournaments run efficiently. Go thank your local judge.
Yep, and we're going to see 3 cards we already knew were here. Ultima, Day of Judgment, Glenalindras. We're taking Day of Judgment.
Yeah, I guess this deceit is definitely resolving, being unable to be countered by the Glenalendras.
Yeah, and then it looks like the Ultima was Disdainful Stroked. So
Disdainful
really
struck.
nice of David there to um, leave Justin with the uh, more
Lilies.
expensive board wipe.
Mhm.
So that way if he went to use it, had less mana to respond to the counter spell.
Looks like David's revealed an Ashling off the top here, off of that exploration, getting Justin down to 6 life.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 7/7 to seat.
That's a big
And,
boy.
and I think that Justin is out of board wipes in hand, might be out of answers in general for this to see. And if so, we are going to have a winner for this round.
Yeah, great play here from David. I guess Justin looks like he's potentially getting at least one more untapped step right to try to find an answer. And with the density of card selection spells like Consult the Star Charts, which at this point is digging really deeply in the deck, Justin might have a pretty solid chance of clawing back with the right cards in hand.
No, that's going to be game. That is going
Yeah.
to be David winning on 4-color elementals just with a clean deceit, deal with all of Justin's cards, really expertly sort of surgically picked apart his hand and played that game so well. Really showed, why he is here at 4-0 in round 5 and now 5-0 in round 6. So huge congrats.
Yeah, fantastic play there. Congratulations, David, moving up to 5-0. Gotta be feeling really happy with himself. Really demonstrated his absolute mastery of this deck and its play patterns and of its answers. I think shout out Cavern of Souls, especially, right? Especially against a control deck. You really feel how powerful Cavern of Souls is. I think for some people, it's a controversial choice of a card to include in standard, just leading to certain swingy games and invalidating counter spells. But like we saw earlier in this match, it does have its downsides as well, right? With the cavern being on golem, being unable to protect your elementals as they come down on subsequent turns. So just fascinating deck build with masterful gameplay by David.
Yeah, really great. And we got an update from production. Looks like Kaya Gregg won our backup feature match. So Deceit taking it down all across the feature match area. Congratulations, Kaya. Also moving on to 5-0 in round 6.
Yeah, congratulations to Kaya. And also, I believe that is it for me and Niall here today. So I hope you have enjoyed our cast. We will be joined up by Trenton McIntyre and Noel Robin after this to take you out for rounds 6 through 9. But it's been a pleasure casting for you. We'll be back on the desk at the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been great to be here in the booth with you, Carolyn. Thank you for doing this with me. This has been an awesome time. Can't wait to come back tomorrow and see how our, day 2 competitors fare.
All right, that's it for us. Thank you guys so much. But don't touch that dial. We'll be back with more Ottawa Regional Championship Canada after this break.
making major moves on a major play. Major way when I'm in my groove, I can't lose. When we let's go, you better move. I got a bone to pick, no point to prove. We too hard like a bodyguard. Yeah, we standing tall like we on the Eiffel. Yeah, a shooting star, you know just how I go. Yeah, we up and we ain't been down yet. We ready for it, we militant. We linked up, now we the threats like blasting off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. Let's go. We up. Let's go. We now, not next. Oh no. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. We up. Let's go. We came to win and let them know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. I Bogart and I do it large. Don't play yourself, I pull your card. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Gotta get it good, got a master plan. You know what it is, you know who I am. Top of the world in my hand. I'ma stand out, you will stand in. I refuse to lose, now you never win. Telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be out your beam. Yeah, I told you once before. I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy say, hey flex. You know that we lit a dream. Might say yeah, you know, but they can't intervene.
Hello, my name is Eleanor. I qualified for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven after finishing 7th at Regional Championship Vancouver. My deck of choice for the event was Jeskai Control. As the name implies, this is a control deck. The deck aims to slow down the game by using cheap spot removal and counter magic. Afterwards, it leverages board wipes and card advantage spells to pull ahead on resources in the mid-game. Finally, the individually powerful haymakers close out the game quickly before the opponent can recover. I chose this deck purely by love of the archetype. It actually ended up being one of the worst performing decks of the weekend. Nevertheless, I was able to make top 8 by knowing my deck and its matchups in and out. Powerful hate cards such as Riverturn Monument and Herald of Eternal Dawn, and situationally potent pieces of interaction such as Ultima and Overwhelming Surge, paired with the card selection needed to find them, allowed me to win games that I would have otherwise lost. Playing Jeskai Control at that event made me realize that it is possible to make it with an off-meta deck if you have enough passion. If I had to pick a college from Strixhaven, I would have to go with Silverquill. I believe that communication is not only important in games of Magic, but also as the foundation of all social relations and even societies. As an aside, I also find it really funny how Shadrick Silverquill is the only one who's walking around on his card, and that makes him look sort of human, and that's really funny.
do. I got this body that moves. No, I ain't sitting around. I see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered, oh, I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered, oh, I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do, and I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go!
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa. Your hosted by Face to Face. I'm one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and joined with me today is Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin. Noel, how's it going?
Hey team, it's going great. We're broadcasting live from Trenton's desk in Victoria, BC. It's beautiful. We're just a couple island boys here to have a good time and watch some standard.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch some standard, and so far, the matches that we've seen in the last couple of rounds have been really exciting too. Format really diverse, looks really interesting.
A lot of really strong decks.
Tons of interactions, like tons of games to be played. So really excited to see what happens.
Shout out to our other commentators, Carolyn and Niall, doing an awesome job.
Yeah,
and,
fantastic.
Setting the stage for us.
Totally.
And they'll be back tomorrow, and so will we.
Yeah, and coverage tomorrow will start at, I believe, 9 a.m. EST.
I think it's the same start time.
Yeah. So tune in tomorrow to catch all of the exciting standard action this weekend.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We have the last round of Swiss and the top 8, so that's going to be exciting, calling our first top 8. Or my first top 8. Trent's done it before, but yeah.
Only a couple times,
Much lower stakes than this one.
We've got a couple cool matches slated for round 6 here. The main feature match we're going to be looking at is Mardu Discard versus Selesnya Landfall. Mardu Discard at the hands of Dawson Courson, and Selesnya Landfall at the hands of Philippe Garreau. Noel, as the sort of standard expert between the two of us, what would you say this matchup is about?
It was very interesting. I think these might be the two breakout decks from the Pro Tour. Was it 2 weekends ago? And Landfall, obviously, the breakout deck. 2 decks in the finals won the whole event. But this Mardu deck, I think, has been picking up in popularity, mainly because it's so low to the ground and it can pressure its opponent. But also with, what's that card called? Practiced Offense, you can do a big life gain swing and get out of range of the Prowess decks, because Prowess is trying to win by chip shot damage and that one big turn. But if you're at 30 life, they're going to have a hard time doing that.
Yeah, and if you're the Mardu looting deck on this side of the table and you know you're playing at Selesnya Landfall, like, what are you looking to do in game 1?
I think you just need to apply pressure and use your interaction to answer their mana to slow them down, like their elves, their cubs. And if you can kind of keep them from going big, you should be all right. But an interesting note, Philippe also has Practiced Offense in his list. So he can also do the big life gain swing with maybe a Harmonizer and put himself out of reach. So it's going to be I think, what is it? Mardu's going to be going for kind of more like nickel and dime damage, and Selesnya is just going for that big finish. Mossborn Hydra, 4 of, that's going to be a big one, I think.
Yeah, it seems like in this matchup, there's very likely to be very large lifelink swings because of the practiced offenses. And it seems like from the Mardu side of the table, the interaction we saw earlier with Mardu Discard versus Lessons, where they played cool but rude, they leveled it up, and then they just leveraged the discard over a couple of turns to deal damage to win the game. Avenues like that will be a little less common in this matchup, and the removal from the Mardu Discard deck is definitely going to be really, really critical and really important.
Exactly, and these landfall decks, they can go big, they can go wide, they can grind. It's got a lot of inevitability, and it's a very powerful deck.
Yeah, I never discount this Mardu deck though, because wow, I've seen it do some incredible things, and unfortunately it looks like a card flipped off of Dawson's deck here, so he's just gonna have to shuffle it up. No harm, no foul. Yeah, one card that I'm really impressed with has been Hardened Academic from Secrets of Strixhaven. Wow, I mean, 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, haste.
With 2 relevant abilities.
With 2 relevant abilities. I mean, flying is super relevant too. It's not like there's a lot of reach creatures around these days.
Every time I read that card, I assume it's legendary, but it's not.
No, you can get in with multiples.
And they're very good at multiples, turns out. All right, they're just going over what they got in hand right now.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like Dawson's going to be mulliganing, and I think
Philippe kept.
yeah, Philippe is keeping. Looks like 2 lands for Philippe. A Fabled Passage and a Bossing Save. We've got a Cub. We've got a Might Form Harmonizer. We've got an Earthbender Ascension.
It's got the goods.
Definitely got the goods. Mardu discard. I hadn't considered this until just now, but mulliganing is pretty interesting for this deck because some percentage of your game plan is just cool, but rooting them out, like discarding a bunch of cards. So losing an extra card feels like it might be pretty impactful. Oh wow, Dawson's going down to 5. It looks like.
And the older discard builds had monuments. You could kind of work through that, or some even splashed Riddler. But these current ones, there's no real way to kind of get back up on cards. So yeah, the mulligan could be difficult.
Dawson on the draw here did get to draw an extra card. Philippe just playing a Fabled Passage and grabbing the Forest right away. Dawson leading off with starting town, taking a damage, and playing a Moon Shadow.
Moon Shadow is probably the best 1-drop he can lead off on.
Yeah, definitely. And here we see Philippe just playing the Cub and Earthbending onto the Forest.
Yep, that's the best thing they can do on turn 2 usually.
Yeah, definitely.
Requires you got to kill that Cub right away, or else it's gonna get out of control.
Yeah, we'll see. Dawson has it here. Takes 2 for Blood Crypt and plays an Iron Shield Elf, and just gets in for 1 with the Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow having Menace.
So Philippe's gonna untap with Cub, and now he's kind of.
Yeah, untapping with Cub is exactly where you want to be. Philippe hitting a Fabled Passage, so not exactly the perfect land that you would want to hit, but definitely good that Philippe hit that 3rd land. You still want to hit your land drops, even if you have the extra mana from the Cub.
Yeah. Yeah, Landfall never wants to miss land drops.
Yeah, Philippe has an interesting decision here. I mean, Philippe could just like warp a Might Form Harmonizer and get in for like 8 with the Cub. Every land that you play in this landfall deck is really important, so thinking before you play your lands makes a lot of sense. I like this play.
Yeah.
I think you got it. You play your Fabled Passage, get your Earthbender Ascension trigger. You get an extra land from your Fabled Passage at some point if you want it.
Yeah, every time you can Earthbend one of your fetch lands, you're just netting a land every time and just doing exactly what the deck wants to do.
Well, and you're getting a free block on this Iron Shield Elf potentially, which could be pretty big. Like one of the best ways Dawson comes back in this game is sneaking in a bunch of damage and then cool but rooting you potentially.
Which he just played, so it's time for a pizza party.
Yeah, I like cool but root here. I guess you have to attack with the Iron Shield Elf, get some discard going, because Dawson does not have a 3rd land in hand.
No, he's pretty far behind on cards.
Yeah, Dawson attacking with both creatures, so gets to grow the Moon Shadow. And yeah, we're seeing the block that we kind of expect here.
Yeah, it's just free. It's like he's actually just down a card now.
Yeah, I think Dawson is probably forced to discard there because Philippe could just let it happen and get his Fabled Passage back after the Earthbent land dies. So
yeah, he's willing to make that trade just to not get a
but
land.
Look at how fast this Earthbender Ascension is going up. I mean, that Earthbender Ascension's probably going to be active next turn.
Yeah.
Badgermole Cub's still in play. Philippe's definitely ahead here. If you're Dawson, like how do you get back in this game? Like where does it begin?
Hardened Academic wouldn't be a bad one because you can start getting going that way, and maybe what's it called? The practiced offense. That's a way you can do a big swing with that Moon Shadow. If there isn't 2 blockers back, you can give a double strike.
Okay, I know I asked you that question. Well, I have to interrupt you. Philippe has 3 Might Form Harmonizers and 2 Erodes in hand. Now, I don't know about you, but I think is it possible that Philippe is going to go for all out here?
I think and if the Ascension gets going up to 4 counters, which it's essentially going to, it's going to be able to grant trample, and trample doesn't matter. There's no blockers, so
yeah. So Philippe's going to get another landfall trigger here.
So there's going to be a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, because you can erode your own forest and then get another landfall trigger, right? So you're going to get double landfall triggers here. Yeah. So Philippe's puts a counter on the Cub, getting a landfall trigger here. So Cub's going to be 6 power, and then he's going to be able to erode the land, get 2 more landfall triggers, and that's the game. Yeah. Wow. Really big swing there.
Yeah, that went pretty much according to plan for Philippe, and Dawson couldn't recover from that.
Yeah, Philippe taking game 1 in very clinical fashion. You play a turn 2 Badgermole Cub, you play an Earthbender Ascension, you get a couple of Fabled Passages going.
Yeah.
Dawson mulliganing to 5. Tried his best, but definitely on the mulligan to 5 on the draw. It's gonna be hard to overcome that. Let's take a look at the sideboard here. Noel, if you're Dawson, what are you bringing out? Or what are you taking out? What are you bringing in?
What are you taking? Okay, let's look at what we're gonna bring in first. So Sheltered by Ghost is great in this matchup. You can answer what's on their board while applying pressure and gaining some life. Seam Rip's also pretty good at answering elves and the cub. And what else is there? Dual Tactics, voice, no. Maybe Inti just for some trample damage, but not too much. I think you just want to stick with your A game plan and go from there. You just really want to beat down that first game or when you're on the play.
Yeah, definitely on the play, you want to be as proactive as possible. Okay, what about the landfall deck? If you were playing the landfall deck, what are you gonna bring in? What are you gonna take out? Yeah.
Just give us 1 second so we can see their sideboard.
I do like the Sheltered by Ghost for what that's worth.
Yeah, it might be from both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
Both sides have Sheltered by Ghosts.
Do you bring out some number of? It's not there yet. Do you bring out some number of Cool But Rudes if you're the Mardu deck?
Possibly, yeah. They might just be too slow for this matchup. Same with Inti. Like maybe Inti's just not. You're not really trying to trample over their stuff's going to be bigger. Also, Tursa could be kind of medium in this matchup, just a bit too slow.
Yeah,
I just really want to streamline your deck.
If I'm this Mardu deck, I'm really scared of the practice offense from the from the green white landfall side. Like
usually they don't have a way to gain that much life, but I believe Philippe also has Sheltered by Ghosts in his board.
That's definitely going to be one of the key cards that I'd be worried about if I was playing Mardu. And here we get a look at the Selesnya landfall deck.
Yeah.
So what are you bringing in?
You got some good ones. Yeah, like I said, you got 3 Sheltered by Ghosts. You have 2 Seam Rips. Rest in Peace is very good against the Mardu deck because they're trying to use their graveyard. And so that's a good start. And as far as what you're trimming, maybe a couple Ice Tills, maybe a Hydra or 2. And yeah, just really trying to slim down a bit. Like Philippe's list looks very clean, honestly. It's all 4-ofs and practice offense. I think you're just shaving numbers.
Yeah, are you cutting erodes here for your removal spells, like your Sheltered by Ghosts and your Steam
I
Rips?
don't think you ever cut erode in creature matchups.
Yeah,
you can use it on your things and their things. It kind of does double duty.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can see the Mossborn Hydras being a little awkward, especially on the draw.
Or like Might Form on the draw as well. Like you can shave those. Like a lot of those 4-ofs, you can just kind of shave down a bit and be a little more lean.
Do you think it's worth it to bring in the smaller creature, like the Voice of Victory, for example, just as like a blocker? Is that realistic? Or
no, it's just a 1/3, so you're not really blocking. Like, are you gonna block Iron Shield Elf? Probably not.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like it stops Bloodghast, but I feel like you're not that worried about Bloodghast, so I think that one's more for the blue matchups.
Yeah.
The Felidar Retreat is interesting, but also probably too slow for this matchup. I think that's for the grindier matchups.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Because their removal is so critical, do you think you bring in like Origin of Metal Bending?
It's possible because that one can also destroy the Cool But Rude, and it can destroy their Sheltered by Ghosts. So I could see that one coming in.
Yeah, and I don't think it doesn't look to me like the Discord Dex removal it all destroys. Erode, notably is not Path to Exile, does not exile cards. So yeah, we could see the Origin of Metal Bending in as well. Looks like we're going to be moving to Boston versus Daniel here. We've got Izzet Small Elementals versus Selesnya Ouroboros.
Nice.
Let's see.
I don't know if this must be their game 2.
Yeah,
I think.
Unsure who won game 1, but it looks like Boston on the play, so probably Daniel.
Yeah.
Daniel played a Paw Patch Recruit on his turn 1. Boston turn 2 played a Sleight of Hand and an Opt on turn 1. Now we've got a Keen-Eyed Curator from Daniel.
That's the best card in this matchup. You can pick away at the Spellmentals deck's graveyard. You can strand those big guys in their hand, and then Thunderflock's never going to hit the battlefield, and that's It's enemy number 1, but Boston's got an answer right there.
Yeah, Boston's got the Seer here for the Keen Eye Courier. Just fires it off right away. Not going to wait for Daniel to untap.
And I think he might have missed a Paw Patch counter there.
Oh yeah, Daniel would have gotten a Paw Patch recruit trigger, but
Mhm.
looks like he just untaps, draws, hits Boston for 2, playing Starting Town, and now has to decide between Rest in Peace and a couple other cards in his hand.
Rest in Peace also quite good against elementals, but you got the Spell Snare.
Wow,
Very
Boston
nice.
had the answer though, the Spell Snare. That's really big.
Yeah, Spell Snare is huge when it hits.
Yeah, I like Spell Snare as a sideboard copy in a lot of these blue decks.
Mhm.
Lot of 2-mana cards you care about in the standard format.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this matchup is quite favored for Spell Elementals, but the white splash definitely helps shore it up with the graveyard protection.
Yeah, and it looks like Boston's leading with an opt here and in the tank, deciding whether or not to keep it. I think I saw
But I can't see the other card in his graveyard, but I think he's getting close to having 5 instants and sorceries in the yard, and that's going to make Crab live.
Yeah, the
or
Eddie
Hearth
Crab.
Elemental.
Looks like we're going to be moving back to our main match.
Back.
Okay.
There it is. Sheltered by Ghost.
So it looks like
on
Dawson
Cecil.
left with Cecil, or led with Cecil, and yeah, Sheltered by Ghost, turn 1 elf. I mean, you can't draw it up better than that.
Yeah, funny interaction because Cecil gains you life, or the Shelter gains you life, and the Cecil loses you life. So you're just net negative or net neutral now. So, but dealing with their Llanowar Elf is always goal number 1. Just puts them behind a turn.
Well, and as we see here, I mean, the landfall deck, it does play a lot of tap lands, or lands that are effectively tap lands, like
It
the
can
Escape
stumble
Tunnel.
sometimes, yeah.
So, like, Philippe just playing Escape Tunnel and passing, and now Dawson is definitely in the driver's seat, gets to play 3rd land, and Tursa,
There's
wow.
Tursa, yeah.
Discarded a practice offense.
Very nice. Tursa much better on the play in this matchup. Just getting a jam in for 3.
And it's turn 3, and Philippe's already at 11 here.
That's a fast clock.
And I think I saw Dawson drop Cool But Rude in a land. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, with the practice offense in the graveyard, I mean, Dawson's already
he's threatening a lot of damage.
Threatening actual lethal next turn if Philippe has nothing. We know that
having a
Philippe has a
road.
road, so
What's he got here? He's got his.
yeah, it looks like it's a seam rip paying the ward
Oh, right,
cost
yeah,
for the
yeah,
Shelter by Ghost. So
yeah.
now Philippe gets his Llanowar Elf back.
Yeah. Now Dawson's going to be able to play Cool But Rude and level it up. Is
Yeah,
that right?
taking 2 from this Blood Crypt just doesn't matter that much. Like, you're already at 18, so yeah,
Yeah.
gonna level up the Cool But Rude
Now
here.
you're threatening 5 damage here.
And the discard draw is super relevant here. Dawson needs to keep drawing gas before Philippe gets enough mana to be able to dig out from under this.
Yeah. Of course, no evasion on Tursa or anything like that. No way to really give it trample. So it's as long as there's a blocker, Philippe should be pretty safe.
Yeah, it looks like Philippe has a lot of options here and is pretty close to stabilizing. Still has that Erode in hand that we mentioned. So
yeah, if he can just pass with that up, he can kind of insulate himself.
I don't. It looks like Philippe has a 4th land, I believe, but unsure. Definitely has a Might Form Harmonizer. Definitely has an Erode.
Yeah. Now Might Form's probably hanging back this turn.
Okay, yeah, Philippe definitely has a couple lands here. So plays a Fabled Passage. And now we're going to see what Philippe decides to do. Does he play a Harmonizer? Looks like an Earthbender Ascension. Going to go onto the Fabled Passage.
And he's leaving that white up to keep the Erode, which kind of telegraphing it, but at the same time, when you're this far behind, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and because you're at 6, I mean, I would really expect Philippe to cast this Erode on Dawson's turn. Probably upkeep would be my guess.
Yeah, we'll see what it does.
It doesn't.
Or if he wants to save it for maybe a combo finish next turn.
Oh yeah. Maybe Philippe just takes the 2 from the Cool But Rude, blocks the Tursa.
But he's only got an elf, so he doesn't have the biggest body to do that. But
Dawson drawing another land, so 2 lands in hand. Really wants this attack with the Tursa. I guess Dawson's gonna get to go to the 3rd level of Cool But Rude, which is Gamble, an old time spell that us old heads love.
That's right. Yeah.
So Dawson's going to search their library, for any card, and then discard a card from their hand at random after doing this. So, unsure what Dawson's getting here. Oh, looks like it could have been dual tactics.
That's an interesting one because that one's got flashback. So even if you discard it, then you're good. But
yeah, Dawson has to consider here when he's searching the white mana that Philippe has up for a road, right?
There's a cool play I saw earlier. You can gamble for Carnage, and then if you happen to discard it, you just play it for its what's the new madness?
Oh yeah, mayhem.
Yeah. Madness.
I always just call it madness. Yeah.
And that's a cool play, but I don't know if he has a creature in his graveyard. Is the only problem, so it's not that exciting. But Carnage does have trample, which could be big next turn.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just determining which card to discard.
Discards the land, so that's good, and it deals 2 damage. So he's at Philippe's at 4.
Yeah, well now Philippe definitely has to cast the Erode pre-combat here, and looks like Dawson did get dual tactics.
Going for the win, but the Erode is going to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, if you're in Dawson's seat, you probably just have to go for this, right? Like,
yeah, I think so.
Philippe has so many, 3 more cards in hand and Earthbender Ascension in play. Like, I think you basically just have to go for it and hope that he doesn't have the Erode. Like, what else are you getting? I guess you could get Carnage and try to grind, but
the other option was the Hardened Academic because it's got flying, and then you have 2 attackers and presenting lethal.
Yeah, and then you get to discard a card. Yeah.
So that was his other consideration.
Totally.
But
we're gonna see a bite form
hard cast
from Philippe here.
He's kind of setting up for the win next turn between Ascension and Harmonizer. He just needs to.
Well, it looks like
fade 1 turn.
Yeah. Looks like Philippe's sacrificing the land to get that an Earthbender Ascension trigger.
Yeah, maybe get a bit of damage in with the elf this turn.
Yeah, set up for an easier next turn. I mean, Philippe is at 4. Like, if Dawson draws,
you can just draw Burst Lightning off the top,
or Hardened Academic. There's Dawson is not out of the game here yet. Has a lot of live draws.
Even Bloodghast has haste right now. So top deck Bloodghast could get an attack and.
And get the cool but rude trigger going. Oh, it looks like
he just had enough with the Fabled Passage, Earthbender Ascension, and on the elf.
Wow.
Crazy.
Celestia Landfall, 2-0 Mardu discard. I did not necessarily expect this. I thought the matchup, we'd see more practiced offenses, maybe bigger life linked swings, but unfortunately, Dawson Mold of 5,
It does look like a trickier matchup. I think Mardu is a lot better against the prowess and the Izzet decks than the green decks. But yeah, congrats to Philippe. Now 6-0 with Landfall. Locks up day 2.
Yeah, and Dawson's still 5-1, so very likely to see Dawson in the later rounds as well. And good luck to them in the future.
Dawson's a very strong player, been on and off the Pro Tour before, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we've got going on with Boston and Daniel here.
We're back,
yeah, it looks like we're in the middle of the game here. Daniel has a Gear Hulk. Boston's attacking with a couple of.
There's a lot of glare, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, a couple of elementals. I assume.
We don't even have life totals at the moment either, do you? But we'll get there. But if I were a betting man, I'd say Boston's currently ahead.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It looks like, especially if Boston's attacking when a Gear Hulk is in play, you have to imagine that Boston's at a pretty comfortable life total.
Yeah, 1 Gear Hulk alone is not that threatening. It's when it's Gear Hulk with a bunch of other bodies you gotta look out.
Yeah, it looks like the Gear Hulk did get 1 or 2 Melt Striders resolves that are revealed. Those are what we see underneath Daniel's lands.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the players looks like they're just deliberating. Daniel's trying to Melt Striders resolve the Gear Hulk and deciding what to target. Looks like it's targeting Boston's. I think that's Thunderflock. It looks like we've got a Winter Night Stories.
No.
Or, sorry, no. Voice of Victory.
Oh, it's Voice Victory.
I think it's Voice of Victory.
Yeah. It's from Dragons because it's got that funky blacked out art that sometimes is hard to recognize, but it does look cool up close. But then he's got another resolve.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, but
It's
he's
Sage
got
of the Skies.
Sage of the Skies.
Sage of
Okay,
the
that makes
Skies.
sense.
Yep.
But Boston has Get Out to break up what's happening here. We still have a Gear Hulk that's a 4/6 now, rumbling in.
Oh, looks like wow, Boston being at 9, so going down to 5 here
Yeah.
from the Gear Hulk. Game's a lot closer than we anticipated, but it looks like Boston decided last turn that he needed to start turning the corner.
Now there's Sage of the Skies and it's
Sage
Token
of the
Buddy.
Skies is definitely a big deal here. It looks like Boston has land, spell snare, and a Sunderflock. Wow, the Sunderflock's a really big deal here.
That's huge. You will get to do Gear Hulk again, but Gear Hulk can't even really fight Sunderflock because it's too big.
Yeah, so we'll see what Daniel does here with the Gear Hulk. Draws a just a mana elf here.
Yeah, so
a couple elves in hand, a Gear Hulk in hand.
He can rebuild a little bit with the Sage of the Skies and the Gear Hulk. So he's going for Sage of the Skies. But even 2 Sage of the Skies doesn't really do all that much against Thunderflock. You can't even double block.
Yeah, Thunderflock's big.
It's big, yeah. I might have seen...
It's a 5/5 flyer.
I don't know if Boston has another Thunderflock. If he does, that's just game. But we'll have to see what else is in here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Spell Snare land and maybe another land. Okay, well, it looks like the Sage of the Skies might be good enough to keep Boston at bay here.
Yeah, I think they're just double checking life totals, and Boston's just going over his turn.
Really close match here. I don't know who won game 1. I think if this is still game 2, I think Daniel won game 1, right? Because we came in and
hard to say.
Daniel was on the draw.
He had an Oberoid in play last time we saw, so that usually leads to wins.
Okay, so Boston's deliberating, like, do I attack? You know, what can I do? It looks like there is a relevant card in hand that is not a land. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Yeah. He must not have Thunderflock, because he would have slammed it by now if he had it. Boston known for being proficient with these blue-red style decks, so he's definitely just going through all the lines of what he could do with them.
Yeah, and the blue-red deck obviously faring well for Boston here at 5-0. So Boston's basically deciding here, like, do I attack with Thunderflock? What does that look like?
I think one of his cards might be Spell Snare.
Yeah, so Boston's got Spell Snare, land, and one other card. I'm not entirely sure what that other card is, though.
And he's only at 5, so he does have to fear, if he doesn't swing for lethal, a lethal crackback.
If his other card is blue-red, which I think it is, it might be traumatic critique.
Yeah, or
it's just a land. Yeah,
just got 2 land Spell Snare.
Yeah, so I think Boston
so
leaving back makes sense.
Started to stabilize because now he's gonna have Gear Hulk this turn.
Well, and Daniel has Ouroboros in hand too.
Does he?
Yeah. So land, Ouroboros, and Gear Hulk.
That's huge. Yeah.
Wow. So Daniel's gonna get to do all of that if he so chooses.
Yeah, that sounds like a good choice.
Let's see what Daniel can get with the Gear Hulk. It looks like just Meltstarter's Resolves and Seam Rips could get a Nurturing Pixie to bounce the Sage of the Skies or the Gear Hulk.
Yeah. Oh, there's Ouroboros. Step 1.
Yeah, step 1 definitely Ouroboros, and I mean this puts so much pressure onto Boston. Like,
and he's electing to not play the Gear Hulk. Maybe I'm not sure why not.
Daniel could still play the Gear Hulk with the Gene Pollinator.
He could still play it. He just didn't want to put the counter on it.
Oh,
which I'm curious about.
Yeah.
If he was gonna maybe swing all out, but maybe that's why he wants to attack. Yeah.
Yeah. So, wow. Daniel's just going for it. It looks like.
Boston was block.
Yeah, and it looks like Boston's dead on board.
Oh, there you go.
And wow, that's the game. So it looks like Daniel won the first one and did indeed win the second one. Congratulations to Daniel winning with Ouroboros against Spellmentals. I think we were talking about this match earlier, and we thought that Spellmentals was like a little favored against the Ouroboros deck. Thunderflock being pretty good.
it's favored but not unwinnable, as we saw at the Pro Tour. I think we had the same matchup. It was Matt Nass against Max Komanowski playing that matchup, and Matt was able to take it with Keen-Eyed Curator and Rest in Pieces and whatnot. But it's very close matchup and fun to watch.
Yeah, one thing I've been learning about this standard format is to basically never count people out.
No,
Yeah,
there's some big swings.
Yeah, there's a lot of big swings in this format, and especially with the Ouroboros deck. I mean, there's so much that that they can do. And I really liked Boston's decision there to just go for the win. I think that's that makes a lot of sense, because if you give Boston more time, you could draw another Thunderflock, right? And then you're back to square one.
It is scary when they have 3 cards in hand, and one of them could be the crab, but same thing. If Boston had some of those cards, he would have played them and won the game. But anyways, I think that's it for round 7.
Yeah, we will just be waiting until well, that was round 6.
Oh, sorry,
right?
waiting on round 7. We're waiting on round 7.
We're waiting on round 7 right now. We will return, so don't go anywhere for some more exciting standard action with your hosts Trenton and Noel.
Yeah, we're here. We're having a good time.
to be rising, woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out, climbing so high, let 'em know now, know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win, it's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong one hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short stash. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the ties I'm under. Come check the rise and refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How do I ever show them any fear? But it's still clear. I don't taste the water with the winners all dope. Nah, I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall. All those who ain't with me send away, but tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win, it's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong one hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go.
Hi, I'm Elliot, and I finished in the top 8 of RC Vancouver playing Mono Green Landfall to an 11-2-1 record. Landfall is a deck that can be built in many ways, and can be difficult to attack. Early aggressive starts with Sauce's Chocobo or Mossborn Hydra, paired with either Mightform Harmonizer or Earthbender Ascension, can threaten to end the game as early as turn 4. Other draws, with Sapling Nursery and Icestill Explorer, offer a long game plan that can outgrind most decks. Mono Green's primary weaknesses are its poor interaction and its lack of card selection, meaning that some hands can be linear and aggressive and others can be grindy, but you're subject to drawing hands that fit the wrong game plan for the matchup or clunky hands that don't fit either game plan well. Recent builds of Landfall have fixed part of that problem, splashing white for efficient main deck removal in a road and strong sideboard cards like Rest in Peace and Sheltered by Ghosts. At the same time, these new builds are cutting back on grindy cards to focus on a more consistently aggressive Game 1 deck. Ahead of RC Vancouver, we expected Landfall's worst matchup, Badgermole Cub combo decks, to be underrepresented after a poor showing at Pro Tour ECL. We chose Mono Green due to its raw power, and our plan involving Raccoon Creatures, Keen-Eyed Curator, and Scrap Shooter to disrupt lessons and spellmentals while remaining proactive and attacking. I'll choose Prismari for a couple reasons. First off, shout out the Tackle Artist for bailing me out of a few Secrets of Strixhaven drafts, and more importantly, I think that their elemental magic, powered by emotions, relates to what makes Magic beautiful for me. I think that playing Magic with the people you care about, And wearing your heart on your sleeve when you compete, celebrating the highs and the lows, is what makes Magic truly special and enjoyable.
I'm a legend.
But when
this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends, rising from the wreckage. Count down the seconds. It's out your engines. Let's do this. Let's do this. I know we've got a long way to go. I know we've got a long road home. I know we've got a long way to go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Let's do this. Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Let's do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. What's your command? Show me your rendition as you demand. I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting this show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting this show. Now what? The tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Is this my fate? To be trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting this show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting this show. Now what? The tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's your bedtime. Now let's expression 5 and 6 and 7, 8. I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling this sense of ambition. 5
but no like yours. No one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your not the life I chose, but she's still my bleeding rose. Drops of red beneath the snow, thorns so sharp and blood so cold. In the garden where silence grows, lies my world, my bleeding rose. Broken roots and withered soul, waiting for a miracle. This is not the life I chose, but she's still my bleeding rose. Forever I will hold my bleeding rose.
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. 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 Our systems go, now we're locked and loaded. Gonna let them know this is our moment. We got the fire burning from the inside. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. No time for talking. Best get to walking. No time for talking. Best get to walking. Let's get started. 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 Oh, let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started.
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa, the face-to-face tour. I'm one of your hosts, Trenton, and with me today I have 2024 Yellow Jacket Canadian Highlander year-end champion Noel Robin. How are you doing, Noel?
What up, team? We're back. We're hydrated. We're ready for another round of Magic.
Yeah, and we're really excited for this round. We've got two players playing different flavors of Izzet prowess. We've got Alex McIsaac and Ryan Primdahl, and they've got different takes on a deck that is, I believe, one of the most played decks in the room. Izzet prowess, Noel? What if you were playing prowess and you were bringing it to a tournament like an RC? Which flavor would you prefer?
Oh man, well, yeah, there's so many different builds that are floating around right now. The deck has been gaining popularity since RC Vancouver, where it kind of had its breakout, or around that weekend, popularized by Anthony Lee and gang. But we've got Ryan's list, which is closer to like a stock list that you would see nowadays. And we've got Alexander's list, which Alexander is a master of streamlining these red low to the ground aggro decks. He's been doing it for the last year, top 8ing a lot of events, just top 8ed Spotlight in London last weekend with pretty much this exact list. He's got his spirit animal, Poison Dart Frog, and yeah, we're going to see if low to the ground prowess can beat stock prowess, and see how that all plays out. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I really love this deck. This deck knows what it's about. Turn inside out, wild rides, callous cell swords. We're just making big creatures. We've got a couple of protection spells with the stolen identities, and we're just getting in. I love this list. I think this list is super cool. 4 Ancestral Angers. Love to see Elusive Otter.
Oh, yeah.
Casting the green and the black spells off of your multiversal passages in your starting towns. I really like the idea of leveraging these 5-color lands as like sort of these splash lands, something I haven't really seen a whole lot of. So and especially in a deck like this, getting access to a couple of extra spells here or there, getting access to the Carousel Sword when you need a creature, or the Grove's Bounty from the Elusive Otter when you need the extra damage, could definitely be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, it's free real estate. What can I say? No monstrous rage, no problem from Alex's point of view. We got Ancestral Anger is the new monstrous rage, from what I've heard. It even cantrips.
Yeah, Ancestral Anger and Wild Ride build your own monstrous rage.
Right,
And notable exclusions from this deck are things like the new Color Storm Stallion, the 1 blue-red Ward 1 haste 3/3.
Yeah, Stallion is it's very resilient. Oh, looks like we're getting started here now.
Yeah, so it looks like
leads off
Alex
on
is on
blue.
the play, leads off with a blue multiversal passage, so taking 2 here. Storm Chaser's Talent, yeah.
Yeah, that's ideal. You want a 1-drop in this deck to apply pressure.
Yeah, it looks like they're both
Ryan's
playing
got
Storm
the
Chaser.
same, yeah.
Taking 2 of Steam Vents as well, so we've just got 2 very similar decks playing against each other, although Ryan's deck is a little closer to a quote-unquote stock list of prowess. We've got the Color Storm Stallions that I just mentioned, some flow states, vibrant outbursts, but we still have slick shot show-offs, etc. So Alex's deck is technically a little more explosive, but Ryan's has a little bit more interaction. So we'll see which comes out on top. And yeah, we're going to see a Boomerang Basics from Alex.
Oh, wow. Going for the value. I know, it'll be interesting. I think Ryan almost has to take the control role in this matchup, whereas Alex is the aggressor with all his pump spells. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of the, touch and go of who's the beatdown.
Yeah, Ryan's got the 4 Burst Lightnings. He's got a couple into the Flood Maws. Alex getting in there for 3 with the prowess triggers from the spells he cast on the Otter. And now Ryan has to make a decision on what he wants to do. Looks like we've got a Boomerang Basics, a couple of Slick Shot show-offs. If you're in Ryan's position here, do you just play a Slick Shot and pass, or do you play a Boomerang Basics on one of the prowess threats to preserve your life total?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think when you're on the draw, I think the Slick Shot loses a bit of its appeal. So maybe just interacting on board, because 2 prowess creatures on Alexander's side, that could lead up to a lot of damage next turn. And tapping out into that is a scary proposition.
Yeah, the Slick Shot is definitely not where you want to be in terms of an effective blocker, especially on turn 2. Maybe on turn 3 you could make something work with an instant or sorcery, but yeah, realistically, I'm not sure what you do here. I kind of like this attack from Ryan, though. You're probably not going to block with your 1/1, I'd assume.
Your 1/1's not going to block their prowess creatures well in a deck full of pump spells.
Well, it looks like we have Vibrant Outburst here from Ryan as well, so he's actually going to go for it on the upkeep here.
That makes sense, yeah. That deals with 1 Otter, taps another one. That definitely buys you an extra turn.
Yeah, and key thing here, Alex does have Stolen Identities in the main, and immediately put the prowess token away and tapped the other one. So Ryan could potentially have a read that Alex doesn't have a Stolen Identity. We don't know if he does or not, but it definitely happened quite fast. Looks like Alex is going to lead with a sleight of hand here.
Or Alex is this that good? Who knows?
And I think Alex is looking at a Elusive Otter or a Wild Ride, and I definitely believe Alex is that good to just let it happen as soon as he sees it. Might be a mountain, could be a Quarry Mountain Monastery. Let's see what Alex chooses here.
Yeah, the Wild Ride Otter combo is one that can do a lot of damage out of nowhere, because that Otter has that the hidden ability of text. Sometimes you forget that creatures with lower power cannot block it. So sometimes even if your opponent's got a board full of creatures, you can still push through those points of damage.
Yeah, get some unblockable going as Alex is taking 2 from a Steam Vents here, just playing a second copy of the Storm Chaser's Talent here. And then, wow,
it's an Otter party.
The 3rd Storm Chaser's Talent.
Everyone in the pool.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, wow, Ryan, comes back to turn 3 here after killing one of Alex's creatures, tapping another one, and still feels really under the gun here.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Are you going to 1-for-1 removal these Otters? That's pretty tricky.
Yeah, and I guess Ryan has to make the decision here. Is he going to take 2 from the Steam Vents to be able to play a slick shot show off, and then also the Into the Flood Maw that's in his hand. I think I see another land in Ryan's hand, but I believe it's a multiversal passage. So I think Ryan has the decision of whether or not he's going to take 2, regardless of which third land he wants to play.
Yep. Yep. There's good lands in standard, but sometimes they cost a little bit of life to use them, and when you're being beat down, that can be an issue.
Yeah, especially for the player who's on the draw here, we'll probably see them really struggle with whether or not they want to take 2 or they need that extra mana that turn, right?
Yeah.
Like, Alex took 2 earlier in the game and Ryan took 2, but the 2 that Ryan took, like, because he's been on the back foot the whole game, is going to be way more relevant.
Yeah, and with 3 prowess creatures and who knows how many pump spells waiting, there's a lot of potential damage coming in next turn.
Well, and some things you have to consider if you're Ryan on the side of the board is like, do I just start developing and hoping that you don't have like anything super relevant, right? Like, is Ryan so far behind that he has to decide, like, well, I have to assume that you have no follow-up or very low amounts of follow-up. The tough thing about that is, even if Alex's hand was 3 lands, he still has 3 Storm Chasers talents. So like, Alex is going to have gas for the rest of this game. So Ryan really has to figure out, like, what sequence of plays leads to him actually winning a game that is theoretically going to go a little bit longer here. Maybe Ryan's out is that he just has to try and sneak a win with some slick shot show offs.
Yeah, or the rare defensive slick shot show off. You could do a block plus a interaction spell, give it 3 power that can trade with something.
Yeah, and I it makes so much sense that Ryan's taking some time here. Like, this is a really, really key moment of the game. I mean, he has 2 bounce spells in hand, so could just remove 2 attackers as well.
It's only turn 3.
Yeah. Standard's a lot faster than it used to be.
Turn 4 kills are a plenty.
This isn't your con standard. So Ryan choosing to bounce away one of the tokens and play tapped Steam Vents does not want to take that 2.
No.
And has an Into the Flood Maw ready to go here as well.
All right, so here's Ancestral Anger number 1, so that's going to get the wheels turning for
Yeah,
Alexander.
I mean, wow, when your Ancestral Anger gives plus 3 to your board. Yeah, and Ryan goes for it right away just to stop the draw from Alex's Ancestral Anger.
So Ryan had double pump spell. So
Alex has another one.
Oh, very nice.
So Ancestral Anger hitting again. Looks like the token from Alex's side is going to be 4 power, because Ancestral Anger will give 5 power. It'll give plus 2 and then 2 prowess triggers.
Yeah.
So Ryan's going to go down to 8 here. Alex playing a top starting town, just passing. I mean, if Ryan draws another bounce spell here, he could get into the driver's seat. Wow, he drew Boomerang Basics. Huge.
Yeah, that went about as well as it could have for Ryan. He was definitely under the gun, and now it looks like he's starting to stabilize.
Yeah, like, now, do you think you would just play Slick Shot Show Off and Boomerang Basics the Otter, or would you Boomerang Basics your own enchantment, like your own Storm Chasers?
Swords to Plowshares. How can you turn that up? Turn that down.
Yeah, and Ryan's getting in here for 5, and I mean, I said that 2 damage wouldn't matter as much from Alex's side that he took on turn 1, but I mean, it looks like it is going to matter here, and Alex is actually behind. I mean, he's not going to have enough time to activate these Storm Chasers talents to get spells back. Like, he has inevitability, but he's just going to lose to the flyer in the 1/1 here. I mean, he obviously has a lot of potential outs here, but
the thing about Alex's deck too is he's not playing any removal spells. So once these threats get down, it's very hard to get them off the board.
Yeah, like Alex's version of Izzet Prowess is more like a creature combo deck, right? Yeah. Like with pump spells being and creatures being your combo, like doing
it's like Infect almost, right? Like
it totally is. Yeah. So I'm really interested to see what Alex does here. I mean, maybe Alex is in that position I was talking about last turn, where like now Alex has to assume that Ryan has nothing, and maybe Alex just plays out a couple creatures and hopes to, knocks the top of the deck. Maybe I draw a couple Ancestral Angers, or maybe I draw Boomerang Basics where I bounce my Storm Chasers talent back to my hand, get a couple prowess triggers. But I'm really impressed with Ryan's decisions here.
Yeah.
And wow, Alex is leveling up talent. And I think if you're Ryan, you have to be super happy with this turn of events.
I think you're 2 spells away from lethal here, right?
I think if Ryan draws a spell, Ryan's going to win because of the slick shot. Yeah.
But he can level up talent and Boomerang. It's not quite lethal, but it's pretty good.
Yeah. So here, do you think you play your second? Do you think you play your show off and then attack, or do you think you level up your talent and just get back one of your bounce spells? Or wait, do you get back your Vibrant Outburst and go for lethal next turn with Vibrant Outburst and the Slick Shot show off?
That's a pretty solid line, especially his land he drew, or ETB's tapped. It's a Spire Bluff Canal, so you can't do level up and play a spell this turn.
Mm-hmm. Well, and this is open deck list. Like Ryan knows that Alex doesn't have any removal spells in his deck.
Yeah.
But Ryan also has to consider Alex's own Slick Shot show offs here, or Callous Sellsword, for example.
Yeah.
Like,
and Wild Ride is always a scary card that can just one shot you.
Yeah, definitely. So this game is not over yet for either player. Like Alex definitely has a lot of draws, could have a lot of cards potentially in hand that Ryan has to consider. Like it's not even necessarily super clear whether or not Ryan should be attacking this turn or not. Like if Ryan attacks, he's only going to hit for 1 or 2 damage at this stage. Mm-hmm. So realistically, like maybe you just keep both of your creatures back. Lots of decisions for Ryan here.
Yeah, I think if you're afraid of what Alex could represent to have lethal, you're not going to be blocking anyways, because something's going to have trample, or it's going to be an elusive otter or something like that. So maybe you just play Slick Shot, jam, play your land for the turn, and you're representing lethal next turn, and put the ball in Alex's court. He's
make him have it.
Exactly. Yeah, he's got no creatures in play at the moment. 9 life is healthy-ish. Healthy enough.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing here, Ryan drew, like you were saying, Spire Bluff Canal, and wow, he's attacking with the Slick Shot and just leveling up the Storm Chaser's talent. Let's see what he gets back here. I'm curious. I think I would get back the Vibrant. Yeah, I like getting back the Vibrant Outburst a lot here. But as I was saying with the Spire Bluff, that meant Ryan couldn't level up and hold up a bounce spell, which is really critical because this gives Alex a window. Alex has a window here to win the game, ideally now. Otherwise, it's going to be.
I think he has a spell sword. I don't know if he has a body to spell the sword to.
We see Wild Ride here. If you see a Cell Sword, we know Boomerang Basics is here. Maybe Alex just Boomerang Basics.
Again, yeah. He's got to do it this turn. It's now or never.
Yeah, so Alex is going to draw here. Getting a talent back, really critical here. Has a Wild Ride in hand, so is going to be able to play talent and Wild Ride. That'll give Alex a 5 power attacker. So if Alex has another pump spell, which I see a turn inside out, so I think... well, Wild Ride and turn inside out. Don't give trample, though. That's really critical here. Ryan leaving back the 1/1 blocker. I mean, Alex could play talent and then Wild Ride and has turn inside out, but no trample. So Ryan's going to be able to block that. And then next turn has lethal with the 2 show-offs and the Vibrant Outburst. So let's see.
Alex doesn't know about the second show-off, so he doesn't have that information. But
maybe Alex is going to play pump. Yeah, it's possible that Alex is going to play pump spells anyways and just get in to kill the 1/1. Yeah, a lot
of micro decisions in this matchup.
I think this, especially with the differences in the types of decks we have here, this matchup's super interesting. Like, I'm finding that there's a lot of really critical decisions in the earlier turns of the game. Lots of different ways you could play things. I've been really impressed with Ryan's play. The decisions to bounce all of those 1/1s feeling really critical for basically the entire game. Was definitely on the back foot earlier on.
Yeah, the fact that the threats were 1/1 tokens.
Yeah, and Alex is going for a Wild Ride here and getting in for 5.
Ryan's most likely going to
block. If you're Ryan, I think you're basically compelled to block here because you lose to turn inside out if you don't.
Or Cell Sword.
Cell Sword. You lose to a lot of things. But Ryan, really happy with that result. Just gets to block and not take the damage. Okay, and Alex is cell sorting the sacrificing his 1/1 and killing the Slick Shot. So
very solid play.
Yeah, it looks like Alex being tapped out. So Alex didn't know about the Slick Shot, but now Ryan's gonna play Slick Shot and deal 3 to Alex, and this game's gonna go to Ryan.
Yeah, incinerate with upside.
Yeah. Wow, really well
Alright.
played from Ryan there. I'm really impressed with that win from his perspective. Like on the draw in a matchup where being on the play, I have to imagine is really, really critical. Used his bounce spells at the appropriate times. Yeah, really, really impressed. Let's go
Yeah,
to the sideboards
that
here.
was a good one.
Okay, so
Who are we
first
looking
we're
at
going to look
first?
at Ryan. So now that Ryan has been able to steal a game on the draw, he's
Mhm.
going to be on the draw again. What would you bring in?
So yeah, like I was saying, when Ryan's on the draw, he definitely wants to assume kind of the control matchup. So I don't even know if he might take out all 4 slick shot show offs on the draw. I don't see that being too crazy because you've got Drake Hatcher, which is a much better defensive creature and can also be a win condition on its own. What else do you have? You've got Into the Flood Maw, which is more cheap interaction, which you saw is very important.
Yeah,
The Violent
yeah,
Outbursts are really good in
definitely.
this matchup.
What do you think of the like conditional counters like Spell Pierce and Spell Snare? Just
Spell Snare, not great. Almost everything in Alex's deck cost 1, I think, except for Slick Shot itself.
yeah, yeah,
And he's got a
Slipshot,
couple
Drake
great,
Hatcher,
yeah. But
whatever.
I
Yeah.
think Spell Pierce is interesting to
Mhm.
counter a pump spell if that's the axis you're trying to work on. But I think like Into the Flood Maw also counters a pump spell and puts them behind. So I
Yeah,
think
my
something
guess
like
is
that.
Ryan's probably bringing in the couple Into the Flood Maws, a couple Vibrant Outbursts, probably some Drake Hatchers,
Yeah,
and then maybe some number of Spell Pierce depending. You
Ryan's
definitely want
also
to get
got
rid of these
3.
secret
Yeah,
identities. Like those definitely don't matter. I
yeah,
mean, uh, there is some removal from Alex that could come out of the board, but it's not even that much. Like it's just a couple of Burst Lightnings and
yeah.
like a Pyroclasm.
Same with Ryan. There's 2 flow state main, 2 in the board. I don't know if you want to up the number if you're taking kind of that more control role in the matchup or mid range role, because that can kind of keep your hand stocked up on cards while you're interacting and
Do you think
go
you
that
maybe
route.
keep Slick Shots and you cut Stallions potentially?
It's
Like because
possible.
Stallions
Kelly's
is 3
just
mana.
so slow, yeah.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see what Ryan prioritizes in this matchup. I could see it going a bunch of different ways. Like I think, like you said, the flow states are really interesting. Like, do I keep these in because I feel like I'm gonna be more of a controlling role, like,
Yeah.
and paying 2 mana to draw like a Boomerang Basics and a Vibrant Outburst is good enough.
Yeah.
Are the Slick Shots good because they have flying, so they're like really hard to block from uh like Alex's perspective. Yeah, definitely gonna be
Yeah.
interesting.
I'm sure this matchup wasn't one Ryan had in his sideboarding guide. This is a little different flavor of Izzet prowess, but some of the same principles are still apply.
Yeah, and taking a look at Alex's deck here, so because this flavor of Izzet is so different, uh, like the sideboarding strategy has to be like different as well. Like I think Alex is probably bringing in secret identities and spell
Oh yeah,
pierces
for
for
sure.
sure, right?
Yeah, you're
But
trying to protect your threats.
do you get rid of some of your pump spells, like maybe your turn inside outs aren't as good in this matchup? Maybe they are because there's a lot of removal, but a lot of the removals bounce. I don't know. What would you bring in
Yeah,
here?
that definitely makes sense. You can also shave maybe a few wild rides, sorcery speed, and
Mm,
sorcery speed. You're kind of asking to get blown out by a pump spell or a bounce spell. The Balmor maybe comes out, might just be too clunky.
what do you
Yeah,
think of the Callous Sellsword in this matchup?
it definitely can lead to some nut draws. You could probably shave one of them, 1 or 2, but I know Alex's deck is capable of killing turn 3. So, but against a deck with so much cheap interaction, that's maybe less common.
Yeah, and it's going up in the cheap interaction
Yeah,
too,
that's
right?
more in like the green matchups where they're not really stopping what you're doing.
Do you think Pyroclasm is good in this matchup? Because you're the person that
No.
gets to decide when it's cast.
No, I don't think you want a Pyroclasm
Yeah,
in
that's
this
fair.
matchup. I think that's pretty much for Cub decks.
Okay, what about Poison Dart Frog? Do you think the frog is good in this matchup?
The frog loves to sit on the bench and watch and cheer on his papa, but I don't think the frog will be coming anywhere near the main deck. Although being castable, you
Yeah,
need that death touch blocker.
and I mean, I have to assume that Alex is going to bring in the 2 Burst Lightnings, right? Like that's got to be coming in. You probably want a couple of pieces of interaction, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Especially since you can assume, I think you can assume that Ryan's probably boarding out the secret identities, right? Because you only have the 2 burst lightnings. Like,
Yeah.
I guess you have Into the Flood Mob, but I don't think Alex's Into the Flood Mobs against Ryan are as good.
No, yeah, they're not. Also, yeah, Drake Catcher is such an interesting card on both sides of the board because it's pretty good at playing defense because it has vigilance, but also on offense it can just be you can just win the game on the back of it by itself, especially with the pump spell. Sometimes you can generate 2 Drakes the turn after you connect with it.
Yeah, I'd say Alex's Drake Hatchers are probably going to be a little more impressive looking than Ryan's on average for sure. Looks like we're going to our second match here, and it's Pascal Maynard on Pascal Maynard versus Gavin Bennett on 4-color control. Gavin won game 1.
Yeah.
So
Gavin playing 4-color control.
Pascal's on Izzet Spell Elementals.
Okay.
So it looks like we saw a sleight of hand and an opt from Pascal and just playing a couple islands and passing. Gavin just playing a couple lands and passing. This is definitely how this matchup's going to go. When it comes to this matchup, who do you think is in the position where they have to make stuff happen? Is it the Spellmentals deck?
I think the Spellmentals deck is the deck that is asking the questions, and the control deck is the deck that needs to have the answers.
Yeah, this control deck is a true control deck as well. It looks like we're back to our main feature match, though. We'll keep you updated on the other match here. Looks like we've got a Storm Chasers talent from Ryan on Ryan's turn 1, and Alex played plotted a Lick Shot.
Honestly, suspend. We're all suspend. You just get to do it when you want.
So Ryan is deciding here what he wants to play on turn 2. We know that Ryan's going to hit land drop here. But lots of decisions to be made with this Pross deck. Ryan could be considering any number of things, plotting his own Slick Shot show off, bouncing Storm Chaser's talent with a Boomerang basics to replay it to get another creature in play.
Turn 2 Slick, or I guess it'll be turn 3 Slick Shot from Alex's side is one of the scariest things you can face.
Wow, and so Ryan does actually play Island Boomerang basics the Storm Chaser's talent back to his hand, attack for 2 here.
He's probably just going to pass.
Yeah, and looks like he's passing with opt available as well as assumedly some other pieces of interaction.
Might see in there.
I think I see a Spell Pierce in his hand as well.
Okay. Yeah. It's always interesting to see how patient or aggressive these prowess decks get.
Yeah, I think I really like this play from Alex, just plotting a second show off and just passing the turn and saying like, well, at some point I'm just going to play 2 of these for free and have 2 to 3 mana available for tricks.
Yeah, you're going to set up a really big turn.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryan cast opt on Alex's end step and is now deliberating what he's going to do on his turn. Plays 3rd land. I think he drew the 3rd land. So very fortunate there for Ryan. Plays a Storm Chaser's talent. Has a Boomerang basics. Are we going to see the same player? Doesn't look like it because you'd probably do it pre-combat. So Ryan's just attacking
being very cautious with those double Slick Shots. Plotting something nefarious over there.
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to be cautious because 2 Slick Shots plus a couple pump spells is like 16 damage or something.
Adds up pretty quick.
It definitely does.
Especially when you throw a fling in there. Oof.
Oh, actually, I think 2 Slick Shots, plus 2 Wild Rides would be 6. That would be lethal, yeah. So Ryan holding up 2 pieces of interaction to avoid potentially getting lethal here. Looks like we're taking 2 off of Steam Vents for Alex. And this is the turn that Alex has decided, to play at least 1 Slick Shot. We'll see if he decides to play the second.
Yeah, I think if you're going for 1, you're going for both. That would make most sense to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I like that Alex is considering it, though.
You're going to push your chips all in.
Okay, so we see a Storm Chaser's talent from Alex and a couple of red cards, which I have to assume are variants of pump spells.
Yeah.
So let's see what Alex leads off with here. It looks like it's going to be a pump spell. Oh, it's a Storm Chaser's talent.
It's a lot of talent.
Yeah, so the show-offs here are 3/2s currently. I guess if Alex has a Wild Ride, he could be creating a 3rd threat that's going to get really big. Like,
that's true, yeah.
If Alex Wild Rides this 1/1, he's attacking for 15 with uninterrupted by Ryan's permission.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and
And-
one key card we're
okay.
looking for here. Wow, okay,
it
turn
turns-
inside out on a slick shot show
Oh.
off.
This is probably going to draw off something. I believe Ryan just has Into the Floodmaw. I don't know if there's a second piece of interaction or not.
I see
There's one-
boomerang basics, but that's a sorcery, so
yeah. Thankfully.
yeah. It's already good enough.
It
It
is,
doesn't need
yeah.
to be an instant.
Yeah. Some people have said it's better than this ain't town ain't big enough.
So we're seeing Into the Floodmaw in response to the turn inside out, and looks like
The
Alex
secret identity.
has the secret identity,
Boom.
so it's going to turn the
Oh,
but we've got
lightning.
burst lightning. Wow.
Right.
That's a really good sequence for Ryan here, but
Yeah.
Alex isn't unhappy. He's dealing a lot of damage here. Ryan's going to be taking 7, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, it was 7. Yeah, 3 triggers.
But Ryan does get to untap here, draws a multiversal passage, has at least a boomerang basics to get going. It looks like maybe has a secret identity.
I think there's a Draycatcher in Ryan's hand as well, but Draycatcher not great against this slick shot show off.
Yeah, I guess the question Ryan has to ask himself here is like, do I want a boomerang basics to slick shot to slow down Alex's progression? Like, obviously Alex can recast it with haste, but then Alex would only have 1 or 2 mana max and only has 2 cards in hand. So,
yeah, or he can just he'd use it to get rid of the otter on Alex's side, or replay his Storm Chaser's Challenge again and just keep digging and finding more gas.
Yeah, there is a real consideration to boomerang basics getting to draw Ryan an extra card, right? Like that extra card could be the big difference. And Ryan's deck should have quite a lot of interaction now post board. So
with 3 otters, you can start flipping the switch and applying pressure.
Okay, the boomerang basics is going after the slick shot show.
Okay.
So Ryan has identified that he wants Alex to have to spend extra mana on the show off, and
Trade
he's getting
1
in
mana
for
for
2.
2.
Yep, we're getting in for 4 here from Ryan. So Alex down to 10. Ryan's taking
Insane.
2 off this multiversal passage. Wow, that's a really big deal.
I believe we are turning the corner right now.
I have to imagine that Ryan thinks he's turning the corner, given that he's taking 2 from the passage.
Yeah.
Playing
Draycatcher.
and
for
now
the scary
keeping up
threat.
the secret identity, I believe that's in his hand.
That's this last card. Yeah.
Yeah. I like taking the 2 and playing the Draycatcher here, holding up the secret identity. Like Alex has to do a lot to try and get past your Draycatcher here.
Yeah.
And he still wants to be spending the mana on the slick shot show off, but Ryan's down to 1 card in hand. Alex has 4. We know one of them's show off. So let's see what Alex does here. Does he lead off on a slick shot show off and just go for a little bit of extra damage? I mean, Alex also has to consider what Ryan's potential alpha looks like next turn. Like if Ryan has 2 spells in hand, what that could potentially be, what that could potentially look like. I mean, Alex is at 10.
Yeah, and they're both, or Ryan's on 4 lands, so if land number 5 is level up talent and replay a 1 mana spell as well, which can also be very beneficial.
Yeah, like from Alex's perspective, unless Ryan draws exactly like Spire Bluff Canal, for example, he's gonna have at least 1 spell next turn, either a spell that he draws or something that he gets from the Storm Chaser's talent. So it looks like Alex is electing to cast the Slick Shot show off.
Yeah, that's the start. Just cracking in with both creatures.
Yeah, and I don't know if you agree with me here, but I think if you're Alex, I think this is kind of the way that you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, I
like,
think so. You're
just
definitely good at playing defense, so
yeah, just try to set up lethal next turn.
Yeah. But with only 1 mana up, what's the most damage you can threaten here? 5, 8 damage. Put him to 3.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan's had no blocks.
Wow. A bold move, but I like it.
Alex currently attacking for 2, but if we see a turn inside out, could be a little bit more here.
Which one's that?
I believe that's a full bore.
Full bore, okay.
Yeah, so looks like it's going to be the 8 that you were talking about.
Yeah.
So Ryan's down to 3.
Yeah.
And is now looking for
Ryan's
an
a
alpha
spender,
strike
right?
here.
Drew a land.
Drew a multiversal passage, so not exactly where Ryan wanted to be here, I don't think. Like, could take 2 and get back Into the Floodmaw.
What Ryan can do is Secret Identity the Draycatcher, make it a 3/4, then it'll be a 4/5 with prowess. hit, put 3 counters on it, and that'll be able to create a Drake. And a Drake is very good at blocking the slick shot as long as it doesn't get trample.
Yeah, so I guess
that's
the
a good
question
way.
Ryan has to ask himself is like, am I willing to lose to a trample spell like Ancestral Anger, or would I rather take 2 from the Multiversal Passage, get back an Into the Flood Maw, and then hold up into the Flood Maw?
I don't think you can take 2 and go to 1. That's
yeah, that
that's
seems a little risky.
Yeah.
Could always lose to the Burst Lightning as well off the top.
Yeah.
We see these 2 damaged lands being really relevant in these games, though.
They are taxing in this matchup. Slower, like, against landfall, you're gonna get one-shotted, so you don't really care. But these matchups, every point of damage matters.
I always think of the shock lands and the lands that deal me damage as sort of like not free, but close to free in a lot of situations. But in these matchups, especially, you can see that they are not free.
No.
The 2 damage definitely matters a lot.
Yeah, they come with a price.
Yeah, so Ryan just has to figure out exactly what he wants to do here. I think if I was in Ryan's position, I would probably do what you said with the secret identity, would be my guess.
Yeah,
Because then next turn you
shield
can
it
set up a
down.
win where you activate Storm Chaser's talent and bounce whatever blocker Alex has.
Yeah. And that applies pressure and generates another blocker. So it's kind of a win-win.
Yeah, and
Ryan,
I mean,
definitely thinking it through all the lines here.
you're also probably at the stage where you're losing to a trample spell anyways from Alex. So.
Fling, right? If they have a fling, you're just yeah. So it looks like he's making that play I alluded to.
Well, and you get to put Alex to, I guess, what, 2 here?
Yeah,
1? Maybe 1. You definitely want to leave at least 1 blocker back for the otter on the ground.
Great catcher be hatching.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a 2/2 Drake here from Ryan at some point. If Alex has an Ancestral Anger, Alex is gonna, I believe, put us into another game here.
Yeah.
Let's see though. Okay, we got turn inside out. We've got the sellsword. Wow, Alex had it. Okay, we're gonna get a game 3 here. This is really exciting.
Nice.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from both Alex and Ryan here. As we move over to Gavin versus Pascal here, looks like we're still in game 2. Gavin is up a game. We've got an Eddymerc Crab and a Gigastorm Titan from Pascal. Or not Gigastorm Titan, sorry. It just looks like it. And looks like Gavin is removing that. Oh, it is a Gigastorm Titan. Never mind. I got it. I got there. Hearth Elemental exiled for Pascal. Looks like Gavin's just getting in. And it looks like Gavin has pretty commanding control of this game at this stage. We don't know what the life totals are specifically yet. Looks like Gavin played a... My apologies, I wish... Oh, that's... sorry, a Tablet of Discovery. Hard to see with this glare. Okay. So Pascal's turn. Looks like we're going to start with Sleight of Hand after playing a Hearth Elemental. So Sleight of Hand getting a, I believe, a Sleight of Hand. Playing a second Hearth Elemental from Pascal here. And I think it looks like Gavin has 3 tablets in play.
It's a lot of mana.
Yeah, 3 Tablet of Discoveries.
Tablet acts as like almost like a Soul Ring poor man's Soul Ring in this matchup. It can also draw you a card.
Okay, wow. Looks like we're tapping for 6 mana here for Gavin. Oh, only 4. And then tapping lands.
Another
This smells
Revelation.
like a Jeskai Revelation to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
With the fancy art and all. So that's gonna bounce one, deal with one, or I always forget all the things Revelation does. It does a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna return a spell or permanent.
You know, back in my day, we played Cruel Ultimatum, and that was the game breaker. Now it's instant speed and gives you bodies.
Yeah, so Gavin creating a couple extra monks there. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to attack quite yet, but looks like it's happening soon here. Reloading up on cards. We've got an Eddie Merc Crab from Pascal. I believe this is on end step, and wow, Gavin's going to hit him with the No More Lies. Getting value out of your No More Lies here. Oh, it looks like Pascal's got another crab. Okay.
It's Crab Fest.
Okay, well, we've got a crab and a Hearth Elemental from Pascal. Let's see what he draws off the top of the deck.
Yeah, Sunderflock would be a huge draw.
Yes, he's got 2 Hearth Elementals and a Sleight of Hand.
2 Hearth Elementals.
Shout out to Pascal Maynard's Island choice as we move back into our main feature match. Looks like Ryan is on the play.
You know, when you own a card shop, you get the finest selection of lands.
So
big
Alex,
game 3 here.
Yeah, Alex got to lead with a Storm Chaser's talent. Ryan didn't play a 1-drop. Well, played an opt, but
yeah, kind of just spinning the tires.
Yeah, and Ryan choosing to Boomerang Basics the 1/1 Prowess token, as we've seen him do before.
Yeah, clean answer.
It looks to me like Ryan might be on a mulligan. Only has 4 cards in hand, 2 lands in play.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand from Alex here.
This game definitely off to a bit of a slower start than the previous 2.
I think sleight of hand getting another sleight of hand potentially.
The classic.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of cards in hand. This is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Ryan, but
really just sculpting his hand.
Right now. And Alex is under no pressure, and Ryan. The issue that Ryan has with Alex's type of pressure is Alex can be really explosive out of nowhere. Wild Ride's giving haste. Slickshot Show Off's already having haste.
Yeah.
So Ryan just played a land and passed here.
Yeah, passing with some amount of interaction.
It looks like triple Vibrant Outbursts and then into the Floodmaw. And we didn't talk about this during sideboarding, but I mean, this is one of the issues that you can have if you're in Ryan's seat. As Alexander plays Steam Vents Takes 2 and plays a Drake Hatcher here, is that Ryan, like, his deck has a lot of interaction now, like way more interaction than it had in the first game.
Yeah.
But when you're loaded up on interaction and you don't draw threats, like sometimes you get into positions where, your opponent plays a couple threats, you interact with them, but then ultimately you have no gas.
Yeah.
So
especially Ryan's list doesn't have Eddie Merc Crab, which some Prowess lists are running nowadays, and we got a nice counter battle.
Yeah,
here.
so it looks like Ryan went into the Floodmaw, the Drake Hatcher. Alex played Secret Identity, and Ryan dealt 3 to it with our new Lightning Helix Vibrant Outburst. And then Ryan, so now Ryan untaps, draws Slickshot Show Off, and just plays it and gets in. I like this a lot from Ryan. I mean, it's not like Alex has a lot of removal. Maximum 2 Burst Lightnings.
Yeah, that Slickshot's pretty safe in the skies.
Well, and Ryan has 2 Vibrant Outbursts. I mean, next turn, if Ryan casts double Vibrant Outbursts, could put Alex to 2 here.
Yep.
Elusive Otter from Alex.
Also, I think I saw Wild Ride in hands. Could be just going for a big amount of burst damage this turn.
Yeah, and if you're on Alex's side,
otter,
oh wow, yeah, the second Otter here.
Setting up for next turn.
Yeah, so Alex is just passing here. Ryan draws a land, I believe, which is actually not the worst draw here, because getting access to both Vibrant Outbursts can be pretty critical if you're trying to play around Secret Identity, etc.
Yeah, next turn that can be good because you can stop both the Otters, and even if they do have interaction, you've got a backup one.
So I think what Ryan's trying to decide here is, like, what axis do I want to fight on? Am I killing these Otters, or am I just going straight to Alex's dome?
Yeah, it's an interesting card. It works offensively and defensively.
Yeah, the tough thing for Ryan here is if he wants to get the the triggers from the Slickshot Show Off, he has to cast the
You got to do it on your turn.
he has to cast them now. He has to cast the Vibrant Outburst now, but he really wants to cast them on Alex's turn to be able to tap those otters.
Yeah, unless he's just getting them off the board this turn. You could try and just remove both of them. One outburst on each. Then you eliminate any threats from the board.
Yeah, definitely.
But one protection spell or one secret identity can really blow that plan up. So.
I guess Ryan's also considering here potentially not attacking with the Slick Shot Show Off and leaving it back, and then waiting to cast Vibrant Outbursts on Alex's turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if I necessarily love that line of play. I think the tough thing here is that Alex does have the Storm Chaser's talent, so like if Alex hits 4th land drop, he's gonna be the first one to like get an extra spell, you know, like
restock.
Whereas Ryan like only has these 2 removal spells, so.
All right, he's going for the aggressive line.
Let's see where Ryan's going. Is he going to the face or is he going to the otter? And wow, Ryan's going to the dome here.
I love it. Cowboy magic.
Yeah, I love this line from Ryan. I'm in love with this. A huge fan. I mean, what is Alex going to kill you from 20 with 4 cards in hand? I mean, it's possible. It definitely happens. Yeah, we're gonna see Wild Ride. Wow. So Alex is gonna attack for 10 here.
Yeah.
So that elusive otter is 9. So Alex is attacking as well. But that's the Cell Sword. Wow. Alex McIsaac wins round 7 against Ryan. The Izzet Prowess Mirror, obviously playing different versions of this archetype. Wow. What an incredible match.
The crazy thing was he had no protection spell, so if Ryan had just passed and played defensively, looks like Gavin's already left. So
yeah, looks like we our second match has also concluded. We will let you know who won. It looks like Gavin won the backup match, so congratulations to Gavin Bennett. But also, I mean, I have to keep talking about this Alex McIsaac versus Ryan matchup. I mean, fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Alex is on a heater in Magic in general.
I think I'd love to say that we also just saw some like great gameplay from both of them. Like
that was very tight. I like that.
Ryan, I love the decision to Vibrant Outburst and just go to the dome. I actually think on average that's probably pretty good. I mean, how often does Alex kill you from 20? It's not none of the time, but I mean it does happen some percentage, and that's what we got to see here. Super exciting to see the Callous Sellsword at work.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. And we'll see what are these players at now. It was
so that puts Alex at X and 1, so 6-1, and looks like Ryan's at 5-2. Good luck to Ryan as well in the next matches. Hopefully we see you at the top tables upcoming today and tomorrow as well.
Yep, very nice. All right.
That's going to be it for us until round 8, but stick around, don't go anywhere for some more exciting standard action with your 2 favorite Magic dads.
Yeah, we're gonna be back.
Hi, I'm Elliot, and I finished in the top 8 of RC Vancouver playing Mono Green Landfall to an 11-2-1 record. Landfall is a deck that can be built in many ways, and can be difficult to attack. Early aggressive starts with Sauce's Chocobo or Mossborn Hydra, paired with either Mightform Harmonizer or Earthbender Ascension, can threaten to end the game as early as turn 4. Other draws, with Sapling Nursery and Icestill Explorer, offer a long game plan that can outgrind most decks. Mono Green's primary weaknesses are its poor interaction and its lack of card selection, meaning that some hands can be linear and aggressive and others can be grindy, but you're subject to drawing hands that fit the wrong game plan for the matchup or clunky hands that don't fit either game plan well. Recent builds of Landfall have fixed part of that problem, splashing white for efficient main deck removal in Erode and strong sideboard cards like Rest in Peace and Sheltered by Ghosts. At the same time, these new builds are cutting back on grindy cards to focus on a more consistently aggressive Game 1 deck. Ahead of RC Vancouver, we expected Landfall's worst matchup, Badgermole Cub combo decks, to be underrepresented after a poor showing at Pro Tour ECL. We chose Mono Green due to its raw power, and our plan involving Raccoon Creatures, Keen-Eyed Curator, and Scrap Shooter to disrupt lessons and spellmentals while remaining proactive and attacking. I'll choose Prismari for a couple reasons. First off, shout out the tackle artist for bailing me out of a few Secrets of Strixhaven drafts, and more importantly, I think that their elemental magic, powered by emotions, relates to what makes Magic beautiful for me. I think that playing Magic with the people you care about, and wearing your heart on your sleeve when you compete, celebrating the highs and the lows, is what makes Magic truly special and enjoyable.
makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm always ready for the fight, and even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between a truth and a lies. Can't hold me down, though I'm in it longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
moves, making major moves on a major play. Major way, when I'm in my groove, I can't lose. When we let's go, you better move. I got a bone to pick, no point to prove. We too hard like a bodyguard. Yeah, we standing tall like we on the Eiffel. Yeah, a shooting star, you know just how I go. Yeah, we up and we ain't been down yet. We ready for it, we militant. We linked up, now we the threats like blasting off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. Let's go. We up. Let's go. We now, not next. Oh no. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. We up. Let's go. We came to win and let them know it's time to start the show. Can't stop, won't stop. You know. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. I roll guards and I do it large. Don't play yourself, I'll pull your card. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Gotta get it good, got a master plan. You know what it is, you know who I am. Top of the world in my hand. I'ma stand out, you will stand in. I refuse to lose, now you never win. Telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be out your beam. Yeah, I told you once before. I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy, say, hey flex. You know that we lit it cream. Might say, yeah, you know, but they can't get your beam. Blasting off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You Got this body that moves, no, I ain't sitting around. I see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered all. I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered all. I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do, and I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I'm done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it.
Hello and welcome back to RC Ottawa Weekend, presented by Face to Face on the Face to Face Tour. I am one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and join with me for round 8 is Curd Ape Enjoyer, Noel Robin. Noel, how are you doing?
Ook ook.
We've got a really cool feature match for you. I'm really excited for it. We've got Golgari midrange at the hands of Nithin, and we've got Jeskai control at the hands of Matthew. Wow, we're excited to show you the deck lists for these. I'd love if we could put Golgari midrange up first if we can, production, because
this is not your dad's Golgari midrange.
This isn't your dad's the Rock list.
Oh no. There's some spice going on here.
The Rock and his thousands have changed for sure.
Yeah.
Deranged Hermit no longer. Really excited to see this one.
There's a lot of readers in this deck. There are a lot of cards we hadn't seen until maybe just now.
Yeah, definitely cards I didn't see until just now. Cards I didn't know existed, but we love to see it. And they're looks like they're X and 1 right now too, which is really, really exciting. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic match. There we go.
Now we got it.
I mean, check out this just masterpiece.
Yeah.
One Delian Fell. We got a Leatherhead, Phoenix Fleet airships, 4 Beseech the Mirror Null. I mean,
this is kind of like a Beseech the Mirror synergy deck. And the combination of mutagen tokens and obsessive pursuit is kind of what this deck's trying to do, but it's also got some really cool bullets in it too that you can get.
I love the one of airship, the one of ooze. I mean, you might as well play them. You have to Beseech the Mirror, but like also this deck just has a bunch of like solid cards. You know, we're still gene pollinatoring with some Badger Mole Cubs. We've got Sentinel of the Nameless City, which is a card we don't really see that often anymore. You know, we've got a couple Tragic Trajectories, which is basically Swords to Plowshares when you've got mutagen tokens to crack. You know, 1 mana -10/-10.
That's a lot. That'll kill most things.
I'm really excited for this deck list. I think it's going to be really cool, and I love the combination of Obsessive Pursuit with the Mutagen Man. So Obsessive Pursuit, you know, saying that when you attack, you put X on encounters on an attacking creature where X is the number of permanents that you sacrifice this turn. So with Mutagen Man, that being the X green Trampler, 2/3. It says activated abilities cost 1 less to activate it for artifact tokens, and it creates X mutagen tokens. So let's say you Mutagen Man for 3, you create 3 mutagen tokens, you can pop all of them right away, and then when you attack with your elf, you're attacking with an elf that is potentially, you know, 7 or 8 power with the Obsessive Pursuit trigger as well. So really excited to see that.
And there I see a spicy one on the sideboard. There's 1 Day of Judgment and no white mana. You're just trying to Day of Judgment off your Beseech the Mirror, which
I love
is
it.
very cool.
Hey, if you have it, you have it. They have multiversal passages too, so maybe
it's not uncommon. Oh, you got genes too, but
you got Gene Pollinator. You know,
Gene, maybe not the best synergy, but hey, sometimes you gotta reset the board.
There's also Professor Delian Fell sighting, which is pretty cool.
The professor's in just 1 copy, but
yeah, I could gush about this deck all day. Maybe we can move over to our opponent here, which is Jeskai Control,
also known as Jeskai Tablet Kid.
Jeskai Tablet Kid.
From what I've been hearing.
Tablet of Discovery. It's a hell of a card. I mean, it's basically Soul Ring at home.
Yeah, it sometimes draws you a card.
I think this Jeskai Control list is pretty interesting. Basically only playing white for Jeskai Revelation. I think Thunder Magic is a pretty interesting addition. We've got a couple Broadside Barrages too. Mainline Pyroclasms. This deck to me, Noel, looks like it's gearing up and ready to beat Landfall.
Yeah, Landfall, and of course you got to be ready for Prowess, the most represented deck in the room.
Some Mardu discard, lots of interaction here for sure.
Yeah, this, you know, kind of the current control deck of the format, I'd say, is this one. It was made popular at the Pro Tour by Team Worldly Council. They did a lot of work on this deck, and yeah, I'm interested to see it play out. I think we've had it on some backup matches, but not as the main match. So
I'm really interested to see how this deck plays against Golgari midrange, like because of the Jeskai deck having a bunch of damage-based removal. The Golgari deck, it feels like they could potentially get their creatures out of removal range for a lot of this here. Looks like Nathan's mulliganing here, and I
Okay,
believe
our players are X2 instead of X2.
Oh yeah, they're X2. Yeah. Still really cool.
Yeah, the spice was too nice.
Is this the cost you pay for playing Spice? Who knows?
Maybe, yeah. And yeah, Matthew, a member of World League Council, so probably got a lot of good input from the Pro Tour team. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the Great Hall of the Biblioplexes too. That's a cool pickup from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Creature lands and control deck, always good to have as kind of a backup win con.
Yeah, I mean 2/4 is also just a big body a lot of the time too.
Yeah. So we got a mulligan from Nithin.
Oh wow, we've got a double mulligan from Nithin. Looks like Nithin went to 5. Matthew's on the play, leads with a River Pyre Verge.
That's gonna be tough against control.
We've got a Restless Cottage from Nithin.
Yeah, Cottage is a good.
Oh no, Nithin had 6. One of them was just hidden. Matthew just playing a land and passing makes a lot of sense. Probably has a couple of instants in hand.
Yeah. Interesting to note that this Jeskai list doesn't have No More Lies. It's playing 1 Essence Scatter, but more board removal.
Yeah, very light on the white sources for this Jeskai control deck. Is Nithin plays 2 Gene Pollinators, so is going to have at least 3 mana next turn, maybe 4 if he hits a land drop. Looks like we were braiding though one of the Gene Pollinators from Matthew here on Nithin's end step.
Yep, just trying to keep the board clean.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially when your opponent mulligans. You know, you've got, I'm sure Matthew has a plethora of removal in hand. Notably doesn't play like a Tablet of Discovery here, which is definitely interesting. Probably means just has a lot of interaction in hand.
You don't want to play Tablet on 3. You kind of want to play it on 4, because then if you hit land, you can play land for turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Going to see a Badgermole Cove here from Nithin. Is this going to resolve? Matthew does have 1 Essence Scatter in his deck, so
it may resolve.
Has a couple swallowed by Leviathans.
More than a second. Oh,
yeah, and so Matthew's choosing to kill the Gene Pollinator in response to the Badgermole Cubs so that Nithin doesn't get access to the mana. And wow, he's just going to braid the Badgermole too.
Yeah. Oh, but he got to Earthbend the Cottage, and the Cottage attacks and gets the attack trigger, which is very cool.
Yeah, so Nithin's gonna get some food.
That's a static ability on the land.
Yep.
Very cool interaction.
I love that interaction. Really cool design. Looks like he's gonna be able to get rid of an Abrade here. Getting rid of cards from the graveyard is relevant here for Nithin because Matthew's playing 2 flashback as well.
And he's getting some food tokens too on the side.
Yeah, the food tokens aren't nothing.
They're pieces of game pieces that you can sacrifice to beseech.
Beseech the mirror, yeah.
But now, of course, if we'll see what Matthew's got now.
Very notably, Nithin missing 4th land drop here.
Also, this Jeskai list doesn't have any Day of Judgments.
No, it can't be missing 4th land drop. Sorry, my apologies. That was his 3rd turn. Matthew does play the tablet on 4, like you said, and hits 4th land drop here.
Very nice. Soul Ring the cantrips.
Nithin's playing Overgrown Tomb and just taking 2.
Paying 4. It's beseech time.
Oh yeah, we've got to beseech the mirror, sacrificing the food token. So that interaction really relevant. Yeah, nice one for pointing that out, Noel. I didn't consider that he could attack with the Restless Cottage.
Now you can either get the Professor or the Airship. I think are 2 pretty good hits against a control deck.
Yeah, what do you think you would prefer here, Noel? Do you think you'd get the Planeswalker, or do you think you get the 2 4/4s?
Well, we've gone.
Oh wow, we've gone for Leatherhead. So he's chosen to get Leatherhead Swampstalker here, which is a Trampler. It enters with a hexproof counter on her, and Leatherhead, when it deals combat damage to a player, you can remove a counter and destroy an artifact or enchantment that player controls. So
that's cool. So it can deal with the tablet. Also, the way with Matthew's removal suite, there isn't really a good way to get that off the board.
Yeah, Matthew doesn't have any sweepers in the main deck here. Doesn't looks like only has a Slag Storm in the sideboard. So
yeah, there's Pyroclasm. That's not going to do enough.
Yeah.
Our screen has got a little stuck. Oh, we're back.
All right, so Matthew drew, and let's see what he's going to do here.
You could also just keep that counter on that Leatherhead, and it's going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, I think I really like getting the counter on the Leatherhead. Like, I guess Matthew could start blocking it with creatures potentially. Looks like we see another Tablet of Discovery for Matt. Yeah. Reading the Leatherhead. We've got a reader.
Yeah.
So looks like Matt has a Impractical Joke and a Petrified Hamlet in hand.
Hamlet only names lands, right? It wouldn't really do much. But he's Impractical Joke can't be countered.
Yeah, Impractical
can't- you
Joke
can't
damage
target
can't be prevented, but you can't target the creature with hexproof. You just can't do it. So
Leatherhead's an X4, I believe.
yeah, so Matt just played the tablet, play land, and passed. Nithin's definitely in the driver's seat here. You can see
Leatherhead lead count is at about 4.
Yeah, you can see Matthew reading the Leatherhead like, what am I gonna do about this?
As I said, it's kind of like Thrun against these decks.
I really like getting the Leatherhead here from Nithin. I know we were considering Professor Bellionfell or the Phoenix Fleet airships, but especially in an open decklist environment where Nithin knows that Matt doesn't have access to any sweepers.
Got a judge call now. Might have been back with if that was a legal target for last turn for the Impractical Joke.
Yeah, and in these situations,
if can't be prevented. Yeah, you can't target it at all.
Yeah, and in those situations, if you're ever unsure, you should always call a judge. Just consider asking him.
Just checking our backup match here, but they seem to be sideboarding. We got Edgar on Mardu discard against Michael on Azorius Flyers.
Yeah, I wonder who took it down so fast. Could be either of these players. These decks, they definitely have the ability to win games really fast. So if you're going into game 2 with Mardu discard or Azorius Flyers, like let's say Mardu discard, are you boarding in just a bunch of removal? Like the removal that the Mardu discard deck has, it's like Sheltered by Ghosts, Seam Rip, pretty slow. It looks like.
You're just trying to execute your game plan. I think you just want to be the aggressor, put the pressure on them. You're probably not changing all that much, honestly.
Yeah, with Azorius Flyers, I mean, this is a Momo deck, so
Momo makes things go around.
I don't know if Momo really has the option to slow itself down, but probably bringing in a couple No More Lies, maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like we're back to our main feature match here. They figured out the judge call. We've got a Sentinel of the Nameless City from Nithin here.
Nice. Love that card.
Another Restless Cottage.
That's pretty cool with the Leatherhead, because you can use those maps to start putting counters on the Leatherhead. So it just says remove a counter.
Yeah, definitely. So Nithin might be able to get rid of these Tablet of Discoveries before Matt draws a Jeskai Revelation. So we know Matt has a Petrified Hamlet and a Impractical Joke here. Drew a card for the turn, unsure what that is. Looks like a stock up. Wow, great draw.
Yeah.
And it looks like Matt's looking at least another stock up.
Dig through time at home.
We've got a Broadside Barrage. I don't know, stock up?
Sometimes better.
Sometimes better than dig through time. Yeah. Pretty good here. Get to spend the tablet mana for it.
Yeah.
So we've got a stock up, a Swallowed by Leviathan, a Steam Vents, maybe another stock up from Matt. I'm not sure. Broadside Barrage for sure. Looks like he's taking that one. Spend the rest of the bottom here.
That Sentinel.
And I don't know what else Matt took here, but Broadside Barrage, yeah, getting rid of the Sentinel. I mean, you're still taking 5 from this Leatherhead. Leatherhead's just a big problem.
Yeah, it's very difficult to answer with Matt's suite of removal. There's one critique, but as long as that Leatherhead's got that hexproof counter, you're not doing much to it.
Yeah, I think Matt, like, I don't know if you agree with me, but I have to assume Matt's plan is basically just to try and find a way to get creatures to put in front of the Leatherhead.
You gotta start chaining Revelations, and you can outrace it probably.
Yeah, the thing about Leatherhead though is it has trample, so you can't even make like small creatures.
No.
So Matt's gonna play the Petrified Hamlet and just play another stock up. I think he took a stock up off of the previous stock up.
So there's one Revelation.
Yeah, Jeskai Revelation's pretty big deal here for Matt. He's definitely gonna take that.
Flashback too. That'd be a pretty nasty 1-2 punch.
I mean, this is maybe the problem with the Leatherhead is that, like, yeah, you're dealing 5 damage a turn, but if Matt's ramping with the tablets and getting to cast Jeskai Revelations that are gaining him life, like, eventually he's just going to overwhelm you, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like, yeah, we took a Jeskai Revelation here.
Nithin's kind of got free reign to do
and
whatever.
Flashback, yeah, so we've got Jeskai Revelation, a Flashback, and Practical Joke.
Badger Mole.
Build something. Yeah, Badger Mole, Restless Cottage. We've seen this before. Get in for 6. Gonna exile the Broadside Barrage.
Another food for your troubles. 9, but nothing else. That's not a good
Yeah,
sign
and
against.
Nithin's low on cards here too. Only has 1 in hand, it looks like. Yeah, so Matt has a Consult the Star Charts, a Flashback, a Jeskai Revelation. Looks like we're gonna start with Pyroclasm.
That's a good start.
Yeah, nice. Get to clean up
I guess double
Natural
Pyroclasm to deal with flashback Pyroclasm. to deal
Oh,
with
that's
the
true.
Leatherhead.
Yeah.
If you have flashback.
It looks like it wasn't a Jeskai Revelation. I don't see one in hand for. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, it's
Yeah, it's
this
a
is
weird
the
little
alternate.
tactile art, yeah.
So we've got Consult, Jeskai Revelation, and Flashback here for Matt. Okay, so Nithin drew a Fabled Passage.
Might just be animate a cottage this time, but
Yeah, animate a Restless Cottage and try to get in for 9.
yeah.
Nithin with 1 card in hand.
Shooting your Revelations, we're gonna see where that goes, but it's gonna out of control fast here.
Oh wow, we're
is it
tapping 6.
Mutagen
It's a
Man
Mutagen
time?
Man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this Mutagen Man is going to be really
Unfortunately,
important.
that's gonna go right back to the hand.
Yeah, getting to return the Mutagen Man really critical here for Matt. If the Mutagen Man resolved, Nithin would have been able to put 4 counters on his
lethal.
Leatherhead and swing for lethal. So Matt has the option to block and cast Flashback and trade for the Leatherhead here. Flashing back nothing, but I mean,
he's not concerned.
There's no reason to do that. Like, you already have Jeskai Revelation in the graveyard and a Flashback in your hand. Like,
it's almost like Splinter Twin flashback Jeskai. Costs a lot more mana.
Wait, I thought Beseech the Mirror into 2 Phoenix Fleet airships was Splinter Twin. Yeah, so it looks like we're flashing back the Jeskai Revelation here on Matt's turn.
Might be able to just win the game here, depending how many spells are found.
Yeah, okay, so tapping 2 tablets, going 4 upstairs. Bouncing a Restless Cottage.
He has 2 spells already, so there's 2 prowesses.
Yeah, so he just needs 1 more spell. Looks like, because the monks are 3/3s currently. And we know that Matt has a Consult the Star Charts in hand, so
he just needs 1 more spell.
I don't believe Nithin has any 1 mana removal in the main deck that is instant speed. So as long as Matt plays a spell here, he should be winning the first game. Yeah, wow. Very well played from Matt here. I really thought the Leatherhead would be better for Nithin, but the timely finding of that stock up, that was the the critical turn in this game, was Matt drawing that stock up on the turn where he only had Impractical Joke and Petrified Hamlet. Now we get to take a look at the sideboards here. If you're Matt Stein, especially after you've seen the Leatherhead, I mean, what do you do? Like, you gotta have plans.
So we got Flash Freeze is decent. It doesn't stop Beseech, but it does stop some of the key threats. Disdainful Stroke seems pretty awesome here because all the scary cards cost 4. You can bring in Emeritus if you're trying to play more of that grindy long game. It's a very difficult to deal with threat. You've also got Seer. You've got a Road. So you got a pretty good way to customize your deck. I'd say, I guess Pyroclasm's still good against those little creatures. I don't know what you're really shaving in this matchup. I guess the Flood
mod. Into the Flood mod doesn't seem very good. The Impractical Joke didn't look super impactful.
No,
but I'm not sure.
I mean, it kills Llanowar Elf, and that just slows your opponent down. What that card?
Swallowed by Leviathan is I don't know if you keep that in. So it's 1 blue and 2 colorless. You get to choose a spell and surveil 2, and then after you've surveilled, you counter the spell unless they pay 1 for each card in your graveyard.
Yeah, I can see that one coming out. You have clearly played more Final Fantasy Limited than I did. I've never seen that card before.
It's one of the best sets of all time. Yeah, I don't really know exactly what you bring in. I do like the flash freezes. I like that you noted that. I think the erode's probably good, and the disdainful stroke feels like really impactful. Like, they're Nithin's trying to cast 4 mana. What is I don't know why I'm blanking. Beseech the Mirror. Yeah.
Even like Spell Pierce is probably not good enough, but like Spell Pierce does
definitely a consideration. Here, I mean, Nithin's definitely going to want to shave removal spells, I'd assume, but what would you bring in if you were Nithin?
So yeah, definitely 4 Duress. That's exactly the matchup these are meant for.
Makes a lot of sense.
What else do you got here? Royal Treatment could also be good against the spot removal. And that might be it. I don't think you need Paw Patch formation really. And yeah, you're gonna get rid of these tragic trajectories. You might want to keep in the Shoot the Sheriffs just to be safe. And I'd probably shave some of the Gene Pollinators. You're just overextending when you're playing.
Yeah, Genes definitely get picked up by the Pyroclasms that we saw, right?
You're kind of just asking for it. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out post board.
Yeah, sideboarding in this matchup is definitely going to be interesting.
The directness do go a long way.
Yeah, being able to tag a Jeskai Revelation before it is castable, like, obviously they can draw it off the top, but we saw in that game, the first Jeskai Revelation is really important.
Yeah, the first one is what gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they bring in exactly. Yeah, I think I agree with you. The Duresses are pretty much an auto include, but everything else after that, it's like, who knows? Royal Treatment's probably worth it. I mean, there's so much removal. Like the Jeskai control deck's basically all removal. So,
we're checking back in with our backup match here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a Cool But Rude in play for Edgar. Sage of the Skies happening for Michael. Looks like cast something else previously.
Maybe a Moon Shadow with all those 4 counters. Sage definitely a scary one against the deck that's trying to win with chip damage to lifelinkers.
Yeah, the lifelink is really relevant in this matchup for sure. Like Mardu discard really loves to nickel and dime you with cool but rude triggers every now and again. Like, yeah.
It's neat how popular Sage of the Skies has gotten. Before it didn't really have a home, but now people start playing these Momo decks, and the combination with Momo and Pixie, you can do a lot with it, and it's very good against prowess.
Also worth noting, we have a Daydream in the graveyard, so if there's ever anything that's worth exiling a creature and getting it back with a 1/1 counter, that'll be relevant for Michael here. Yeah, so Moonshadow and Cool But Rude for Edgar. We're going to have to see how he wants to advance his game state here. The Cool But Rude is on class 2, so Edgar could put it to class 3, or level 3 rather, and search his library and discard a card at random and see where to go from there.
Got how many cards in hand? 2 or 3? So
yeah, it looks like 3 cards in hand.
Going for gamble.
Yeah, we're going for gamble here. So, and I think Edgar found practiced offense, it looked like. I don't know, it was quite fast. Practice offense seems like it could be pretty reasonable here. I'm not sure, though. Let's see.
Every time I see this, I think it's him to Torok being cast, to be honest.
All right, well, we are going back to our main feature match here, and Nithin starts off with a Llanowar Elf, it looks like, and a Fabled Passage.
Yeah.
Match us on a mountain here.
Pyroclasm that elf, just get it out.
Yeah, so it looks like Nithin started with 2 elves. So started with an elf, and then Matt cast Impractical Joke.
Yeah.
And then, we've seen a Pyroclasm on the second elf here. This is just how it goes sometimes when you're playing an elf deck. But honestly, the 1-for-1s aren't necessarily the worst for Nithin, especially on this turn. Nithin knows that he's going to be able to resolve whatever 3 or 2 drop he wants to on the next turn here.
You're trying to keep them from not doing things on your 4-drops on turn 3, because the 4-drops seem to be kind of the big payoff spells of the Skullgary deck.
Yeah, Nithin found a forest here, so I have to assume. Well, let's see. Is that a multiversal passage for Nithin? I think it is. So maybe we're on two forests here. No, it's the
Here's
swamp.
The pursuit.
Okay.
So that gets you a clue right off the bat, doesn't it? The pursuit. I believe so.
Yes. So obsessive pursuit gives you. Let's see.
You lose a life and get a clue at the beginning of your upkeep and when it comes into play. Where is it? It's kind of like a slower Phyrexian Arena. Yeah.
Yeah, you get a clue and you lose a life.
Yeah.
Really good against control, though.
It is, yeah.
Although Nithin missed third land drop.
Yeah, that
really relevant
really
here.
Need the mana when you're getting those clues.
Yeah, Matt just played a land and passed. Oh, Nithin hit the land. It's really, really critical. And leading with a duress, yeah.
Like that.
Okay, so we get to see Slagstorm into the Floodmaw, Broadside Barrage, a Jeskai Revelation, and a Steam Vents from Matt. What do you take if you're Nithin here?
Kind of depends on the context of his hand. Like Slagstorm's probably not that good anymore. Floodmaw's whatever. So he's taking the Barrage because he might have a bigger creature he wants to get down.
Yeah, so killed the Broadside Barrage here. Not worried about Jeskai Revelation quite yet.
Every time you say Broadside Barrage, I think of Broadside Bombardiers, and I get a little triggered.
So Broadside Bombardiers is a little bit better, yeah. Matt just draws, plays the Steam Vents tapped and passes.
Yeah.
Nithin draws off of a clue. Let's see if Nithin hit a fourth land here. That's going to be critical as well. I think he did. I think he hit a Wastewood Verge. Yep. So plays the Wastewood Verge. And now Nithin's got a lot of options. 4 is really the critical.
So we're beseeching.
Yeah, and so yeah, it looks like we're beseeching here, sacrificing one of the clues, and it's just going to resolve. So what does Nithin get here? Do you think Nithin's just going for Leatherhead again?
I think so. I mean, with the knowledge of the Floodmaw in hand, that's really all you can get. That's going to make sense here.
Yeah, Leathermaw. She's got trample. She's impossible to target.
I have not played with that card yet, but I'd like to.
It definitely does seem like a null card for sure. Matt drawing I think the best land that he could draw in the Great Hall Biblioplex. Sorry, Great Hall of the Biblioplex.
La Biblioteca.
I think I'm just gonna call it Biblioplex, and just plays it and passes. Still a Slagstorm into the Floodmaw.
But it's still 2 land drops away from that Revelation.
But you can see
tablet
here,
can change that, but
you can see here the Obsessive Pursuit. It's like Nithin has just 2 clues hanging around as well.
A Mutagen Man?
Yeah, and looks like we're casting a Mutagen Man here, and we're going for the combo.
Yeah, we've assembled it.
So Mutagen Man plus Obsessive Pursuit. Obsessive Pursuit, beyond just making a clue every turn for Nithin, also says that when you attack, you put X1 counters on an attacking creature based on how many permanents you sacrificed that turn. And Mutagen Man is going to allow Nithin to sacrifice all of these Mutagen tokens.
Also, the clues only cost 1 to sack now, which is big.
Yes, yeah. Mutagen Man says you get to reduce the cost of artifact tokens, activated abilities by 1.
1 mana draw card? Love that.
Yeah, 1 mana draw card and 0 mana put 2 on counters on my
That's gonna be a ton of damage.
5/4 Trampler. So now Leatherhead's attacking for getting 3 extra counters. It's gonna attack for 10 here. And wow, Matt Stein is just under the gun.
Oh, yeah.
Like what an astounding amount of pressure from Nithin. Nithin missed his third land drop.
Yeah.
Like this is the same game that Nithin missed the 3rd land drop. Wow, the power of Beseech the Mirror.
Yeah, and the Pursuit. The Pursuit is drawn multiple cards.
Nithin's got an Obsessive Pursuit for value.
Yeah. That is true.
And so Matt's going to animate his Great Hall of the Biblioplex here. It's a 2/4. Draws a Consult the Star Charts. It's going to be interesting to see if Matt casts it for 2 or not.
Yeah, this
has a River Pyre Verge in hand.
How many counters on the Leatherhead right now? Is it?
The Leatherhead has 5 counters on it, so it's a 10-9.
Sheesh. turn from Matt. Still one off of that revelation.
Yeah, okay, so like we know Matt's pretty far behind, but like where does this like does Matt like where does Matt go from here? You know what I mean? Like what does winning the game look like to him? Like where does it start? Like how do you get rid of this leatherhead?
Yeah, and the problem is you can't bounce the mutagen, man. That's not going to do it. Oh, second
Wow, a
obsessive.
second obsessive pursuit for Nithin here.
That's probably going to be lethal right there. So you're going to get.
Yeah, and it looks like Matt. We had the life totals wrong previously. It looks like Matt went down to 10 from the previous attack, but now the obsessive pursuit's going to give the
Leatherhead 4/1/1 counters if you sack 2 clues.
Yeah, and 4/1/1 counters is exactly lethal against Matt Stein's 2/4 here.
Does the Great Hall trigger off of you playing spells?
Yeah, but it only gives you +1/+0.
Oh, no toughness. Okay.
I think Matt Stein here is considering bouncing the Mutagen Man because otherwise Nithin can't sacrifice both clues.
Yeah, you could have done it in response before the clue got made. But I think we're maybe past that point now.
Yeah, and it looks like Nithin's just going to crack a couple clues here to get those extra counters.
It's really hard to play against these rogue decks because you don't really know what's going on. You've never practiced against them, and once they get their engine going, it's your
So I guess what Matt here is thinking that he's just going to cast Consult the Star Charts after Nithin attacks and try to find something relevant.
Okay, he can flood maul one of the pursuits, so that works too.
Okay, yeah, flood mauling a pursuit, give him a fish.
Nice fish.
And now you get to block with your Great Hall, but you're still pretty far behind. You do get to cast a Consult the Star Charts for full value.
Yeah.
I really like this attack from Nithin. You might as well send your Mutagen Man in, right?
Yeah.
Like
not blocking, might as well be attacking.
Yeah, and
I was taught.
I think Matt is compelled to block the
I think it's
Leatherhead.
You don't, right?
Yeah, so Matt has to block the Leatherhead, cast a Consult for 2 to find a way to deal with the Mutagen Man here, just to live.
Yeah. Impulse for 5.
6. Great Hall of the Biblioplex is a
6
land as
lands.
well,
Okay,
yeah. So Matt's going to look at the top 6 here, try to find an answer to the Mutagen Man here. I do not believe he has found one. He has a Broadside Barrage here. Can tap the Great Hall to cast it.
Yeah.
So Matt is going to go down to, let's see, 8, 13 from the Leatherhead. So gonna take 9, go to 1 after Broadside Barraging.
1's more than 0.
Yeah.
And control.
Doesn't draw a card here. Draws a Consult the Star Charts. Discards a Slagstorm. Yeah. We won't need Slagstorm where we're going.
Still, got to find an answer to Leatherhead, or else I don't know what's going to matter.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt has an answer to a Leatherhead this big.
No Wrath of God in the list is interesting.
Yeah, and Matt critically cannot be going up to 7 mana here on his next turn. Had to lose the Great Hall, the Biblioplex here. Nithin playing Gene Pollinator. Yeah,
Matt's going to do it.
Matt's going to scoop it up. That makes a lot of sense. We get an exciting game 3 here. Get to see this Golgari mid-range deck do its work.
I think it did its thing that game. That's exactly how you drew it up. And I wonder how many opponents have read Nithin's cards this event.
Do you think you have to get new sleeves so that when people pick up your cards, the sleeves retain their integrity over the course of the tournament? Maybe when you know that people are going to be reading.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's hope our opponents have all been washing their hands today.
Yeah, so as we talked about previously, it looks like Nithin's basically staying on game plan. We saw the dress in that previous game, but we didn't see any other sideboard cards. I have to imagine that Nithin probably cut some number of Tragic Trajectories, Shoot the Sheriff, Nowhere to Run, and is just playing the 4 Duress and the 2 Royal treatment.
The Ooze is actually probably still fine to leave main deck because you can kind of shut off Flashback, and then also it just kind of makes you...
Yeah, eating away their graveyard can be really relevant for sure. Getting to get rid of a key Jeskai Revelation, maybe they cast the first one, but they only find a flashback for it instead of finding the actual second one. So you get to get rid of that. Maybe Nithin's keeping a couple removal spells and shaving on Gene Pollinators. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hadn't considered this, but the Gene Pollinators, Nithin's playing 4 and only 2 Llanowar Elves because Gene taps all of the tokens, like all of the artifact
Yeah.
tokens for mana.
Now,
So
here's a funny question, Trent.
yeah.
Theoretically, say your opponent has a Scavenging Ooze in play, and you play Pithing Needle, and you say the Ooze. What happens?
Well,
It's a legal target. Just saying.
I'm pretty sure that literally the ooze would be named in this format.
That's true. Yeah. I did that with Crasher Rhinos once. I mixed up Crashing Footballs and Crasher Rhinos and trying to exile it from their deck.
Gotta
But
be more
luckily,
specific.
Crash of Rhinos not legal in Modern, so I was saved by the.
You gotta be
judge.
like, I'm naming the one that has to spend.
Yeah, I will name Rhinos. But yeah.
Yeah, pretty simple game plan, it looks like, from Nithin in terms of sideboarding. I don't think there's any difference between the player of the draw here from my perspective.
No, I think it's pretty much shuffle up and deal.
For Jeskai control here, so I mean, I think we have to see the flash freezes and the disdainful stroke, but like, do you think Matt on the play has to bring in the Emeritus of Ideations to try and race turn 4 Leatherhead from Nithin? Like,
maybe, yeah. Like, I mean, Emeritus could just block the Leatherhead, which is kind of the best way to get it off the board.
Yeah, that's a big deal for
doesn't
sure.
get counters, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of copies of Emeritus maybe come in. Plus, Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, Ancestral Recall is a good card. We could also see flash freezes. I think it's. I don't think it. Maybe I guess he did bring in the Slag Storm because we saw it last game. So like you could do Slag Storm plus Pyroclasm to take down the Leatherhead.
Yeah, or you can go like Pyroclasm, flashback Pyroclasm.
I think
it's asking a lot to deal with one card.
So if you're Matt and you look at your opening hand, like what are you looking for? Like what's the dream?
You just want a good mix of you want to hit your land drops, number one, with control. You never want to miss land drop, and you just want some interaction to slow down, and then maybe a card to deal with that Beseech the Queen that's kind of been an issue.
Yeah, Beseech the Mirror.
Or Beseech the Mirror.
I gotta imagine Disdainful Stroke being in your hand is somewhere in the dream mix. Like,
yeah,
it just counters everything that
like maybe on the
care
play,
about.
you could bring in Spell Pierce just to counter that. Like also countering the Pursuit. But we're going with a Duress here from Nithin.
Yeah, so we saw Mountain from Matt, and we've got turn 1 Overgrown Tomb, take 2 Duress from Nithin. Looking at a hand of Stock Up, Consult the Star Charts, Essence Scatter, Great Hall of the Biblioplex, Thunder Magic, and Into the Floodmaw, I believe. Yep.
Only 2 lands, but
yeah, getting rid of the Essence Scatter is probably going to be pretty key there. Matt drew another Thunder Magic, really wants to draw a 3rd land next turn.
Yeah,
probably going to fire off the Consult chart, the Star Charts here, just to find the land.
Yeah, and then have a little sweat.
Nithin played a land and put something on it. Multiversal Passage, yeah, for green. Elves and Gene Pollinator just pass the turn.
Seeing that there's no Pyroclasm currently.
I mean, if you're Matt here, you basically have to cast the Consult the Charts, I think, right? Like,
you got to hit that land drop.
Totally. I could see Thunder Magicking twice, like just kill both of the elves and then hope you rip natural land. Because then you can maybe like
turn 2 though.
I think yeah, it depends. We'll see what Matt chooses, because then you're committing next turn to having to cast Consult the Star Charts if you don't draw land.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Matt's choosing the double Thunder Magic here.
Interesting.
If Matt draws a land, he's gonna get really
Jeskai Revelation. That is not a land.
Okay, so Matt's gonna look at the top 2, hope to find a land here. Does not find a land. Takes another Consult the Star Charts, passes the turn.
It doesn't really matter which order you did it, but either way, that's not where you want to be.
This is a really big moment for Nithin. Matt missing 3rd land, gets to play his Badger Mole Cub and pass the turn.
Maybe representing royal treatment by
and
attacking.
He got to Earthbend on a Fable Passage. So
I see. He's doing the ramp.
Yeah, looks like he's going to ramp.
That
Matt drawing a 3rd land, really important here. Would have hoped to have drawn an island or an untapped blue land, but you can't complain. I think if you're Matt, you basically just take any land that you draw.
You have Stock Up here, yeah.
Yeah, and you definitely got to cast a Stock Up here. Got to start hitting your land drops again. Got to get to that Jeskai Revelation. Matt looking at 5 here. Notably has taken 3 damage from the Great Hall of the Biblioplex here.
Yeah.
These lands aren't free.
Nope. I mean, it did help fix mana, so you can't really complain. But yeah, you're taking chip damage off your own land.
Looks like we've got Emeritus. Consult the star charts. I don't know if I saw land in that 5.
I'm not sure if I did either, to be honest. That'd
Maybe
be
there's
crazy.
a petrified Hamlet there. Not sure though. Let's take a look. We'll see. Looks like a tablet and a land. Yeah, we've got a tablet and a steam vents. So yeah, next turn Matt's going to be able to play tablet and then play steam vents if he wants and cast something.
But Nithin now shields down. Gonna have 4 mana.
Yeah, Matt's shields down. This is Nithin's moment for sure.
Beseech the Queen time.
Beseech the mirror.
Sorry, keep going.
Beseech. Well, we're old heads, right? Beseech the Queen. Yeah.
They both tutor, right? Yeah. Let's call it Beseech.
Yeah, and do you think if we see Beseech the mirror here that we're gonna just see Leatherhead, the tried and true method?
Yeah, I mean,
if it ain't broke, don't fix
it. Exactly. Especially with the duress, you have a pretty good idea of what Matt's done. But Matt has also just cast stock up. But it seems, both games Matt hasn't been able to get it off the board. Double revelation the first game. Nope, just
wow, the natural
that also
Leatherhead.
Works. Then you don't have to sack your Badger.
And we see Matt missing land drops, as well as
tablet.
Yeah. Oh, here was a tablet, and he hits a steam vents. Matt's gonna play it untapped.
Yeah.
I think I like playing it untapped here. I think you basically have to accept that you need to get to Jeskai Revelation, and having your Into the Floodmaw available really nice for that.
Floodmaw or another consult, just for first mode.
Hitting that land was so big for Matt because now Matt gets to actually cast Jeskai Revelation next turn after taking 2 from the steam vents.
Unless Leatherhead wants to bop that tablet, that's also a potential.
Yeah, so we're seeing Sentinel of the Nameless City from Nithin.
Yeah.
And Matt has to decide if he's going to respond to it, what he's going to do. I don't think Matt has anything super critical in response. I think Matt's hand is double Jeskai Revelation, consult the star charts, steam vents, and
this is a big map here. Hits a Badger Mole, so Leatherhead gets a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, that's a pretty important. Do you think we're keeping the Badger Mole Cub on top here if you're Nithin?
Looks like it.
Yeah, looks like we are.
Not sure I would have kept it on top. I think there's better draws, but it's better than a land.
Yeah, maybe it's some insurance potentially.
I'm curious if Nithin is gonna remove this 1/1 counter to kill that tablet.
Yeah.
Or destroy the tablet. He's gonna consult.
I've totally forgot about the removal of the counter for the Leatherhead. That's going to be super relevant here. It looks like Matt's not going to be able to cast Jeskai Revelation as long as Nithin removes that 1/1 counter, which he almost certainly is going to.
Yeah.
So Matt's casting a consult the star charts while he can. It's like we have
casting impulse right now.
Yeah. Hey, impulse still good.
Yeah. It's good good for its time.
Magic Dads love impulse. Yeah, excuse me, it isn't a steam vents in Matt's hand, it's a hollowed fountain. My apologies. I think Matt's taking another land here, it looks like. I don't know. He's taking a lot of damage, that's what I know.
Yeah, there you go. Here goes the 1/1 counter. Munch on that tablet.
Yeah, wow, the Leatherhead
Mom says tablet time's over.
The leather so Matt has a Seer in hand. As well as a hollowed fountain, a couple Jeskai Revelations, and Into the Floodmaw.
Being at 5 life against the
Petrified Hamlet.
That's
yeah,
a tough one.
From my perspective, it looks like Matt Stein is going to be losing this round, unfortunately for him. But congratulations to Nithin here. Matt Stein just has no way to deal with the Leatherhead, and wow, you put 1 Leatherhead in your Golgari midrange deck, and you get there. I mean,
some of the landfall decks play a Leatherhead in the board too, I think. But Nithin's deck has so much cool synergy with it. I love it.
Well, and Nithin has 4 Beseech the Mirrors to get the Leatherhead too.
Exactly,
so you have synergies with the Obsessive Pursuit and the Mutagen Man, but you also just have 5 copies of it, even post board. Like, and you have pre-board opportunities to get it too, right? Like,
I for one may be putting this deck together on a read later tonight and giving it a go.
It's already in the queue for me. Just to keep you updated on our backup match as well, it looks like Edgar unfortunately lost that match, so congratulations to Edgar's opponent, Michael. But we
moves to X1.
Yeah,
7-1. Yeah.
we are gonna see you back for round 9 of, and the last round of today of the RC Ottawa weekend face-to-face tournament. Day one.
It's going by fast.
We're gonna be looking at the undefeated players in the next match. So stay tuned. You won't want to miss that. See who comes out on top for tomorrow.
It's always great being the lone undefeated, or maybe there's 2 undefeated players at the end of day 1. No better feeling.
Yeah, I don't know
how it feels.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if I've ever been there myself, but
X1's close. But that's cool.
All right, we will be back shortly. Thank you very much for staying tuned.
For it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. For it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. It's now or it's never. No plan with forever. It's now or it's never. It's down to the wire. Who gonna take the empire? It's down to the wire. This is it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is it. This is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Go! Go!
to be rising. Woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival. Even with your shackles on, time for the showdown. Lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now. Know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are lying, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short stash. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise and refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How do I ever show them any fear? But it's still clear. Out of this water with the winners all dope. Now I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall. All those who ain't with me send away. But tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are lying, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. legend. I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery, I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
Hello and welcome back to round 9 of RC Ottawa, presented by Face to Face. I am one of your hosts, Trenton McIntyre, and I am joined by the baby face of Dad Magic, Noel Robin. Noel, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We're still dancing. We're still here.
What an exciting last round we had. I am in love with that Golgari mid-range deck. Absolutely phenomenal. But this round, we're going to be seeing our only undefeated player right now at 8-0, Bennett Rasmussen, playing Izzet Prowess. I mean, it's still good.
It's a very good deck. This looks like closer to what a stock build looks like in this this current weekend. And yeah, so we're obviously decks running very well for Bennett. 8-0 and looking to keep that going into day 2. 9-0 is that's the dream.
Yeah, the only thing that Noel and I were talking about is different about this list than some of the others we've seen is like 2 bounce off versus Into the Flood Maw. Bounce off can bounce your own creatures, which probably won't be particularly relevant in this matchup as Ben is playing against Selesnya Landfall. But yeah, I mean, Izzet Prowess is just a good deck. Boomerang basics, your own Storm Chaser's talent, Secret Identity, protecting your guy.
A lot of people back on Drakecatcher this weekend, which I think maybe wasn't the case before, but yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
especially when everyone's just playing Burst Lightning as removal.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Drakecatcher, like, it gets big really fast. 2/2 flyers really relevant too. You know, block other people's slick shot show offs, etc.
Yeah. Vigilance, yeah.
I really like the Color Storm Stallion from Secrets of Strixhaven. I think that card's really cool.
Yeah, we haven't got to see it do its thing quite yet, but that into Burst Lightning is 11 damage just on its own, and then throw something else in there, and it's going on.
Yeah, and you're off to the races for sure. Yeah, is Burst Lightning the only way that we can get a copy of Color Storm Stallion in this deck? I think it is.
So,
yeah. Still cool that you get to play 4 Burst Lightnings that are relevant in the early game, but then also make copies of your 3/3 haster later.
Yeah, besides Lightning Bolt, Burst Lightning, one of the better burn spells that's been printed in recent memory.
Yeah, and from the sideboard, we'll probably see just a bunch of removal spells and some counter spells against the landfall deck here.
Yeah.
Guess we'll see Slag Storm. But we're getting right into our match here. Bennett, starting off the way you want to when you're 8-0. You win the die roll, you play turn 1 Storm Chaser's talent.
That's their commander, right? They just always have it.
They do seem to always have it. Young playing just a
Forest go.
Forest, yeah. Looks
No
like a Forest here. Yeah, Young here's 7-1, no slouch either, but didn't have the Selesnya Landfall commander, which is Forest into Llanowar.
Might have Badger Mole Cub turn 2 though. Young's list looks very close to the stock lists from the Pro Tour.
Yeah, very, very similar.
Team
Playing a couple
Cosmos
Deodrine,
list,
playing some Sirach, but everything else you expect to see from Landfall. And Bennett's playing an island and getting in with Slickshot Show Off for 2 damage.
You're not too worried about removal in this matchup, so you can just run out that Slick Shot. You don't need to plot anything. Just go for it.
Well, it's definitely early enough in the game where if Young plays a road and chooses to erode your Slick Shot Show Off on your turn, you're pretty happy with that, because then they aren't advancing their own game plan here.
Exactly.
Looks like Young has a couple of options here. Deodrine, I see. Badger Mole Cub. We've got Earthbender Ascension as well, so it'll be interesting to see what Young does here. I mean, I have to imagine it's Badger Mole Cub, but
yeah,
who knows?
That's the best turn 2 play.
Yeah, we'll see the Cub here. Gonna put the counter on the Forest and just pass. And wow, let's see if Ben can come up with a bunch of extra damage here. We see 2 Burst Lightnings, a Secret Identity, a Flow State.
That's pretty ideal. Burst Lightning is most certainly going to be taking out Cub.
I believe the last card in his hand is a Multiversal Passage, but it's like a alternate art, maybe? I don't know. It looks like there's like 3 Spider-Men in it.
That's the special art where there's a bunch of spider people jumping.
Ah, gotcha.
They're doing action pose.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to lead off with a Burst Lightning here from Ben. She's going to kill Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah, first Prowess. Could Burst Lightning the land, but that doesn't really seem necessary at the moment.
Yeah, like I guess Young could play land.
You could just
other Cub, but
just take a look and get some more damage in. Willing to just get in for 5.
Yeah, it looks like Ben's prioritizing keeping the cards in hand, the Flow State, the Secret Identity, It'll be interesting to see if Ben plays this multiversal passage untapped or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so playing it untapped, I have to imagine naming red so that he has access to burst lightning there.
Playing, yeah, just keeping up protection. Keeping up burst lightning and secret identity.
Yeah, and Ben might be waiting to see, like, if Ben draws a sleight of hand next turn, then just gets the multiversal passage. Wow, just going to kill Young's land on upkeep here.
Just to kind of like Rishdand Port.
Yeah, it gets this basically makes this basically turns Young's land into a tap land. So
2 less damage, but or 3 less damage, but you might put your opponent back a whole turn.
I mean, it's unlikely, but it's also possible that Young maybe doesn't have another untapped green source, right?
Yeah.
We know that Young does, but I like that type play from Ben. I think tapping the land here makes a lot of sense. Like, now Young doesn't get to cast Earthbender Ascension, right?
Yeah.
Just playing Assassin's Chocobo and passing.
Not even a landfall trigger on it. Okay,
Young is going to erode the Slickshot show off.
That's not going to go very well.
Yeah, it's going to get secret identity here. So Slickshot's going to be a 1/1 with a trigger.
Yeah, still going to have the same amount of power. And then Opt, that's really going to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, Opt is great here.
Keeps it.
And Ben decides to keep it. And we're getting in.
2 spells cast.
Yeah, so it looks like we're attacking for 8 here. Remember, the secret identity makes your creature a 1/1, but it does not change its type at all. Like, it doesn't change the actual creature's abilities. It does become a citizen. It has 1/1. It has hexproof, but the Slickshot's still hitting for 5. And yeah, Young's going down to 5 life points here. I don't know if Young has a 4th land either.
Yeah, it's got Earthbender Ascension, but that's not going to do it against Slickshot show off. Need like a Fabled Passage into a Bushwhack or something like that here.
Yeah, you think Young's path to winning this game starts with a removal spell? It basically has to, right?
You gotta get that Slickshot off the board. That's goal number 1.
Yeah, Young does have a 4th land here, so I guess we're gonna see what happens. I think I might have spotted in a road potentially. I'm not sure. Let's see. We've got a Diadrine or Deodrin for with 3/1/1 counters on it. Young plays Forest. Yeah, attacks, draws a card.
2/2.
Looks like we're just waiting for a token for the 2/2 robot that Young is going to make here, or manifest, or robot, or what have you. I think it is a robot, but
it's a 2/2 with abilities.
Yeah, and Diadrine lets you draw when you attack and remove counters.
Yeah, you have to remove 2 counters from
each of 2 creatures you control. Yep. So remove a 1/1 counter from each of 2 creatures.
Okay, he does have the Bushwhack.
Oh yeah, wow. Young has the Bushwhack. That's a big deal. Yeah. And looks like Ben kept a sleight of hand off of the Opt, which makes a lot of sense because now Ben gets to cast sleight of hand and can flow state for full value.
Yeah. But there's a chump blocker down now, so.
Yeah, Ben did just draw a bounce off. Okay. Is looking at Opt and a land.
Mountain's not going to let you cast multiple blue spells.
Do you take Opt or land here if you're Ben?
I'm not sure. Getting to 4th land is nice because then you have potential of Storm Chasers later.
Yeah, so it looks like Ben did take land and is going to cast Flow State here. So that's 2 triggers. Looking at Opt, another Flow State, and a land. So going to take Opt and Flow State. That makes a lot of sense. Just keep the card train rolling. So now we're going to see if Ben wants to bounce off to get in for 4 here, put Young down to 1.
Yeah, that's interesting. Or do you just want him to chump block with that big creature? No, going for the bounce off line.
Oh, I guess it gets to bounce off the robot. Yeah, we forgot about the robot. Now Young has to decide if Young wants to chump block or risk losing to Burst Lightning next turn. Just decides to block.
Yeah, that's a good safe play.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
That one
sense.
life is not where you want to be against prowess.
I think I saw Bossing Say in Young's hand. We know that Young has an Earthbender Ascension. Maybe Young will be able to make a Saz's Chocobo big enough to actually block this prowess threat. But
It's
Ben's
just one letter right now. So.
Ben's just next turn just gonna look at so many cards like Opt, Flow State. Is gonna have a ton of options. Could just pay 4 mana for the Storm Chaser's talent. As we see Young casting an Earthbender's Ascension here, getting a 2/2, getting a land. Saz's Chocobo is going to grow.
Doing it all.
Yeah, so it looks like Young has managed to stabilize here, but now can Young turn the corner is the question.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky unless there's a Maxim Harmonizer in the future.
Well, we've got a Bossing Say. The Earthbender Ascension's up to 2 counters, so maybe we hit a Might Form Harmonizer. We have a fetch land in hand. Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, just attacking.
Yeah, wow. Young's just going all in.
Must have some. Oh, another Bushwhack.
Wow.
I think that's both the Bushwhacks for gone.
I think that Bushwhack firmly puts Young in the driver's seat here. I mean, Ben has a lot of card draw, but wow, drew the haste threat off the top here.
We're going to the Pink Pony Club team. Look at this. Boom.
Yeah.
Coming
Wow. And the sleight of hand, we're looking at Boomerang Basics and a Drake Hatcher here. But Young's going to go to 1, and then, Ben has 4 Burst Lightnings and a bunch of card draw in his hand right now.
2 Burst Lightnings have already been cast this game.
Oh, yeah.
2 of the Vibrant Outbursts.
Oh, Slingshot Show-Off's lethal now, too?
Yeah.
And Young is playing a list more similar to the Pro Tour list, does not have practice offense in his deck, which means that Young has no way to gain life, as far as I can see, and that looks to be the case. So
no way to gain life game 1.
Not game 1 anyways. Another Bossing Say for Young.
Those lands should be legendary too, honestly.
Bossing Say is it feels very legendary for sure. Young's just getting in there. Might just make a blocker with Bossing Say.
Yeah, you do kind of have endless chump blockers against this horse.
Oh, worth noting. I mean, Young is just dead to a land as well on board, potentially.
Yeah, just
with the Storm Chaser's talent too. So.
Yeah, unless there's a Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yeah, so we've activated Bossing Say as a blocker. So I guess Young is hoping that Ben doesn't have land or any spells to remove the blockers here.
Boomerang Basics though.
Yeah, the Boomerang Basics is going to bounce the land here. Oh no, Boomerang Basics can't bounce the land. Return target non-land. So Ben's going to flow state here. If Ben doesn't hit anything off this flow state, Young is going to survive another turn. Boomerang Basics. 2 Boomerang Basics and a Spire Bluff Canal. Not exactly what Ben wanted to see. And that means that Young is going to see another draw step, most likely. I guess Ben could Boomerang Basics back the Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, get one more look.
Ben will have Young will have lethal next turn with the Spire Bluff Canal that he has in hand. He'll be able to activate Storm Chaser's talent and Burst Lightning upstairs for the win.
Yeah. So at this point, Bennett just needs to play to not die next turn.
Yeah, and we see that where Ben's bouncing the Saz's Chocobo just to ensure that he doesn't lose. Is going to attack so that Young is compelled to block with the Earthbended Ascension land. But
may have a road in hand too as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's possible. Young's thinking about it.
Also, giving your opponent that land is a little scary.
Yeah, because if you erode, then you know that the Storm Chaser's talent is lethal next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Young just blocking, just chump blocking, getting an Earthbender Ascension trigger.
Now do you boomerang your talent just for the card? I guess it's just 2 more boomerangs.
Just play Spire Bluff Canal tapped and pass. You probably playing another talent makes a lot of sense here. Now, if Young has Might Form Harmonizer, but no way to give trample, I guess he's gonna get trample anyways, though, from the Earthbender Ascension. So just put another threat out there for Ben.
You have to have a landfall trigger. I think Keen-Eyed Curator might be your best out in this spot.
Keen-Eyed would be huge here.
Make it big. but also Bennett's last card in hand is another Boomerang Basics, so it's looking tricky. Young putting up a very good fight here from being so far behind. We'll see.
Young definitely had a moment where it looked like they might be winning. If they drew the Keen-Eye Curator, though, that puts the Erode that I believe is in their hand. It makes it more live, right?
Yeah.
Because then you can cast it without having to worry about the Storm Chaser's talent getting back the Burst Lightning. Yeah, I think Ben and Young have both navigated this game pretty well. Like from it looks like they've just been playing super well. And Young did have the Erode in hand, but it just does not do it. And
double talent.
Our only undefeated player is 1 game away from being fully undefeated going into the next day. So
having a great day.
But let's see if Young can stop Ben from getting that full undefeated record. As we look at Young's sideboard here, we've got 2 Mossborn Hydra, Surak, Elusive Hunter, 2 Voice of Victory, 2 Snakeskin Veil, 3 Rest in Peace, 4 Sheltered by Ghosts, and a Bossing Say. What are you bringing in here, Noel?
Well, I believe Surak is very good against the blue-red decks because everything they're doing is a targeted removal. So Surak's a good one. I assume the 4 Sheltered by Ghosts are for this matchup. You know, you're giving lifelink, you're getting rid of a slick shot show off, you're taxing them, dealing with it. So all of that seems quite good. Also, the Snakeskin Veil, pretty strong as well. And yeah, you're probably shaving kind of some of your more clunky cards, like probably shave some Might Forms. I don't know how good Mossborn is in this matchup when they have
so many bounce spells.
Yeah. You want Mossborn. Keen-Eye's still fine. Same with Diadrine, might be a bit slow in this matchup. You might just want to go more lean. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, do you think there's any argument to cutting like 1 or 2 Earthbender Ascensions, do you think? Or is that card uncuttable?
One, yeah. I don't know if it's uncuttable. It is very good. But also Young's going to be on the play, and it is a lot better on the play in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a great point. I do like the Sheltered by Ghosts for that reason too on the play, just gaining a bunch of life. Okay, for Izzet Prowess then, for Ben, if you're trying to get the clean 9-0, what are you bringing in, Noel?
All right, what do you got for this matchup? So you got a couple of copies of Slagstorm. You have Stainville Stroke Get Out is very good in this matchup. Get Out kind of acting as a Essence Scatter, but it can also, you can create a bit of a lock with your Storm Chaser's talent and Get Out, which is pretty neat. You just keep rebuying it.
Yeah.
At a certain point in the game.
Get Out really cool for that type of small interactions.
Yeah. Slagstorm also really good against the Sheltered by Ghosts if it's on a smaller body. And then Seer seems pretty solid. And then as far as what you're shaving, maybe few the horse. Like the horse kind of gets brickwalled in this matchup pretty quick. And then I'm not
maybe
sure.
You
maybe
can
the secret
shave,
identities are probably not as good in this matchup.
Maybe some ops, Really notable. This is Bennett's best performance at any RC.
That's awesome.
And also Young's best performance at any RC, and neither of these players has been to the Pro Tour, and they're just crushing it.
This is a good road to do it. You finish day 1 X1. You just have to go 3-2 on day 2 to make the Pro Tour, and that's it sounds easy. It's a lot harder than going 3-2.
You just have to go 3-2 against the best people in the room.
But that's one way to think about it. And even 2-3, you're not going to get that dream Pro Tour invite, but you're still going to cash.
I mean, what a great day for both of these players, regardless of how this last match goes. I mean, if you end up X2, like X2 against an excellent field of players, a standard that's super diverse, hard to navigate. As we get back into our game, Young leads with an escape tunnel, and Ben's gonna lead with the classic turn 1 Storm Chasers talent. I mean, they always have it.
I think we need to count. Yeah,
the Storm Chasers talent, turn 1 count. So Young's just fetching off of the escape tunnel, so gonna get a plains or a forest. Looks like a plains here.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the Izzet Prowess deck definitely is a great deck, but it does look a lot better when it always has turn 1 Storm Chasers down. I'll tell you that much. And we're going
Oh,
Forest into
okay,
Voice of
voice.
Victory for Young. So
Interesting.
Young brought in Voice of Victory. Pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, that allows you to play, pretty well on your turn. You don't have to worry about your opponent having anything.
Yeah, and a 1/3 is a pretty big blocker too. Like it's
Yeah.
not like Ben can just like attack into this Voice of Victory, right, for free.
It's gonna get dealt 3 damage.
Yeah, it has to
instead of
deal with
bin.
it. I have looked at Young's hand and I have seen a Sirach, so I'm curious to see if that'll come down this turn.
Yeah, I'd say so. Sirach is very good in this matchup.
Yeah, so Sirach here, and we'll see if Ben has another Vibrant Outburst to deal with his follow-up threat. I think I see a Burst Lightning. Looks like a Drake Hatcher.
Yeah, Sirach just does a lot for 3 mana, and it's got Trample, which is pretty big.
Yeah, Trample definitely important for your Might Form Harmonizer. Also 4 power. I mean, you
Yeah.
can just play Might Form and play a land and attack for 8, right?
Yeah.
Ben's gonna play a Steam Vents here, take 2, and we're gonna see a Drake Hatcher.
Yeah.
And then a pass of the turn here. So Ben has Opt and Bounce Off in hand, so is waiting to choose between which he is going to cast. I guess Young doesn't really have a compelling attack with Sirach out of the gate here, but might have ways to pump it to get an attack that's a little more compelling.
Yeah, you could attack and force a trade with the Drake Hatcher if they have a pump spell, but I'm not sure if that's what you want to do, because they could just take it and then they get to crack back with Drake Hatcher next turn.
Yeah, Young does have a Might Form Harmonizer in hand, another land, Boss Sing Say, so choosing to just cast a hardcast a Harmonizer. Do you like this?
Yeah, I do. You just put more big bodies into play. Prowess doesn't have a ton of ways to kill an X4. And next turn, if you have multiple landfall triggers, you're threatening 16 damage with that Sirach.
Yeah, really notable. Ben did not cast Opt on Young's end step, perhaps prioritizing getting the Prowess triggers on his own turn. So it's casting the Opt now.
Yeah, with that Drake Hatcher, you kind of want to be doing it all on your turn, because if it can get to 3 power, you get a Drake right away.
And Ben also picks up an island off of that Opt after scrying the card to the bottom. Not exactly what Ben wanted to see here. Still has Bounce Off and Burst Lightning.
Yeah, Bounce Off on Harmonizer is okay, but then you're also giving your opponent another card.
Yeah, the Sirach doing a lot of work here. Like, if Ben targets the Harmonizer or the Bounce Off, Young's just going to draw another card and then play Harmonizer again next turn. Yeah,
pretty much.
Looks like that's what we're seeing happen. But I mean, Ben's kind of put into this position, right? Like, wants to continue being aggressive. The Drake Hatcher's a 3/5, so the Sirach doesn't get to block the Drake Hatcher anymore. So Ben's going to get to make a 2/2 flyer.
You can trade with the Otter, but that doesn't feel great either, especially if you're trying to go for a big damage turn next turn.
I mean, Ben is attacking for 6, though. Like, Young's definitely considering trading with this Otter just to get a threat off of the board.
Yeah.
Young does have 6 cards in hand, or 5 cards in hand. Maybe Young's thinking, like, well, if I trade with this Otter and I just keep playing the cards in my hand, am I going to eventually just stumble into winning the game, right? Like, we know that he has at least 1 Might Form Harmonizer, probably 2. Ultimately decides to take the damage here.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty big turn for Young now.
Yeah, we see it sheltered by Ghosts in Young's hand, so that's definitely going to be interesting. See if Young decides to go that way, or if Young decides to play Might Form Harmonizers, other creatures.
Yeah, sheltered by Ghosts on Sirach to get rid of Drake Hatcher could be a big swing in this game.
We see Saz's Chocobo to land drop from Young, getting a counter on the Chocobo.
Yeah, they don't stay small forever.
And Young's just casting the Might Form Harmonizer and passing.
Being patient, like it.
I think I like this play, especially if you can set up a turn where you get to double something's power and also sheltered by Ghosts it, once you gain that life, like, it feels really hard to lose from that position.
And Bennett had 2 mana up, which, could be.
Yeah, Bennett could have had anything in hand, right? So currently we know that Bennett has at least a Burst Lightning in hand. I think there might be another Vibrant Outburst there. And it looks like an island and the land that he just played. So now Burst Lightning for 5 mana is activated. So do you think you go after the Might Form Harmonizer or the Sirach here?
It's always a tough call, because if you don't kill Sirach, your opponent's just drawing more cards over and over. But it's just getting bounce off.
Yeah, yeah. Bennett's
Maybe
getting
that's
bounced
just
off.
kind of a protection play against getting combo killed.
Yeah, I like this play a lot.
And it's also protection against the Sheltered by Ghosts too now.
Well, and you might need to win the game with this Burst Lightning, deal 4 upstairs, right?
Yeah.
So Young gets
give
to
another
untap.
Harmonizer, though?
Wow, and plays another Might Form Harmonizer. So this is going to be pretty interesting for Ben here. Young knows that Ben has the bounce off, so gets to play with perfect information in terms of knowing that one of his creatures is not going to be able to attack with the Might Form Harmonizer triggers that are coming its way. We know that Young does have a land in hand and also a Sheltered by Ghosts, so it'll be interesting to see what Young does here after playing a land. What does Young target with the Harmonizer triggers? Let's see where he goes.
Targeting Surak?
Yeah, so we've got one targeting Surak. Do we have another one targeting something else, or is it just Surak? I think we've got...
Just go big on Surak?
I think we've got Harmonizer and Surak, it looks like to me. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, maybe one on each. So yeah, they both have 8 power.
Yeah, notably Young not casting Shelter by Ghosts pre-combat because he knows about the bounce off.
Yeah.
Although it could have been interesting to cast Sheltered by Ghosts on like the Chocobo, because then Bennett can't really bounce off.
Bounce off Surak. 8 damage. It's a big chunk of life.
Yeah, 8 damage is a lot, and Young's going to be able to play Shelter by Ghosts status to get rid of either the Drake Hatcher or the 2/2 flying Drake, depending on what Young feels like he cares about.
Probably the Hatcher. I think that's the most threatening card on the board.
Yeah, exactly. And Young putting the Shelter by Ghosts on the tapped Might Form Harmonizer. I have to assume that you're doing that because you...
The untapping gets bounced. It's not
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's pretty heads up.
Hedging your bets for sure.
Yeah.
So Ben draws a Steam Vents and just plays it tapped. So a little flooded here from Ben.
Yeah. Could almost level up the talent if you need to, but that's not doing much against this board either. Is his hand all lands? No, there's a Burst Lightning, right?
Yeah, there's a Burst Lightning and another blue-red card, but it might just be a blue-red land. I thought it was a Vibrant Outburst initially, but it might just be a land. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, so just a Burst Lightning for Ben. So gets in for 2 with the Drake Hatcher, but Young's gonna get to untap with this board of double Harmonizers. So if Young has another
and some
drop
lifelink this turn. Yeah, I guess you need the land drop first of all.
Well, and Ben can't actually kill the Might Form Harmonizer that has lifelink. Because of ward on the Sheltered by Ghosts.
Passage? Oh, but
I think that's a multiversal passage, but I mean any land is a big deal here for Young.
No, I don't think they play. That.
Maybe it is a fabled passage.
Yeah, it's just a funky art.
Okay, yeah. Might be an escape tunnel. Could be a fabled passage, yeah.
But yeah, that's
fetch land is obviously a big deal here too.
So much lifelink.
So Young just deciding where to put these triggers exactly. I mean, Ben has 3 cards in hand right now, so Young has to assume that Ben has some action. Looks like
attacking with the team.
Attacking with the whole team. I like it.
Get in the zone.
Might as well get I mean, you're probably gonna gain a bunch of life. Yeah. And if you don't, then you're just gonna get to replay your Harmonizer here.
Yeah. Burst Lightning on the Sheltered by Ghost, not even an option too.
Yeah.
And there's the Surak in play. Things are just snowballing right now.
The Surak has been super relevant the whole game. Young drawing 2 or 3 cards off of it, and it just being a body in play.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best cards in these Izzet matchups.
And Ben's just scooping him up. Wow.
I'm gonna start playing Surak and some Canlander. Even if they have Caracas, you know what? You just draw a card every time.
Yeah. Sometimes you lose to Bowmasters. It is what it is.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Great, well played game, Young there. As we move into our second match here with Boston Chataman versus Philippe Garot.
Both X2.
Yeah, both X2. We've got Spellmentals versus Landfall. And looks like we've got a Saz's Chocobo and an Earthbender Ascension. No, Mossborn Hydra.
And yeah, both players, going into day 2, 7-2 feels a lot better than 6-3. So they're got a lot on the line here. I know Spelementals should be favored with the Sunderflock in their deck, but this White Splash has proven that it helps quite a bit with
anything can happen.
Yeah, you can erode the crab before they Sunderflock, and you have Rest in Peace out of the board, so it definitely shores up the matchup. Whereas mono green sometimes would struggle a lot more in this matchup.
Yeah, and looks like Prismari Charm bouncing the Saz's Chocobo, I believe, or maybe no. Looks like it's just a Surveil to draw card here.
Interesting. Yeah, Philippe's got a pretty sizable board to Boston just having 3 lands in play.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Boston's options are here. Maybe felt like needed to surveil some elementals and draw Sunderflock,
Yeah.
Looks like we have Traumatic Critique, Get Out. Philippe, we see has Harmonizer and
it's like
Still. Yep.
The counterspell, you do. Has the Get Out.
Yeah, so Boston has the Get Out, but Philippe's going to attack for 8 here.
Is that
8.
2 Chocobos? Is that what that is?
1 Chocobo and a Mossborn Hydra.
Okay.
So I guess
But
9.
no land.
Attacking for 9 here.
Yeah.
Traumatic Critique just as a draw to discard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's got to be Sunderflock.
Yeah. You need a crab in this
Yeah.
here. It's kind of does have the Hearth Elemental. That's a step in the right direction.
Boston also drew a Sleight of Hand, so it gets to do a little bit of digging here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Philippe just has Erode, Mightform Harmonizer, and a Badgermole Cub. So you get Sleight of Hand going here. We see a Burst Lightning and another card. Yeah, Burst Lightning and Impractical Joke. Boston favoring Burst Lightning.
Yeah, Impractical Joke's not doing much at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Burst Lightning can at least kill a Harmonizer later down the road if you do end up surviving these turns.
Yeah, and if Philippe bricks on land for another turn, a 4/5 is actually really good on this board. Although he does have the Erode if he chooses to do so.
Okay, it looks like we have a Prismari Charm as well as a Hearth Elemental from Boston here. So it looks like Boston should be able to survive the following turn.
Yeah, Hearth Elemental plus Prismari Charm does buy time.
Yeah, the problem is where do you go from there? I guess
Yeah.
you draw Eddie Merc and then you draw Sunderflock.
Yeah, Sunderflock doesn't bounce Mossborn Hydra either, so that's
Oh wow,
that's a tough
yeah,
one.
Mossborn Hydra's a changeling.
Yeah. Elemental.
Or elemental, yeah.
As a
I
Manny
think it was
Manny
changeling.
Devuti
I thought it was changeling for some reason.
stated it's born from moss.
Ah.
Cheeky one. They've randomly tacked Elemental onto some funny creatures in Standard. Definitely comes up. Oh, we're back to our
Yeah, it looks
main
like we're
feature
back to the
match.
main feature match, and
Once again,
yeah,
Storm
Ben
Chaser's
on the play. Storm Chaser's talent into Dreamcatcher.
about as ideal as it gets, I'd say.
Yeah, Young did get to play a turn 1 play this time. We see a Saz's Chocobo.
Yeah.
We're gonna see another Chocobo into a land. Yeah, it looks like it's a
fatal-
fetch land.
Good, yeah. 2/2/3s.
Yeah, 2/2/3s. You're pretty happy with that.
That's like Kurt Ape.
Maybe you double.
Getting all excited here.
Yeah. Wow. We do have a Kurt Ape Enjoyer in the booth.
I remember people used to play Step Links in Standard, and they were happy about it. You got this little bird.
Yeah, you get it for free now.
Yeah.
It's too free.
Yeah, the counters just stay. It's not
Yeah.
as explosive.
Back in my day, I had to chisel my 2/3 out of a Step Links from stone.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like yeah, Bennett draws a card, and then Boomerang basics his own Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah.
Definitely has a follow up land in hand, so it's gonna play another Storm Chasers. It looks like the same Storm Chasers make another 1/1. Draycatcher now at that critical 3 power, so it's a 3/5.
Yeah, it can just attack and eat a bird.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Draycatcher doesn't even die to a double block here, unfortunately for Young, so the Draycatcher just gets to attack for free. And Bennett's sending in the 3/3 Otter as well.
But also has one blue up or one blue red, which
Yeah,
is
and
pretty scary.
Yeah,
on
here's the
double block.
thing, right? Like, can you even double block the Otter, right? If you're
No, I
young,
think he just didn't block.
yeah,
it,
you gotta take it here. Young giving it a lot of respect to Ben's 1 mana here.
Yeah.
Untaps. I mean, these Chocobos could get out of control here. If Young has another fetch land, like
Yeah.
4/5s, those are definitely going to be blocking in the future.
I can race. There's going to be a Drake coming, but 2 4/5s can race that pretty well.
Yeah, so we see a Sheltered by Ghosts, a Bossing Say, and a Forest in Young's hand. So he's going to play...
Sheltered by Ghosts tempting, but there's always the threat of that bounce spell.
Yeah, and the tough thing is that if you were respecting the bounce spell last turn by not double blocking, then do you have to respect it this turn, you know? Like, maybe.
That is a tough call, yeah.
So we'll see which land Young decides to play here. It looks like it's going to be a forest, so these Chocobos are going to go up to 3/4s.
Yeah, much better blockers now.
Yeah, so we have Sheltered by Ghosts, and it looks like an Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah. Chocobos are now, as you said before, 4/5s, and that's...
Yeah, 4/5 is a pretty critical amount of toughness, you know. Means they're not going to die to, like, a single Burst Lightning kicked later on, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, they got to play defense right now. There's too many prowess creatures on the other side. It looks like there's a Slick Shot in Bennett's hand as well, so...
Yeah, it looks like
there could be some damage coming.
Bennett drew a Slick Shot, has a Get Out, I believe, potentially another Drake Hatcher.
Just cast Slick Shot.
I saw Secret Identity in Ben's hand. That's going to be really important, because one of the best ways for Young to come back from this position is to advance board state and removal spell with something like a Road.
Or Sheltered by Ghosts, which we know.
Yeah. Ben's taking 2 from the Steam Vents. Probably not going to be that relevant here.
Just going to go for
just going for a Secret Identity here. Does Ben have lethal here with Secret Identity?
Holy moly. Well, so it's got 3...
Because it gains flying.
7,
so Ben's
8,
actually giving flying the
that's
cross.
it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the game.
lethal. Wow.
Ben Rasmussen.
Ben Rasmussen is your only undefeated player at RC Ottawa. 9-0 with Izzet prowess.
Beep, beep.
Wow. Beep, beep indeed. Congratulations to Ben Rasmussen. This is Ben's best performance on an RC, and what a start. 9-0. And, you know, condolences to Young for losing the last round, but hey, like we said in the previous match,
7-2 still great.
7-2 is great. Great performance from Young. Excited to see them tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe they make a run for the top 8.
That's right. Hey, hopefully Bennett gets a good sleep tonight, because you're gonna need it tomorrow. That's for sure. It's always hard to sleep after a good day 1 performance.
And thanks for the matches there. We are now moving over to our last feature match of the day in the area. That's Boston, and it looks like they may have already ended, or were they sideboarding? We'll get notes from our people at the table.
Boston has lost to Philippe.
It looks like Boston has lost to Philippe, so we actually are finished for our feature matches of the day.
In a blaze of glory.
Congratulations once again to our only undefeated player. He really did it. Izzet prowess did it in the hands of Ben Rasmussen. Congratulations. We are Noel and Trent. We really appreciated being here with all of you. It's definitely been a blast. Standard is a really interesting format right now. Lots of different deck choices to choose.
Yeah, it's the Wild West out there.
Different flavors of Izzet if you're that kind of gamer. Some good mono green landfall decks if you want. If you're that type of gamer.
Tickles my fancy.
If I'm being honest, my favorite round was the one where we saw the green black mid range deck. Nathan, you've got my heart.
That's right. Yeah. People's champion.
And the RC is brought to you by face-to-face-games.com. If you want to sell your cards for a fair, trusted, and fast deal, they buy all of the cards.
It's true.
You can visit face-to-face.com/sell to sell your Magic cards today.
And if you trade for store credit and buy same day at the venue, save on the tax.
Wow, look at you go.
In this day and age.
We've also got some other face-to-face tour events coming up. So this weekend is our Ottawa weekend, which is May 15th to 17th. But next up, we've got Hamilton, face-to-face Langley, June 13th. Hey, yeah, that is close to us. We might have to hit that up. Edmonton, Truro, North Bay, Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, and then a Toronto Command Fest coming up in the next 3 to 4 months. So we hope to see you there.
All right. And then, yeah, we'll be back for round 14, see some winning-ins, and top 8 tomorrow. Really excited for that. And, yeah, you will have Carolyn and Niall back first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, really
6
excited.
a.m. our time. It's pretty early here on the West Coast. But
really excited to see the beginning rounds tomorrow. Looks like 9 a.m. EST is when we're going to be starting the stream tomorrow. So, yeah, excited for Niall and Carolyn to join us for rounds 9 to 13. But Noel and I will be back in full force for round 14, and we will also be covering the top 8. So, thanks for joining us, everyone. We really appreciate it. We hope to see you there tomorrow, bright and early, I guess, for Niall and Carolyn, and for us, we get to wake up at a little bit more of a reasonable hour. They're the real champions, if I'm being honest.
I got things to do with my daughter in the morning.
Yeah.
So, I gotta my dad life before I can do my magic life.
But I'm excited to watch some of the coverage in the morning anyways. So stay tuned, everyone, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a great evening.
Cheers.